speak. And with that, I'll pass along the microphone to my colleague, Representative April McLean-Delaney.
Good morning. I represent the 6th District of Maryland, and when elected, made a commitment to my constituents to seek common sense, common ground solutions. Sadly, the past 100 days, I've desperately been trying to find either common sense or common ground, and in fact, the chaos that has ensued has hurt everyone within my district. My district is as economically diverse as any district in the country. It starts not far from here in Montgomery County, where NIH researchers are curing cancer, and NIST employees are establishing parameters for AI innovation. And it goes all the way to beautiful mountain and Western Maryland, where family farms are providing their bounty to our community, and it borders West Virginia and Pennsylvania. In my district, no one has escaped the harmful impact of Trump tariffs and isolation policy or his indiscriminate cuts to federal workers. I represent over 35,000 federal workers at agencies such as NIH, the National Institute of Cancer, NIST, our Fire Academy, and Fort Detrick. Farmers are very concerned about selling their crops because of tariff impacts, but also because of markets drying up. Markets they normally sold into, like through USAID or through SNAP programs. And cancer and innovation researchers and the surrounding biotech and tech private markets have been dealt a devastating blow, from government cuts to both agencies and research and innovation engines. Small businesses and consultants are cratering because of lack of business. And this in turn is hurting everyday smaller businesses, markets, salons, sole proprietorships who depend on spending in their community. And this includes tourism and business linked to our 7 national parks in this district. We are home to the C&O Canal, which gets as many visitors per year as Yellowstone. With respect to specific examples, last week, I toured the Volvo factory in Hagerstown, Maryland, where they make Mack trucks. I was privileged to even get to drive one. They produce the engines and the axles for these vehicles and are pioneering some EV technology. But in the short term, they told me they have 1,700 workers. But instead of reshoring and bringing innovation and investment into the United States, Volvo is projected to cut 50 to 100 workers due to tariffs and economic insecurity. They do not know how the market will react, and more cuts might come later. Moreover, I have met with each of my 5 county farm bureaus: Montgomery County, Frederick, Allegheny, Washington County, Garrett, and they're all concerned about crop market prices, SNAP, and reimbursement for investments they've made into their farms, which have not been reimbursed by government programs for which they were promised. It is a tsunami hitting them from every angle. And toppled with that are threatened cuts to Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. And of course, rural health clinics are really at risk in my district because of their dependence on Medicaid. These self-inflicted, nonsensical, penny foolish and pound foolish policies are impacting our economic security, our U.S. competitiveness, and our national security. Much more to say, innovation, and our trust internationally in the U.S. and the U.S. economy and our U.S. dollar. Having said the above, I stand ready to work on common sense, common ground solutions, and across the aisle to make a reality the things we all care about, including focusing on inflation, innovation, affordability, and fortifying our U.S. resilience, our U.S. competitiveness, and our national security. I thank you, and I look forward to taking any questions.
All right, so we were just hearing from House Democrats as they are speaking about President Trump's first 100 days in office for his 2nd term. We are going to step away for a brief break, continuing with that coverage and also sharing some breaking news out of Texas City, Texas, where an investigation happening right now in a fatal boat fire. All of that coming up after this break. Stay with us. happening right now. There is a rally on Capitol Hill of Democratic lawmakers reintroducing a Medicare for All Act. And we do see a number of speakers taking to the podium. We were dipping in to that march we were sharing with you just moments ago. But let's head over there now live to listen in.
The inhalers. Yesterday, I was with a mother whose daughter has cancer, and she's doesn't want to eat, and the medicine they prescribed for her isn't available. This is not okay. It's not America, and people who have kids need to be able to get their kids help. I was in an elevator at the University of Michigan Hospital, and a mother had her child in a wheelchair, and she just started crying with me. And she said to me, promise me, if they cut our Medicaid, I'll still be able to get my son help. I said, I promise you, I will not let him not get medical help. And then went to the head of the hospital and said, I just promised him you'd take care of him no matter what. But we shouldn't have to do that. Every mother has a right to have her children be able to go to the doctor when they need to go to the doctor, get the treatment they need and the medicine they need. So we've made progress, but we're not going to stop. We will not stop until every single American is guaranteed health care. It's a basic human right. No, it is a basic. No one person will get this done. I have great teammates, but you are the partners. It'll happen by all of us joining together in a movement to highlight why Medicare for All matters. And we push for that final change in our system. Thank you for all of your work, for being here, and let's go get it done.
Okay, I think now we have the great honor to introduce Bonnie Castillo, the National Nurses United president.
All right, nurses. I see a lot of power here. A lot of power. Hello, everyone. I want to begin by thanking Representative Jayapal, Representative Dingell, and Senator Sanders for fighting to move our Medicare for All bill forward. We need fighters in Congress. So let's give them a big round of applause. It's no secret that as we're here in DC, we are here at a very particular time in our country's history. It's a moment where, can you hear me? Oh, okay. Okay, is that better? All right. As I said, it's no secret that we're here in DC at a very particular time in our country's history. And it's a moment where we all must step up. The current administration and their billionaire buddies are trying to pile endless cuts and attacks on public services, Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, and they've even tried to strip away the protected union rights of federal workers, including 15,000 of our VA nurses. They hope that we'll get stuck fighting just to save protections we've already won and be too demoralized to move forward. Well, guess what? You're looking at it. Registered nurses and our allies don't step back. We step up. Let me hear you say that. We step up. During pandemics, what do? We step up. During climate emergencies, what do? We step up. And yes, during authoritarian regimes, what do? We step up. As patient advocates, nurses, no, it is our duty to fight for a system that prioritizes people over profits. So even through the deadliest years of COVID, when we didn't have a moment's rest, nurses have never stopped fighting for Medicare for all, and we never will. Our immoral healthcare system already leaves patients suffering on the best of times. So when we're in the worst of times, we fight harder. For too long, our patients have suffered and died in this profit-driven system, while care corporations have lined their pockets. Shame. In 2025, we are more than tired of billionaires profiting from the suffering of working people. When federal workers endure mass firings, they are also losing their healthcare coverage for themselves and their families. So again, this moment of crisis, and it is a crisis, only underscores the need for deep systemic change with Medicare for all. We will not give the billionaires the satisfaction of creating division, inaction in our grassroots movement. We're stepping up for the good of the many, not the profits of the few. We're stepping up for Medicare for all. And when we fight, we win. Again, let me hear you. When we fight, we win. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Our next speaker is Dr. Sanjeev Sriram, who's a pediatrician and board member of Physicians for a National Health Program. Dr.
Good morning. My name's Sanjeev Sriram. I'm a pediatrician in Maryland and a board member for Physicians for a National Health Program. When I told my friends and family that I was coming here, a lot of them asked the question, is Medicare for all realistic? Like, I know the healthcare system sucks, but is Medicare for all realistic? So let's dig into that. All right. I was born in Bath County, Virginia. All right. My mom gave birth to me at a very small, tiny, rural community hospital where she could not have been born had she been born in the United States. What changed between the time my mom was born and the time she had me? The majority of American hospitals were segregated at the time that Medicare was getting passed. Medicare came and said, we have got to stop segregation in hospitals. But let's be clear, that's not because a bunch of politicians woke up feeling kind and generous. No, that is because we, the people, demanded better. We demanded integrated health care. Everyday people, patients, families, doctors, nurses, got together and said, we will not accept the unacceptable. Business as usual is not realistic. We demanded better. Medicare for all is as realistic as we are willing to demand better. Now, to do this, we're going to have to overcome some really, really tough divides. Because right now we've got the Trump regime, we've got corporate greed machines trying to divide us, manipulate us, get us into thinking about who is deserving, who is undeserving of healthcare, who is worthy, who is unworthy of healthcare. And the truth of the matter is healthcare is a human right, regardless of what you earn, regardless of your employment status, no matter what you look like, healthcare is your human right. You live in a blue state, you live in a red state. Healthcare is your human right. Now, as we build Medicare for all, we need to make sure all means all. That's going to require us to understand that women seeking abortions are people, not problems. My transgender patients seeking gender-affirming care are people, not problems. Immigrants seeking any kind of care at all are people, not problems. All means all. Because after all, if healthcare is not a human right for all of us, it is not a healthcare right for any of us. All must mean all. At Physicians for a National Health Program, we are eager to fight for our patients. We will fight the insurance companies. We will fight Big Pharma. We will fight the deceitful lobbyists. Together, we can overcome our obstacles. We can make healthcare a human right for every single person in this country, regardless of what they earn, where they live, who they love, what they look like. Let's do this.
Thank you, Doctor. Rachel Fox is a medical student and member of Students for a National Health Plan. Rachel?
Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Fox. I'm a medical student and a health equity scholar at the VCU School of Medicine. I'm also the founder and president of VCU's chapter of Students for a National Health Program, the student branch of Physicians for a National Health Program. Before medical school, I worked in health policy on Medicaid expansion and financing, so I've seen our healthcare system from a few different angles, which has only reinforced to me the necessity of a single-payer system like Medicare for all. While the widespread American mythology says that private insurance is somehow more efficient than public, I've witnessed time and again how untrue that is. I currently have a patient who is medically cleared for discharge but has been sitting in the hospital for 2 weeks, only because their insurance company is refusing to pay for their medically necessary inpatient rehab program. Shame. Meanwhile, that company spends 6 times as much of its budget on overhead costs as Medicare does, which maintains just 2% operating costs. So why are we wasting time and resources on this nonsense? I don't want to be a doctor to boost shareholder value for United Healthcare. I don't want my future career to be in a health system where I have to consider the whims of a profit-seeking insurance company in my clinical decision-making. Right. I don't want our increasingly corporate and consolidated health system to push even more rural hospitals out of business and strand rural communities like my hometown an hour away from the nearest hospital. I definitely don't want to be a patient in our current health system where no one my age has a primary care physician because it is impossible to find a provider who is nearby, who takes your insurance, and who can see you in a timely manner, even in the Virginia state capital where I live. Our current health system benefits nobody but the private companies it was designed to benefit. We can't afford to keep paying private insurance companies to rip us off, and single-payer healthcare is the only viable long-term solution to our current healthcare crisis. Thank you. In the wealthiest, most powerful country in the world, healthcare should be for everyone, and Medicare for all is the way to get there. Thank you all so much for your time and for your hard work fighting for what's right.
Our next speaker is Frankie Clark, who is a Medicaid patient. Frankie?
Good evening. Good evening. I'm here today. I am here from Charlotte, North Carolina, and I'm here on behalf of North Carolina Action, NC. I'm part of the Senior Warriors Network, and I'm here because of these guys. Popular democracy, all the above. I'm here. I am a patient. I'm the one they're talking about. I am what they're talking about. I am 80 years old. Still here fighting. And so I'm fighting the good fight of justice and healthcare for all. I had mentioned that this country is one of the most wealthiest countries of all. I mean, we have money, we're powerful, we're wealthy. And yet, unlike our other countries industrialized nations, civilized nations who have universal health care. So, America, I ask you, are you civilized? Think about that. And so I have health issues, even though I'm 80 and I take care of myself. I have glaucoma, it's an eye disease. And so as such, I have my insurance covers, thank God, dual complete. And so it covers through Social Security. The Medicare covers somewhat. It needs some work. It needs some work. But thank God for it, because I remember before 1965 when Lyndon Johnson signed that bill into office, that Medicare that was part of Social Security. Prior to that time, the emergency room was your primary care. When you were poor and you had decided nobody had no money to go to the doctor, but you went. You went, thank you, ma'am. I know my time's about up. But I'm going to say this right here. You men in the Senate, I beseech you, have compassion and mercy on your fellow servants, those who are suffering. Think about it, could be your time. The tables could be turned. And someone is watching you.
We are continuing to listen in to this rally there in Capitol Hill. Senator Bernie Sanders, along with other Democratic lawmakers and healthcare advocates, talking about Medicare for all. We are going to step away for a brief break, continuing our coverage in just a moment. Stay with us.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. It is Tuesday, April 29th. My name is Carla Lahada, and we have several live events to get to. One in particular that we are going to take as soon as it gets started is another briefing featuring White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. She will be briefing members of the new media. And the topic today, of course, is the fact that President Trump is commemorating his first 100 days in office for his second presidential term. Later on today, the president will be traveling to Michigan to celebrate this. It'll be his first rally since Inauguration Day earlier this year. The president's 100th day in office is a traditional early milestone in which a president's progress is measured against some of these campaign promises. For a full look of everything that we have seen thus far within the Trump administration, let's head to a report from Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively.
Tuesday marks President Donald Trump's first 100 days of his second term, and he's giving himself high marks, especially when it comes to tariffs.
We're going to make our country very rich, very, very rich. It's already happening.
But Democrats have a different take.
It's been 100 days of hell for American families.
Literally every part of this government seems to every day wake up and be focused on how can we destabilize the country.
From starting a trade war aimed at realigning the global economic system, to securing the border, to dismantling entire federal departments, Trump's first 100 days are a sharp departure from business as usual.
President Trump has focused on defeating the Biden inflation crisis, bringing down the cost of living, and making the United States the best place in the world to do business, invest, create jobs, and innovate.
It's Trump's economic policies that could have the largest impact. The Consumer Confidence Index out Tuesday fell for the fifth month in a row to the lowest level in 5 years. Still, administration officials say they're staying the course.
I learned to ignore the survey data and look at the actual data, and the actual data has been quite good. The job data is good. Americans keep spending.
Tuesday night, President Trump plans to mark the 100 days with a rally in Michigan, while Democrats will take to the floor of the Senate, ripping into the start of his second term. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Thank you to Caroline Shively for that report. While we're waiting for this press briefing to get underway, let's head to another live event that we have here in our newsroom. The United Nations Security Council is discussing several of these international conflicts with a special focus during this session on the Middle East.
Immunity. Total immunity. Today, we find ourselves at a critical juncture. And we must ask ourselves, when will our word be translated into action? When will the resolution of this very Security Council be finally enforced? When will international law cease to be a tool selectively applied? When will the dignity, the rights, humanity of the Palestinian people finally be respected? Mr. President, for over 18 months, the people of Palestine, particularly in Gaza, have endured unspeakable horrors, mass killings, mass starvation, mass displacement, and mass destruction. Abandoned and defenseless, the Palestinian people face one of the most ruthless occupying forces in the world. The international community failure to uphold its moral and legal responsibilities have emboldened Israel to normalize and even promote the crime of mass deportation as a strategy. Let us be clear. This is not a war. This is organized, systematic annihilation. Despite the horrific figures well known to everyone, some still refuse to see the reality and to condemn the indiscriminate attacks on the Palestinian people. The reality is blatantly reflected in reports from the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, which confirm that 36 recent Israeli attacks, all those killed were women and children. Yes, all of them. This pattern points to either indiscriminate bombing or the deliberate targeting of civilians. What justification can possibly explain these atrocities? What new narrative will the Israeli occupying power spin? That every tent bombed was a Hamas center for command? A Hamas center for command? That every child buried alive was a threat? The deliberate targeting of Palestinian civilians under the direction of the highest political and military Israeli authorities is evident. It is well documented. This is not collateral damage. It is a policy. These are war crimes. These are crimes against humanity, and they necessitate accountability and justice. Mr. President, international humanitarian organizations confirm that Gaza is experiencing now the worst humanitarian catastrophe since October 2023. This is one of the worst humanitarian failures of our generation, of the international community. Every single person in Gaza is now relying on humanitarian aid to survive. And that lifeline has been completely cut off since a blockade of all aid supplies was imposed by the Israeli authorities for almost 2 months. The World Food Programme has declared that its food stocks in Gaza are now fully exhausted. But the Israeli Minister of Defense shamelessly declared that, and I quote, blocking humanitarian aid is an intentional tactics, one of the Israel's pressure tools on Hamas. What kind of world are we living in when the use of starvation as weapon of war is publicly promoted, publicly assumed, and they suffer no consequences? Israeli occupying forces are not fighting a war. They are trying to erase people. We, in the Security Council, we should impose an immediate ceasefire before it is too late. Mr. President, situation in West Bank is not less alarming. Settlement expansion continues at a record pace.
We're listening here to the United Nations Security Council discussing Middle Eastern conflicts, but we're also seeing that White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, she is stepping up here. Let's listen.
New media. Trust in the mass media has fallen to record lows. Tens of millions of Americans are turning elsewhere to get their news and their information. That's why we've welcomed in openly independent journalists, podcasters, social media influencers, content creators, and we will continue to do so. President Trump and our White House also believe strongly in the First Amendment, which is why our team has restored the press passes of hundreds of journalists whose passes were wrongly revoked by the Biden administration. So thank you all so much for coming today, for your interest in covering the historic achievements of President Trump's first 100 days. And today officially marks 100 days of promises made and kept by President Trump. Our primary focus is how President Trump is in the process of rebuilding the world's greatest economy, just like he did in his first term. President Trump has created 345,000 jobs since taking office in January. Last month's job report, we saw 100,000 more jobs than economists predicted. It was the fourth highest month for private payroll growth in the past 2 years. 9,000 manufacturing jobs have been created and added to the economy already since January, and that's in comparison to the 6,000 manufacturing jobs that were lost per month in the final 2 years of the Biden administration. So each month we were losing 6,000 manufacturing jobs under President Trump. In just 100 days, we've added 9,000. The U.S. unemployment rate remains at historic lows. The labor force participation rate for those without a high school diploma is up. Good news for working class American families. And the veteran unemployment rate is down as well to 3.8% in March. When we came into office, it was 4.2%. Remote work among federal employees has fallen over 16 percentage points from March last year to March this year, showcasing the success of President Trump's initiative to bring federal workers back to the office. We know middle-class Americans, hardworking people, they have to show up to the office every day. We expect bureaucrats and government workers to do the same, especially when they are living off of the taxpayer's dime. If you want to work on behalf of the American taxpayer, you should show up to work in person. Thanks to President Trump, Americans are seeing the first price relief in years. The last inflation report showed the first consumer price decline in years, a decrease in energy prices, and real average hourly wage growth. President Trump is delivering on his promises to lower costs for American families and businesses. Prescription drug prices are down. Last month's drop in prescription drugs prices was the largest ever recorded. And thanks to President Trump ending Joe Biden's reckless war on American energy, gasoline prices and energy prices are down as well. The cost of wholesale eggs has decreased more than 50%. The President Trump inherited a complete mess from the Biden administration, who totally botched their response to the bird flu. They were killing chickens. They were killing our chicken supply in this country, which led to an increase in egg prices. And the president and Secretary Rollins did an incredible job attacking that on day one. On the deregulation front, President Trump is launching the largest deregulation campaign in American history. He has blocked all of the unfinalized Biden-era rules, which has saved us more than $180 billion already. He's launched a bold multi-agency effort to roll back existing federal regulations that drive up the cost of living on hardworking families. That has yielded more than $755 billion in total savings as well. And as you all know, investments from companies around the world continue to pour into this country. Every morning we wake up to a new headline with a new company from a different country announcing major investments in our country. What does that mean for people in your communities across the nation? It means jobs. It means Americans going to work. It means Americans providing for their families, for their children, living the American dream. And that's what those investments will do. It's truly the golden age of America. And that's why the president is working so hard to leverage good trade deals around the world. He knows America is the best place in the world to do business. He is using our leverage to negotiate good deals with countries around the world, to onshore manufacturing jobs here, to revitalize our middle class and our manufacturing industry, and also to protect our national security. I don't think any American agrees it's good that China currently supplies and produces our chips, our pharmaceuticals, and our critical industries. We want those things built in the United States of America. And President Trump is the first president in modern times to actually do something about that. So with that said, today is 100 days. There have been so many achievements, not just on the economic front, and the president continues to work very hard on tax cuts as well. And on negotiating those trade deals, but look at the success at the southern border, which we talked a lot about yesterday with our border czar, Tom Homan, Secretary Kristi Noem, Stephen Miller here at the White House, all of whom are doing a tremendous job and have created, at the president's direction, the most secure border in American history. We have a mass deportation campaign of illegal aliens underway. We are removing heinous criminals from your communities across the country. Every single day, we are making America safe again. And if you look abroad on the world stage, the president is really using his peace through strength foreign policy approach once again. To the rest of the world knows that America is back. I know Joe Biden used to say that, but we're stealing it from him because it's actually true now. With President Trump in the Oval Office, the world is a safer place and will continue to be. So thanks for coming to the Influencer Briefing. I look forward to taking your questions. And Deborah, why don't you kick us off?
On 100 incredible days. And over the first 100 days, the majority of policies that we've seen from the Trump administration have been either targeted at foreign affairs, such as bringing the American hostages home or attempting to end the war between Ukraine and Russia, or on long-term goals such as cutting government spending with DOGE. What policies can we expect to see rolled out over the next few months that Americans will directly feel the effects of in order to secure the 2026 midterms for the Republican Party and keep his approval rating historically high?
Yeah, the first answer that comes to mind, Deborah, is definitely tax cuts. The president is working closely with Congress as we speak. He met with leadership from both chambers. The administration met with leadership from both chambers yesterday to talk about how we can quickly pass the largest tax cuts in American history. And the president promised on the campaign trail he wanted no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security for our hardworking seniors, no tax on overtime pay. He intends to keep those promises, and he needs Congress's help to do so. That's why he's working closely with them. But you look at, again, I talked about the leverage the president uses to negotiate good trade deals around the world, but he uses that leverage right here in Washington as well on Capitol Hill. He has great relationships with leaders on both chambers, and we are confident that we can pass a massive tax bill, which will directly lead to more money in people's pockets right away. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so the president has really wanted to end the war in Ukraine for a long time now and has been working on that in the first 100 days. We've seen President Zelensky come here, as well as the president meeting with President Zelensky just in the last couple of days. I'm wondering where those talks stand and if the president is optimistic that conflict is going to wrap up shortly.
The president is optimistic yet realistic about the incredibly complicated and unfortunate situation happening with Ukraine and Russia. First of all, this is Biden's war. It would have never started if President Trump were in office. There is a reason that Putin did not invade Ukraine when President Trump was in the Oval Office, and it's because, again, President Trump leveraged the power of the United States to warn Putin not to do it. And the president has spoken about that in those direct warnings to the Kremlin that he gave in his first term. Then we had a mentally incompetent president in Joe Biden who didn't even know what day it is, never mind knew how to prevent war. And the entire world took advantage of that and took advantage of America's lackluster leadership abroad. And so we've had this terrible war. The president talks about it all the time. He's briefed on it constantly. There are men dying on the front lines of this. An entire generation is being wiped out, and enough is enough. The president has made it very clear he wants to see this end at the negotiating table. not on the battlefield. He has spoken directly to both sides of this war. He most recently met with President Zelensky at the Vatican when he attended the funeral of Pope Francis. And he remains optimistic that both sides will come together to negotiate peace. There are a lot of complexities on both sides of this war, but so he's realistic about that, but he is optimistic that we are moving in the right direction. And if you just take a step back and look at where we are now, where you have concessions from both sides publicly, where you have ceasefire proposals from both sides. President's made it clear he wants a permanent ceasefire first, but you actually have the United States talking to Russia. You have the United States talking to the Ukrainians on a daily basis, communicating with both sides. Look at that compared to where we were when we came into office, where neither side was talking. There was just one approach to ending this war. No one was really talking about a peace deal. We were just talking about continuing to send blank checks to continue funding the fighting and the killing. This war has been a meat grinder. Young men are dying. Women and children are dying as a collateral result of the military conflict, and the president wants to see it end as quickly and soon as possible. And I can tell you, watching firsthand, he has exuded a tremendous amount of effort into this war. He's getting frustrated with the amount of effort this has taken, and he's made that clear to both sides. But he remains optimistic that we can get this done. Brendan.
I was wondering if you'd indulge me in a quick round of Trump trolling or Trump truthing.
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, good.
Love it.
Rapid fire. Greenland joining America.
Definitely Trump truthing.
Canada becoming a 51st state.
Trump truthing all the way. And the Canadians would benefit greatly, let me tell you that.
Eliminating the IRS?
I think that is an optimistic goal, and the president, so I would say we're on the side of truthing there for sure. And the president, again, wants to see tax cuts, and he wants to see this massive revenue that we can gain from tariffs as well, which will create the external revenue service. So that's a definitive goal for sure.
And most importantly, Trump 2028.
Trump trolling, although the hats are flying off the shelves. Yes. Link, go ahead.
So one thing I've noticed in the first 100 days is that the White House is crawling with kids. You have a young, beautiful baby boy. There are babies everywhere. There's so many young folks on staff who have kids. But the last 4 years under Joe Biden, parents were really stressed and ravaged. They had to take on 2 or 3 extra jobs. Depression rates were up. Suicide rates were up. You're a very high-profile young mother who seems to juggle and balance it all beautifully. What advice do you have young parents out there who are starting their careers, having kids, building families, and trying to find that balance so desperately?
Yeah, well, it's a great question. And first, to the heart of your premise, it's true. The president has empowered not just me as a young mother in this role, but there are so many new moms and dads on our senior staff in the West Wing, but also across the entire administration. There are working moms and dads who are owing our country public service for President Trump while raising young families. And the president really empowers us to do that. And I commend him for that. He doesn't get enough credit for it. But as for the president is implementing policies every day to uplift young families and young people. He talked so much about young people and talked directly to young people so much on the campaign trail. It really, I think, inspires him when he is around young people and a young audience. And he wants to restore the American dream for the next generation, not just our generation of young folks, but our children and our grandchildren. What does that look like? Home ownership, the ability to afford a home, to live, to have a good paying job. That's part of this effort to onshore jobs, because you have an entire generation going to these incredibly expensive and liberal higher education universities coming out saddled with debt and then unable to get a good paying job. The president wants to put an end to that, and so that young people can provide for their families and truly live the American dream. So to young people around the country, the president hears you, he sees you, he loves you, and he wants to uplift you. And all of the policies he's implementing every day are to provide a more prosperous and safe and free America for future generations. You're welcome. Sure.
Nice to meet you,
Hi,
Caroline.
you
Thank
too.
you so much for the time.
Sure.
Taking off of Link's question about young people, one of the most pressing challenges for Gen Z right now is the lack of home ownership. As of 2025, I believe the median age is 38 years old of first-time home buyers, which is, a hindrance to starting families for a lot of people. How does the Trump administration plan on tackling this in the next 4 years?
It's a major issue, as you mentioned, that's directly impacting young people and young families. And the president is, I think, tackling it head on already. The reason that homes have become so unaffordable is because of the massive inflation crisis caused by the previous administration. Not just the cost of a home, but everything that goes into building a new home went up and through the roof, right? We also saw mortgage rates reach incredible highs under the previous administration. So a few things. The president wants to bring down the cost of living, which he is already doing, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, which will increase our supply of homes across the country. But he also wants to bring down mortgage rates and interest rates to make it easier for young people and all people to borrow money, to take out those loans, to buy your first home. And so we got to increase the supply, bring down costs, and bring down interest rates and mortgage rates. And by the way, those are all things the president successfully did in his first term. When he left office, inflation was a record low, 1.4%. Interest rates, mortgage rates also hit record lows in his first term. So this is a proven economic formula that works. It takes time to get there. We are in the process of the golden age. The president and the admin are slashing regulation every day, cutting red tape, cutting costs, and we need, again, Congress to pass those tax cuts to put more money back in people's pockets so they have greater purchasing power as well. You're welcome. Sure.
Teresa Nwuka with Independent Women and WMAL.
Oh, great.
We love working with the administration to really tout policies that work for families and work for small businesses in this country. Next week is Small Business Week, and I know that the SBA will be, championing all the small businesses, the millions in this country, almost half of which are women-owned. But I'd love to find out what the president feels about independent contractors who are not typical W-2 employees, not 9-to-5 workers, but who hang their own shingle. They're 1099 workers. We saw the Biden administration really try to crack down on that small business entrepreneurial spirit, and we're hopeful that the administration would overturn what the Biden administration did and maybe even work with Congress to pass some lasting changes, codify some lasting changes that would protect, your ability to be self-employed, your ability to be a small business owner.
Well, the president is a businessman at heart himself, right? He's a real estate developer, and I think that's a large reason the American people elected him the first time and the second time, because they trust in him. And small businesses are the backbone of our American economy. I come from a small business family myself, and the president knows what small business families need and independent contractors need, entrepreneurs need. You need less government in the way. You need less regulation. You need low energy costs, low taxes, a low cost of living, a low cost of goods. And that's exactly what the president is focused on doing, while simultaneously effectively leveraging tariffs to protect our middle class and our working class and our manufacturing base. You look at our auto industry, think about Michigan. It used to be the heartland of the auto industry of the world. It was the auto capital of the world. And unfortunately, so many of those jobs have gone overseas. And so the president wants to protect good paying jobs here at home and unleash the might of our economy for small business owners. And that includes removing red tape and cutting taxes. And as for independent contractors and what the president would hope to do with Congress, we'll definitely check back in on that and get you an answer, because it's an important question. You're welcome. Sure.
Hi, Will from the National Pulse. You kind of gave us an overview of negotiations between Ukraine and Russia 100 days in. What would the next steps look like, though, if we don't reach an agreement by, say, this summer? And also, can you give us an update on the rare earth minerals deal with Ukraine? And is there any kind of response from the administration to Greenlandic Foreign Minister Vivian Motzfeldt, some of her comments about maybe seeking aid with China?
Sure. To your first question about the critical minerals deal, the president is confident that will be signed. Ukraine needs to sign it. They should sign it. It's not just good for the United States to recoup the billions of tax dollars we've spent and onshore some of those critical minerals, but certainly it's good for the Ukrainian people when this war is over to rebuild their country. It's an economic partnership between the United States and Ukraine. That's what the president envisions, and he wants Ukraine to sign that deal. He's confident that they will. As for what it would look like later down the road. I don't want to get ahead of the president, obviously, but again, I will reiterate, he's increasingly grown frustrated in the amount of time our Secretary of State recently said, there's not much more time or effort the United States has to give to this effort. And so we need both sides to come to the table to negotiate. As for Greenland, I hadn't seen those comments. If true, I'm sure they are. Certainly an interesting strategy to cozy up to communist China. Greenland needs the United States of America. We subsidize their national security and their defense. And the president has rightfully pointed out the great strategic importance that Greenland serves for not just our national security and economic interests, but for our country and for the world as a whole. And we can't allow Chinese or Russian influence to continue to infiltrate places like Greenland or the Panama Canal, I may add. Into the back.
Can you talk about the importance of a stock market all-time high, specifically in relation to the midterms? And it seems like a lot of folks, when Trump was elected, they thought that stock market goes up. He really cares about that. He uses it as a measurement of the economy. It's gone down, but it's still up, over the last 12 months or so. So how much of that is playing into some of the economic policy decisions?
I think the president has spoken on this. He said the stock market gets yippee, but he doesn't get yippee. He trusts in his economic agenda and formula, obviously. And, Wall Street made out very well in President Trump's first term. President Trump also wants to look out for Main Street and do what's best for both. So I think the president right now, his main focus, what drives him to make decisions is what's best for the working class Americans, for the American worker, for the small business owner, for American families. And he's trying to correct the wrongs of the last several decades, not just the last 4 years with the economic and inflation nightmare caused by the Biden administration, but of the unfair trade practices that have ripped off our country for a very long time. So look, the stock market goes up, it goes down, but President Trump has a goal, he has a vision, and he's remaining very much committed to that. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining today. We're heading off to Michigan tonight for a big rally, so I am sure we'll see all of your amazing creative content on social media later. It's going to be a great speech, and maybe you'll get a Trump dance too. So thank you so much for coming today. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Listening there to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt addressing members of the new media, similarly to what we saw just yesterday, holding that briefing for that overflow of journalists that also ask questions. Earlier today, we did showcase a full White House press briefing, and then the press secretary just teasing ahead to tonight at 6 p.m. We are expecting President Trump to hold a rally in Michigan to commemorate 100 days in office for his second presidential term. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're heading over to Texas for this next live event as we're seeing that Harris County is now suing the Trump administration over these federal workforce cuts.
Only creating chaos, unpredictability, loss of institutional knowledge, and a loss of services. Very specifically, people could see longer wait times to access Social Security benefits they've earned if these cuts move forward. There are planned cuts to Social Security. People sometimes think of Social Security as a giveaway, something for other people. But remember, we all pay into it. We work hard, pay into Social Security all our lives so that we can depend on it if we need to. These cuts to Social Security would make it very difficult for our seniors, for those in our community, to be able to properly receive the benefits they need, because there needs to be systems in order to distribute those funds, to properly vet people, etc. Veterans. So many veterans who deserve all the respect in the world, they could face more delays getting health care at one of the largest VA hospitals in the country, right here in Harris County, and already veteran services are stretched too thin. Emergency response. I'm the director of emergency management. Hurricane season is right around the corner, and we had 3 federally declared disasters just last year. I'll tell you from experience, when we had those federally declared disasters, it was a blessing to have FEMA come in as quickly as they could and provide aid in situations that went beyond what we could possibly do at the local level. Even then, they were stretched thin. Now, with planned cuts to FEMA, it's going to be even harder to recover if and when we face another major disaster. And here's another key part about emergency response. It's all about experience, institutional knowledge, the ability to work together. The indiscriminate nature of these firings mean that we're losing people that are part of that infrastructure, that basic level of communication and institutional knowledge that we need to operate in times of emergency or emergency recovery. Clean air and water protections could weaken. Critical research to develop innovations for HIV, cancer, Alzheimer's could also be reduced and is at risk. So they're looking at cutting EPA workforce by 65%, Environmental Protection Agency. I believe as a free country, as somebody came to this country looking for freedom, we deserve the freedom to breathe that clean air. We can only do that if we have these specialist professionals enforcing the Clean Air Act and other legislations. If we're talking about agency layoffs when it comes to Social Security, seniors who've raised families, who've strengthened neighborhoods, who've laid the foundations for the communities we all love, are looking to not receive adequate benefits. And in terms of balancing the budget, a way to better balance our federal budget and reduce federal deficit spending would be to stop giving tax breaks to billionaires. You don't balance the budget by breaking promises to the people who built this country, specifically on Social Security, Medicaid, and other related services. So let me just end there. Let me repeat in Spanish. And I want to thank again our county attorney, his team, and the various organizations that are partnering with us in this. This is a very serious and important lawsuit. We are asking for these cuts not to happen, and we are doing that because we want to be able to continue providing life-saving and necessary services to the people of Harris County, and to you who pay for these services. Buenos días, quiero agradecerle al fiscal del condado, Menifee, y también a su equipo, el abogado del condado, que han trabajado tanto por presentar esta demanda, la cual nos ayudará a...
We're listening here to Harris County Judge Lina Hidalgo. She's just briefly repeating her opening remarks there in Spanish. But this is concerning the fact that this Texas county has joined a number of local entities, unions, and other groups in filing a lawsuit challenging the Trump administration and what they're calling an unlawful reorganization of the federal government, which will lead to mass layoffs across the federal agencies. Harris County attorney there, along with the county judge, speaking on this lawsuit that challenges the administration's efforts to reorganize the federal government and lay off those federal workers. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break. We'll continue with more from this press conference when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you for joining us. We just got this live image into our newsroom here. This is coming out of Los Angeles County. Limited information at this time, but apparently this is a rally being held by about 55,000 LA County workers starting a 3-day strike. This comes as today we are commemorating the fact that President Trump did complete his first 100 days during this second presidential term. Later on today, we are expecting several more of those events. But we do like to show you all of these live looks as soon as we get them into our newsroom. And this one coming out of Los Angeles. Let's continue on and head over to Texas with a press conference that we were showcasing just before that last commercial break. We're listening in as Harris County Judge Lina Hidalgo. She is briefing members of the media here to discuss a lawsuit that has been brought forth by the county against the Trump administration.
De FEMA, de la Organización de Manejo de Emergencia Nacional, y nos ofrecieron ayuda a las comunidades tan impactadas que una aseguranza, ahorros no son suficientes. En el momento dependimos tanto de esa ayuda, agradecimos mucho el apoyo, pero nos dimos cuenta que aún el año pasado la agencia no tenía suficiente capacidad para apoyarnos. Imagínense ahora que corten los trabajos, los expertos en esa agencia. Otro punto, la experiencia. En cuanto a manejo de emergencias, se requiere esa experiencia, esas relaciones para poder trabajar de una manera eficaz en momentos donde hay caos, en momentos donde no hay tiempo para ver quién hace qué cosa. No podemos despedir a la gente al azar solamente para decir que estamos ahorrando dinero. ¿Cómo ahorrar fondos?
So as you can see, she is still making her remarks in Spanish. So we're going to slide away from this for a little bit. We'll come back to it if those remarks do continue on in English. Let's get to another one of these top stories that we were following just last night. Elections were held over in Canada. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney winning that election. A full breakdown of everything we need to know, courtesy of Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan.
States. A relationship based on steadily increasing integration is over.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's Liberal Party has won Canada's elections. The results are a stunning turn of events. Just a few months ago, it looked like the Conservatives would be coming back into power for the first time in a decade. But President Trump introduced tariffs with Canada and suggested the country could become America's 51st state, outraging many voters.
I think Canadians coming together from, all the shade being thrown from the states is great, but it's definitely created some turmoil.
In a victory speech before supporters in Ottawa, Carney stressed the importance of Canadian unity in the face of the threats coming from Washington.
President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never, ever happen.
Carney and Trump spoke on a call back in March. The Prime Minister said last week that the President talked again about Canada becoming the 51st state during that call. But going forward, Carney says he will set a different tone.
When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations.
The final results are close enough that the Liberals may end up having to share power with another party. In Montreal, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Thank you to Steve Harrigan. Just moments ago, we also did see the British Columbia Premier David Eby. He was speaking also to the media there, holding a news conference after those elections. Let's take a look.
Information that indicates that this individual was being supervised by a care team that was compliant with treatment. For me, that leads to a whole array of additional questions. I'm sure it's the same for all British Columbians. At this stage, we've encouraged Coastal Health to release all the information that they can under our provincial privacy laws, to share all the information that they have with police to advance the investigation criminally. And I just want to assure British Columbians that if the criminal process is not able to surface these issues and answer these questions that we have, that we will call a full public inquiry to ensure that those answers are delivered.
Back to Alec. And just piggybacking off of one of Katie's questions, in terms of, the potential for the collapse of the NDP at the federal level, in terms of, the increasing polarization in the country, we've seen what happens with that when it comes to the United States. Are you worried that something similar is happening here?
Well, all I can say is that from what I know of British Columbians, and from what I'm hearing from them, is that they have never been more unified. They've never felt more proud to be Canadian, to stand up for this country. They've never felt more committed to strengthen our ties with other provinces and territories through trade, through pride of shared patriotism. And I sincerely hope that that continues, because it is the only thing that will get us through this challenge that we face from a much bigger neighbor just south of the border. If we're not sticking together, then we're going to get eaten for lunch. And so I see that strength in our unity. I'm proud of the unity I've seen across the country. And my expectation is for all the new MPs, for all the re-elected MPs, for the Prime Minister, for all the premiers, for all the people in the country to be standing together for our country. And that's happily what we've seen so far.
Wolf Deppner, Canadian Press.
Yeah, good morning, Premier. Premier, you've ruled yourself out of taking Jagmeet Singh's job. Do you have any preferences right now for who should take the job, and who might want to? What sort of issues might that person want to emphasize to get the party back to its previous status? Thank you.
Yeah, I think whoever takes on the role of the federal party is going to need to engage with Canadians and ensure that we're connected with the priorities of Canadians across the country. It'll be a massive job. But I'm sure there's someone out there that has the willingness and the ability to take it on. It's critically important that the NDP has a strong presence nationally to be able to advance conversations that are critically important for Canadians. The NDP has never formed majority government at the federal level, but they have always been the voice of the conscience of Canada. And my hope is that a leader emerges that enables, at the very least, that important tradition to continue.
Follow-up from Wolf.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't hear your personal preference, but what sort of a profile should this person bring to the job? Thank you.
I think that it's going to be a challenging job for the next leader of the NDP, and the work is going to have to start at the grassroots across Canada. And I wish that person the best of luck, but they're going to have a commitment to listening and being humble and being willing to examine assumptions in order to ensure that the party meets the needs of Canadians. And I'll certainly be happy to support that person in doing that critically important work.
Leslie, Times columnist.
Well, thanks. Premier, the NDP specifically in BC last night got hammered even worse than everywhere else, 13 down to 3 seats. The leader with a BC seat lost his job, and you lost 9 seats last fall and won by a whisker. I'm just wondering what's going on with your party specifically in BC?
Well, I'm certainly understanding of the fact that we received a message from voters last election to be laser focused on their priorities and to deliver in ways that they can experience in community on what they are concerned about. And I'm pleased to say that we're making traction on those issues. Rents have gone down for the last 8 months in the province of BC. We have hundreds of thousands more British Columbians connected to family doctors. We've opened our first secure beds within a prison to support people struggling with serious mental health, addiction, and brain injury issues, which will assist us with safety in communities and on the streets, the first of many more to come. We're going to continue that work. And I think the only way that we'll be returned to government is if we're able to demonstrate continued focus on the priorities of British Columbians, which include growing our economy and ensuring strong jobs despite the threat and the tariff war started by the President of the United States.
Follow-up from Les.
The indications are at the end of the day on the Lapu-Lapu atrocity, not criminally responsible looks like a very conceivable verdict at the end of the day. What would trigger a decision on whether the criminal justice system has arrived at enough conclusions to satisfy you? What will trigger your move to call an inquiry after the whole criminal process is over, to God knows when, 2 years from now?
Well, I think British Columbians want answers about the contacts this individual had with the mental health system, what services were delivered, what decisions were made in relation to how he presented information that was given to them, on and on. There are many questions. The criminal justice process is not dedicated to those questions. I think it more likely than not that we'll be going to full public inquiry. I would like to do it today, but we are restricted in doing that because there's a significant risk of compromising the criminal investigation and prosecution. I think this individual is a mass murderer. I think he should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. There are lots of people who struggle with mental health issues in our province. This man made the decision to run down children and seniors at a celebration in the community. I'll leave the ultimate decision to the courts, but that's my opinion. And I am committed to ensuring that British Columbians get the answers that they need and that we have a mental health system in the province that keeps people safe who are struggling, but also the broader community safe as well.
Andrew McLeod, the Tyee.
Yeah, hi, Premier. You mentioned that you are appointing a commission, hoping to have recommendations by June. Could you give a little more detail? Like, do you have commissioners in mind? Do you have a commissioner? How big will it be? Who will be represented on it? That kind of thing.
Thanks, Andrew. Under the Public Inquiry Act, we can appoint a commission to collect information, do interviews, and act very quickly in order to deliver independent information to British Columbians. I think in a matter as urgent as decisions being made about summer events by organizers, timeliness is a critical piece here. I do have a commissioner in mind. We're engaging with that person. I hope to be able to share a name with you shortly so that the commissioner can get to work right away. The goal here is to collect best practice information, to put it into a form that cities, both big and small in the province, can understand and be able to be used by organizers and municipalities alike, districts, in ensuring safety at community events through the summer.
We're going to take the last question and follow up from the phone line. We have Justine Hunter, Globe and Mail.
Hi, thank you so much. Adam Lowe, as somebody mentioned, was under supervision. Second time he'd been forced to spend time in hospital. He'd also had police interactions just days before the attack, and I'm wondering your thoughts on how the Mental Health Act performed in this case.
Well, I won't speculate, Justine. Vancouver Coastal Health has released some information that they feel they can release under our privacy laws and without compromising the police investigation. This is exactly the question that British Columbians have, that I have, and that needs to be examined. If this information isn't surfaced during the criminal process, then we will move to a public inquiry to ensure British Columbians get the answers that they need.
Justine, for last follow-up.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, sorry, I just lost my train of thought here because I had some emails coming in. That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks so much for joining, everyone, and have a great day.
Okay, thanks, everybody.
So you just heard there from the British Columbia Premier David Eby talking a little bit about that attack that happened at a Filipino community festival over in Vancouver, but also detailing and discussing the Canadian elections. The election for Prime Minister held just last night. Here on your screen, we do have a post from Mark Carney, who is the Prime Minister now, saying, "Thank you, Canada. Our strength lies in our resolve to work together. United, we will build Canada strong." We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Our next live event take us over to New York and Brooklyn, specifically here, as a bodega union is holding a rally after a robbery occurred in which the robbers actually impersonated police officers. Let's take a look.
Para cualquier persona que nos pueda decir quiénes son estos policías falsos, estos policías mentirosos, ladrones, y no se sientan como unas ratas, ustedes saben quién es, porque las ratas son ellos. que vienen aquí a hacernos daño. Any other questions?
Mateo, estuvo temprano aquí el vicealcalde de Seguridad Pública, Cass. Estuvo aquí temprano. También hablamos con hay concejales que dicen que esto está detenido, pero que sí están haciendo algo, que se están reuniendo con ustedes. ¿Eso es verdad o es mentira? Porque veo que no...
Nadie se ha reunido con nosotros. Nadie. Nadie ha venido donde nosotros a decirnos que están haciendo algo. Hubo un concejal que se metió en una conferencia de prensa de nosotros.
So we're listening here. The rally does seem to be ending. Perhaps they're answering some questions from some of the reporters that are there on the scene. This is courtesy of a look that we're getting from our partners at Fox 5 in New York. But I want to bring a little bit more context as to this entire situation. Taking a look here at the surveillance footage. So apparently, from what we're hearing with these several reports, you can see there the robbers holding a man down. They have NYPD police jackets, and viewer discretion advised always with this footage. But we were just listening to the United Bodegas of America. That's a union that was speaking out after this crime, which they're calling disturbing. You can see this group of robbers wearing those fake jackets. It was a scary scene for everyone that was inside of that bodega. And that rally sounding off with that call to New York's Governor Kathy Hochul to bolster security at several of these establishments that are really all over New York City. This specific one was in Brooklyn, but this surveillance video captured at the Marcus Garvey and Willoughby Avenue store. You can see the entire crime there taking place. Fortunately, no one was injured in this incident. The impersonators made off with a bag. It's unclear what was inside. Police are still continuing to search for all 4 of the suspects that were involved, and the United Bodegas of America offering a reward of $5,000 for information leading to the arrests of these suspects. We're going to step away for another quick commercial break. Much more of your top stories when we come back. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us here at Live Now from Fox throughout this Tuesday. A Live Now look out there at the White House. Later on today, a reminder that we are expecting for President Trump to hold a rally in Michigan to mark his first 100 days in office. We will carry it for you live when that does get started. It's scheduled right now for about 6 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 3 p.m. Pacific. We also have a live now look inside of the Capitol building. This is what they call a stakeout camera. So a microphone has been set up. It's possible that we'll be hearing from some senators coming up shortly. So we're also monitoring this live feed for any of those remarks. In the meantime, we're going international for this next live picture that we're getting in here. The European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, she may have just stepped off from the podium, but this is an event happening, the European People's Party in Valencia. Let's just bring up the audio for a little bit and listen in.
After the awards, thank you very much, Mr. von der Leyen, Ms. von der Leyen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and my pleasure to welcome the President of the European Parliament. Her leadership, her vision, and her dedication are truly inspiring. So please, let's welcome with a big round of applause, but louder than me, Miss Roberta Metsola.
Buenas tardes. Querido Alberto.
Good afternoon. Dear Alberto, before starting, I would like to thank you for your courage, for your friendship, and for your leadership. Thank you very much for receiving us here in this beautiful city of Valencia. I was in Spain when the terrible floods back in October took place, and even though I've returned to your country since then, it really is a very special moment for me to be here today and to be able to express my solidarity in person. Thank you to our colleagues from the Partido Popular, to my great friend Dolores, and to Esteban, Manfred, and all of those who have dedicated their time, their efforts to the organization of this year's Congress.
To all the EPP team for bringing us here today. Now, dear friends, listening to Friedrich Merz just now, I was taken back to my first EPP Congress in Berlin in 2001. I was a student then, campaigning for my country to join the European Union, arguing over amendments to resolutions in late-night hotel corridors. It feels like a lifetime ago, but the passion, the drive that I first witnessed then, I can still see shining here today in all of you and in all the young people who are here today at their first EPP Congress. I can tell you now, this will not be your last. These events are personal to me. This political family is personal for me. Since those days in Berlin, we have won together, we have changed together, and we have lost, come back, and we have stuck together. And throughout all that, we have never lost track of our raison d'etre, of our drive to make Europe stronger, to protect our way of life, to stand up for our families, for our farmers and our industry. When Europe asks questions of us, when we stand at these cliched, metaphorical crossroads, it is within our values that we find the answers. That is what we do. That is the basis of our political culture. Pragmatic, studied, moderate, principle-based leadership. That is what the EPP taught me. That is what I see personified in Manfred Weber. Dear Manfred, thank you for your drive, for your commitment, your leadership, and for always being there for all of us, no matter how difficult the moment became. Thank you, Manfred. That is what I see in Ursula von der Leyen and our commissioners who over the years, dear Ursula, you have navigated impossible geopolitical challenges, but you've done it with strength, with grace, and with purpose. Thank you for standing up for us and for Europe. That is what I see every day in our MEPs, who work so hard to deliver a new Europe for our citizens. So to all my colleagues, I thank you. I am so proud and so grateful to be part of our parliament with all of you, also many of you here today. We had a slogan once that was, "We believe in people." And that really struck with me, because that is at the heart of what we do. It is what I want to say to all those of you who are here from candidate countries, from Ukraine, from the Western Balkans, from Moldova, from Georgia. I know what these congresses mean to all of you in particular, because that is what they meant to me not so long ago. We must be future-driven. There is only one way, and that is forward and together. With the new Parliament, the new Commission, and with our Prime Ministers in the European Council, there is no excuse for us not to deliver. Because the renaissance of Europe is really within our grasp. We just need the resolve, the political courage to make these changes, to show that we are a continent on the rise, to prove that we are open for business, for ideas, for new ways to tackle old problems. This is how we defy the cynics and merchants of gloom. This is how we will keep beating back against those who have already written Europe's obituary. The first step is to understand what happened in the last European elections in June. People went back to basics when they voted. Number one, people want economic security. They want a job, they want a chance to grow and scale up their business. A fair chance to get onto the housing ladder that becomes more and more elusive every year, particularly for younger people. Number two, people want systems that work, that simplify, not complicate. Systems they understand, that give them the freedom to live their lives as they choose. And that makes a real difference to them. Number three, people want safety and security. They want their children to be able to walk in the street without fear. This is the kind of peace of mind that would allow them to sleep a little bit easier. I can tell you, as a mother of 4 children, that is what I would like to. It is not too much to ask, and it is not too much to deliver. And I can assure you that in the European Parliament, and with all the MEPs who are here today, we are committed to getting it right during this legislature. Over the past months, since the Parliament voted for the new Commission, we have listened, we have prepared, and we have responded. For years, we have heard the same old story, that Europe is too slow, Europe is too divided, Europe is too bureaucratic. But my friends, I'm here to tell you that I know that Europe is strong, Europe is proud, and Europe will grow from strength to strength. Just look at at how far we came on our collective security and defense. It is our family that is leading the way here. Poland, Latvia, Greece, Finland, Romania. These are the EU countries investing the largest share of their GDP into strengthening our security structures. Because this isn't just about reacting when a crisis erupts. It is about having the foresight and the courage to take the kind of measures needed to prevent it from happening. Russia's illegal war on Ukraine brought that horrifically home to us. We cannot waver in our support. We must keep standing with our friends in Ukraine until a just and lasting peace is secured. Not out of altruism, but out of a duty to keep our people safe, out of our responsibility to make sure that we help secure a real peace, peace with justice, peace with dignity, peace with integrity, and based on the ultimate principle of nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. From an economic standpoint, we are also listening. Over the past few months, I have met with business owners from all walks of life, from big industrial giants to smaller family-run enterprises. They all say the same thing. They just want a chance to compete. And here, Europe's answer should be clear, unambiguous, and resolute. We have your back. We will stand up for our businesses, our industry, and our families. This is what the European Parliament is doing. Not just with words, but with action. Earlier this month, we voted to postpone the dates of application of certain reporting requirements, the so-called stop the clock mechanism. We did this in record time. It is going to give businesses so much needed breathing space. Less time buried in paperwork. More time turning ideas into action. Now, our simplification agenda and actions are, of course, very good first steps. But now comes the difficult part, because the challenge isn't only about streamlining regulations. It is about making sure our commitments match people's expectations. It is about having the courage to go beyond papering over the cracks. Last year, we saw the highest voter turnout in the European elections in 30 years. If there's one thing that I learned as I saw the results coming in, is that people do care, that people believe in Europe, that they want to believe that this union of ours still has purpose, direction, and the power to improve their lives. And it is up to us to give them that reason, to show them that the values we talk so often about aren't just lofty ideas in old treaties or easy sound bites, but that it is precisely because of them that we are able to make people's lives easier, better, fairer, safer, even if that means taking the painful decisions that we know are necessary. That is what leadership demands and what this moment calls for. Dear friends, what Europe stands for, what we symbolize in Europe and across the world, matters more than ever. Our European way will deliver. Yes, we might be a little bit more boring than some of our counterparts. Our systems may be a little bit more predictable. But in politics and in achieving results, that is not a bad thing. We are a work in progress. The idea that is Europe is not perfect, but we have shown what we can do. We have shown that we can find the political will to tackle generational issues that have kept our union from reaching its full potential. And we will do that again with our competitiveness drive, our simplification agenda, and our urgent need to deliver on security and defense. Our work must speak to people's lived realities, including the too many forgotten voters out there, to the young people who feel disillusioned with politics and consume news through a different lens, to the elderly who struggle with the pace of change and who still feel left behind, to mid-income Europeans for whom it is still too hard to reach the end of the month. Because being the party of this organization, being part of the People's Party means being on their side, always. It is also time to move forward with real integration in our defense, energy, telecoms, and financial markets. Because in a world of growing geopolitical rivals and economic giants focused on their own people, industries, and businesses, we need to recognize that while individually we are small, together we are a force to be reckoned with. Just look at the United States response. Now, I do not want to be misinterpreted. I will always stand for free and fair trade. Tariffs benefit no one. But I think it is important to recognize that we have managed to send a strong and united message and underlined that the less barriers we create, the more prosperous our peoples will be. So, of course, Europe will act to protect its workforce and defend its interests. Of course, what we are really going forward and what we really need to go forward is more dialogue and not more tension. That is what we must use this 90-day pause for. We can create a win-win for all. The same applies in the context of forging a new, closer relationship with allies like the United Kingdom and Canada. Spain and Portugal's ties to Latin America give Europe a unique ability to speak to the world and listen in a manner that enables common understanding and protects multilateralism. The times we are living in today mean that we need to get used to doing things differently, to adapting, to challenging perceptions. So let us not be afraid to take the next steps that we know are necessary. Progress doesn't wait for politicians to feel ready. It doesn't wait for comfort zones to catch up. One person described the age we are living in now, with artificial intelligence in particular, as akin to the revolution that took place in the 19th century, when the world moved from an economy based on agriculture to one based on industry. It is that big, that transformative, and that critical. And it's already happening. So we must be ready to face the inevitable pressure in the confrontation between autocratic AI and democratic AI. I want Europe to lead in this space, and I know that means giving our businesses, our researchers, our engineers, our coders, and our patent holders the room and the support that they need to compete, to innovate, and to grow. Dear friends, I will conclude by thinking back to last weekend. Like many of you, I had the honor of being in Rome last Saturday to attend the funeral of His Holiness Pope Francis. In remembering his extraordinary life and legacy, I would like to quote one of his most powerful teachings. If we want security, let us give security. If we want life, let us give life. If we want opportunities, let us provide opportunities. The yardstick we use for others will be the yardstick which time will use for us. Let that be our guide. Gracias, España. Viva Europa.
Thank you, Spain, and long live Europe.
We are listening here as European leaders are attending this event being held in Valencia, Spain, which they're talking about some of these global conflicts that we're seeing and also the impact that the European countries are having when it comes to President Trump's tariffs. We're stepping away for a quick commercial break. We continue with more of your top stories next. Welcome back and thanks for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. Before we head back to that live event that we were showcasing to you just before the commercial break out of Valencia, Spain, I want to tease ahead to a really special event that we are going to be hosting tomorrow. Well, I'm going to be hosting for you all exclusively on our YouTube page. And it's going to be really fun because it is a fireworks festival. You're taking a look here at some of the footage from some of the events in the past. So the Malta International Fireworks Festival, renowned for its vibrant display of colors, lights, and sounds that really captivate the global audiences. I mean, just take a look at that. And really, it's so special because it is a competition. We're going to be seeing several of these companies kind of convene here in Malta, and really whoever has the best display wins. It's going to be really cool to watch. Some more details here that I want to bring up on your screen. It's going to be hosted by one and only me. Watch tomorrow, April 30th, between 3 and 5 p.m. Eastern Time. The festival will feature fireworks choreographed and synchronized with music. The location being Malta, which is an island country in the Mediterranean Sea. So make sure you tune in with us. It will be streamed live exclusively on our YouTube page. Let's head back to this event over in Valencia, Spain, continuing with our live coverage now.
Delivering, and you know me, never in an ego show, always in a team approach, in a family perspective. The EPP method paid off finally. Rotterdam, 8 prime ministers and presidents, council members, And today in Valencia, 13 prime ministers of the EPP, the socialists have 3, the liberals have 3, and EPP have half of the council. Let's be proud about what we achieved in the last 3 years, dear friends. And Roberta and Ursula did it already, but let's enjoy also from my point of view for a few seconds again the last 3 years. Remember our longest-serving colleagues on the council table. Kyriakos Mitsotakis and Andrei Plenković have been re-elected 3 times and doing a great job for their country. Congratulations to this. The president of Cyprus, Nikos Christodoulides, we called each other after his victory, and then he committed, yes, I am EPP and I'm proud about this. Anita, you agreed on this principle to do so. Luc Frieden won in Luxembourg. We have Ger Party under Boyko's leadership strong in Bulgaria, back in the government there. We won the north of Europe, so the icebreaker was Ulf Kristersson. And then Petri Orpo followed. We have Selina Ivica, and soon Simon Harris in Ireland will follow as Taoiseach. Dear friends, in several countries currently led by the EPP, we are in campaign in this moment of time, and we are crossing fingers. For example, for our Portuguese colleagues, Portugal deserves stability, and Luis Montenegro is the man who can provide this stability. And dear friends, Romania, for us as EPP, an important country. I want to thank Klaus Johannes for his service, and now we are crossing the fingers for Grina Antinescu to become the next president of Romania. All the best for our campaigners there. Today we have already listened to the new Chancellor of Austria, and Christian, I want to thank you, because in our talks over Christmas break, when you did the negotiations, I was sure that the ÖVP will defend our principles as EPP in the negotiations, and you are the guarantor that Austria is embedded in a pro-European approach, thank you for this, as also the next Chancellor of Germany will do so. So Friedrich Merz, congratulations and all the best for next week in the German Bundestag. Dear colleagues, in Belgium, in Czech Republic, in France, I want to pay respect to Michel Barnier, who showed the French people how a good government should look like. And I want to also thank Antonio Tajani in Italy. He is a guarantor for a pro-European stable development of Italy. Dear colleagues, I cannot mention all 50 EPP parties and 16 associated parties. We are a strong family, but allow me to express only from 2 perspectives additional successes. One perspective is the external one. Dear colleagues, we are governing also in Switzerland with Gerhard Pfister. We are strong in the Western Balkan countries, in a lot of regions there. And soon Erna Solberg, here in front of me, has a good chance to become again Prime Minister of Norway. So we are also outside of the European Union extremely strong, and we are proud about this. And 2 successes are really close to me personally, dear friends, of the last 3 years. I want to mention, and I want to remind us about what Donald Tusk told us 3 years ago. He was asking us, shall I go back home to Poland? Shall I pick up the fight against PiS and Kaczynski? And he did so. And he brought Poland back as a sovereign, strong country inside of our proud European Union. Thank you to Donald Tusk. And soon Rafał Trzaskowski will become president, and they will finalize their mission in Poland. And finally, to mention those who are really close to me personally, dear colleagues, a front-line country in the fight against Russian propaganda, developing a small and weakened country towards a proud European modern country. You know probably from whom I speak. I speak about Moldova, and I want to congratulate the amazing success story of Maya Sandu as re-elected president of Moldova. Congratulations to your success story, and all friends in Moldova. Dear colleagues, we made it, we did it. That's EPP at its best. And based on these national success stories, we also won impressively the European elections 2024. 1 year ago in Bucharest, we told people we are ready. We are ready. We voted for our manifesto based on our first item, that is listening to farmers, to entrepreneurs, to students, to pensioners, to all parts of our society. And for us, European democracy does not start in artificial citizens forums, but right here in this Congress hall, where people and politicians from all over Europe come together. I want to mention our associations, YEP, the Seniors Union, our women's organization, the workers, the farmers, and many more. We are proud about this contribution. And I also want to mention our associations in the OSCE, the Parliamentarian Assembly, in OSCE, in the Council of Europe, in NATO. And Sari, I want to mention especially our mayors, because we are proud to be the Mayors' Party of Europe. The Committee of Region plays a special role. Congratulations to all the colleagues there in this region. Dear colleagues, together with the whole presidency, and I'm proud about this team that we worked together the last 3 years, we delivered on content with our program. And after listening, not being populistic, but showing leadership, giving true answers, and defining the main ideas for tomorrow. Security, prosperity, and democracy were the 3 pillars of our electoral manifesto. And we secured as EPP, just to remind everyone, a democratic Europe. We stick to the lead candidate concept. Our lead candidate, Ursula von der Leyen, delivered a great and successful campaign. And just to remind everyone, 50 million people in Europe voted for us as European People's Party. Ursula von der Leyen convinced she has a strong mandate to lead in the future of Europe, and that's why we are so proud that she is re-elected as President of the European Commission. Thank you, Ursula, for what you did. And based on this mandate, also we secured the re-election of Roberta Metsola. Roberta, you stand for a new generation. You stand also for the modern way of doing EPP politics. Roberta, you should know your party is proud to having you in the lead of Europe. Congratulations to Roberta Metsola. And by the way, Ursula said it already, but I have to repeat it. By the way, 2 female presidents of the European institutions, one from the biggest country and one from the smallest country. That's also EPP at its best, dear friends. Let's be proud about this. The EPP group in the European Parliament counts today 188 colleagues. We are the only center party who won in the last European elections. And don't forget, not only because we won on national level with our EPP parties, because also I convinced further parties to join our family. I want to tell you that the expansion strategy we defined at the beginning 3 years ago worked. New colleagues from Denmark, from the Netherlands, from Czech Republic, they joined the EPP group in the European Parliament, some more liberal, some more conservative colleagues, today all of them EPP family. And I remember Friday after the European elections last year, it was the 14th of June, around 30% of Hungarian people voted for a new movement. It was a surprise, it was a success. The TISA party in Hungary was born, and I traveled to Budapest. I met Peter Magyar. You know, they had no party structure at all. We met at a business hotel in Budapest. And I told him the EPP is the party of Europe. The EPP is the party of rule of law. And your 7 MEPs elected in Hungary must join the EPP family. And yes, they joined the EPP family. And I tell you, in spring next year, the TISA party will end the politics of corruption in Hungary. Orbán will retire, and Peter Magyar will be the new face of Hungary in the EPP family. Yes, dear colleagues, we won. And after winning, as expressed already by several speakers today, it's about delivering. And that's probably the key message of Valencia. We work hard, we deliver. EPP is trustworthy. That is what we are expressing, that is what we are telling to people. Without us, dear friends, Europe would have followed the Greens in their fight against the single market and modern trade agreements like CETA. Imagine for a second standalone in Trump's world without any alternative trade agreements. We are the ones saving European economies. Without us, where would our industry and our jobs be if we would have followed the ideologically driven climate policy by Franz Timmermans? To protect climate is a key challenge for our generation, but we make climate policy in creating jobs difference. Without us, what kind of landslide would the populists have won in the last European elections if we would have not changed the course on migration policy? 1 year ago, we finalized the Migration Pact. We signed agreements with Egypt and Tunisia. And if needed, we as EPP were ready to build up fences in Finland, in Poland, in Greece, to stop instrumentalization of migration. Dear friends, we reduced the number of illegal migrants by around 50%, and that's the method to fight against populists in Europe, to deliver on content. And most importantly, and it is about the question, without us, dear colleagues, war in Ukraine. Where would Europe's security be now without our contribution? Sanctions against the brutal dictatorship of Putin, our humanitarian assistance for our Ukrainian friends, arms supplies, an EU perspective, a clear EU perspective for Ukraine to join our union. Dear colleagues, we did it. Orban, Le Pen, and Weidel, who are surrendering European interests.
All right, so it does seem that we did lose that shot of that event that we were showcasing out of Valencia, Spain. A couple of live pictures that we did have on your screen as well, though. This first one, coming out of Washington, D.C., we are expecting a State Department briefing to get underway in about 8 minutes or so at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. It's possible that we'll be hearing from the State Department spokesperson, Tammy Bruce, discussing some of the accomplishments and initiatives that have been brought forth by President Trump's administration. Now that today we are commemorating 100 days, his first 100 days during his second presidential term. We also have this live image inside of Capitol Hill as we are waiting for Senate leadership with both the Republican side and the Democratic side, possibly stepping up to the microphone there and making some remarks, also commemorating 100 days of the president's first 100 days in office. And we had a live picture at the Dow Jones here, up in the green all throughout this Tuesday. You can see up by around 356 points there. And then also this image that we're also getting into our newsroom right now. Take a look at that. I do believe that this is coming from our partners at Fox 29 in Philadelphia. What looks to be a truck hanging off a bridge there that has collapsed. So we're working to try to get more details on this story. So far, no word yet, but again, working with our partners at Fox 29. Not sure exactly what happened here, if that truck was just standing there still when the bridge collapsed, or if it was driving over and then that bridge collapsed. So we'll work to see if there were any injuries, if the driver is okay, but there is a law enforcement presence there in that area, also a fire truck. But yeah, really compelling images that we're getting out of Philadelphia on this Tuesday. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break. We'll continue to follow all of your top stories of the day and these live events when we come back.
One Worldwide for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Bates. Always great to be with you, and we appreciate you joining us here on this Tuesday afternoon. We do want to now take you out to Massachusetts for just a little bit of the Karen Reed trial as a forensic expert returns to the witness stand in this murder trial. Let's listen in on Live Now.
The previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map. And it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles. Importantly, in my opinion, they all overlap. So it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those two circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone that was attributed to Jennifer McCabe. And you had shared with us your opinions about the time in which the searches at 623 and 624 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab, and there's a timestamp, a time when it's open, and then make a later search but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
Okay. With the course permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffen to give us a live demonstration of this.
Do you want the light off, Mr. Whiffen?
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay. First of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone. On the right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one that I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices. Here, you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browserstate.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffen, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know jurors earlier were hoping
I can try to.
Have a larger view of what's up there. Is that going to impact your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it, thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
It's just a little closer.
Let me pull forward.
Thank you. Turn the air conditioner on.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask you to ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration. If I go back onto the phone itself, just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 1410, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded, sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 1410 search, which I've made. I'm then going to do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with me. It's now 1411, so I'll do a search for 1411. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411X. reload the page again. Still, nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background, and then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record. And I can do a further search for now 1412. 1412 is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into Safari and just close the tab. So now that tab is closed, and I can just prove that. So that tab is now closed, and I can go back over here and reload, and you'll see a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately, and tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record, you can see the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for. You can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari, bears no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last viewed time clearly has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test that I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Celebrite removed that process of timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner simply made a report from Axiom or Celebrite or another software but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Celebrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The lights on, please.
All right, everyone, you are listening in here out in Massachusetts as the forensic expert returning back to the witness stand in the Karen Reed murder trial as it does continue. We are going to once again step away for a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. We're keeping an eye on Joint Base Andrews. President Trump will be wheels up within this hour here. So again, we will be bringing you that coverage and so much more on Live Now from Fox. We have a State Department briefing on deck, as well as Senate Democrats, Senate Republicans. We'll be speaking to the media in just a moment. And when we come back, we'll take a listen in here to a hearing that is just underway on the House side, calling Securing the Skies, addressing unauthorized drone activity over U.S. military installations. We'll have that and much more on Live Now from Fox when we come back in 2. are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. We do want to now go out to Capitol Hill, where we have some Republicans speaking on President Trump's first 100 days. Let's listen in, and then after this, it will be Senate Democrats. So we will hear from both sides right here on Live Now.
12,000 or so people per day coming across our southern border illegally. 12,000. We have a change of administration. President Trump takes office. That number plummets from 12,000 down to 230 a day. That's what we're looking at right now. And if you look at a year ago where we were, January, February, March, April, and those numbers, it's just as I described it. It's about a 94, 95% drop in 1 year, thanks to the leadership of President Trump. And so as we think about what we need to do to support those efforts, obviously we are involved, as you all know, in a process up here. First step was budget resolution, which passed the House and the Senate before the Easter break. And now we're in the midst of the reconciliation bill, which is where we make law. And we intend in doing that to ensure that the president and his team have the resources they need to continue keeping our southern border secure. I think the American people made it very clear what they voted for last November. And obviously they are interested in making sure that we have good, strong military security, that we have good, strong border security, and that we have good, strong economic security in this country. And those are the things that this Republican Congress, this Republican Senate are committed to getting done. And we're going to continue in the next 100 days to do what we've been doing in the last 100 days, and that is delivering on the commitments and on the agenda that the American people want to see happen, and to work with the president and his team and our colleagues and counterparts in the House of Representatives to see those things be made a reality. Senator Barrasso.
Well, for the last 100 days, Republicans in Congress and the President of the United States have been working together, fighting for the American people. We all ran for office promising safety and prosperity for the folks of this great country. And we have a lot of work to do to fix the failures of the last 4 years of the Biden administration, to get our country back on track. Start with the border. You can see dramatic increases in the efforts to stem the flow of illegal immigrants from over 7,000 a day under Biden to now 7,000 a month under Trump. Making the border secure means we are making our communities safe. In terms of prices, you're seeing 50 different actions by Republicans on energy to make energy more affordable, specifically American energy. We're making it easier to produce energy right here. That's the record of 100 days of the Trump Republican administration. There's still more work to be done. We still need to do the good work of blocking the $4 trillion tax increase that the Democrats want upon the American people. We're going to do everything we can to stop it. There's more work to be done, and another 100 days coming to get that work done.
Senator Capron.
Thank you. Well, we're all talking about the 100 days of the Trump administration, as you all are all writing about that as well. And I think Senator Thune actually brought this, but I brought a little chart that shows you the blue lines are the numbers of encounters under the Biden administration. The red lines in the first 3 months are the a number of encounters under the Trump administration. I mean, I think nothing spells success more than one of the biggest issues during the campaign, which was border security, which also leads to security in our communities and security not just within the country, but around the world. And so I say congratulations to President Trump. He said all along that he could do this, he would do this, and he would be effective. President Biden, on the other hand, said, I can't do anything. I can't do anything if the Congress doesn't act. It's beyond my responsibilities. This chart shows you that those were empty words. And so as we move to the next 100 days, I think it's important to note, too, these are, you have different types of, these are ones that are coming through the checkpoints. The ones that are the gotaways, which never get caught, are down 99%. There's deterrence that the president has put forward through his policies, and that's what's causing these numbers to come dramatically down with the support of us as the Senate and over in the House as well.
Senator Lincoln.
So we're 100 days into the presidency, but that also has included 100 days of work for this Senate. We actually started before the president was sworn in, obviously, as we were sworn in on the 3rd of January, but passing the Lake and Riley Act, doing a record number of nominations. We've done more nominations than under the first Trump administration, the Biden administration, or you go all the way back to the Bush administration. It's been 25 years since we've moved as many nominations as fast as we've been able to move. So we've been here weekends, as this group knows extremely well. We've been here very late at night multiple times to be able to work through the process because we are determined to be able to get things done for the American people. So that's involved dealing with energy permitting issues, which we've done over and over again to open up American energy. That is working through the process with the president on trying to be able to limit illegal immigration coming across our border, to secure our border, and to be able to deal with criminal aliens. We are a Senate determined to be able to get things done for the people in my state in Oklahoma and for our nation. And we've got a lot to get done, as this group knows extremely well because you've watched it. We are very determined on the budget aspects to dramatically reduce federal spending, to start knocking down $2 trillion worth of overspending that is still left over from the COVID time period, to be able to get that spending down and to be able to make sure that we have a predictable low tax rate for the American people so we can continue to have a growing economy. That's the task for the several months, but that was set up in the first 100 days to be able to be successful, starting in immediately in these times now as the House and the Senate work together with the president to be able to get this done.
Question. Good afternoon, thank you. Can you characterize the difference in the response from congressional Republicans to President Trump this time around compared to 2017? They seemed a little skeptical of him in 2017. That's not the case now.
Well, I mean, I think we all watched what happened in November and the mandate he got from the American people. It was clear, it was decisive, and he had a clear message that he campaigned on. And he has been following through and delivering on that. And I think a lot of us who served with him in the last term also saw the effects and the results of a lot of the decisions that he made with respect to policy. And they were the right ones. And in the end, he was proven right when it came to the economy. Comes to the border, comes to national security. This is a president who has a clear vision of what he wants to accomplish on behalf of the American people. And I think he implemented that clearly in his first term. And as we begin the first 100 days of this term, I think all of us believe that we want to be good partners in making sure that the agenda that he campaigned on, and which the American people voted for, is accomplished and delivered on.
Trump's numbers are underwater, that he is the least popular president in 7 decades at this point in his presidency. Is it time for the administration to change course, particularly when it comes to the economy?
Well, I think the numbers on the economy, as you point out, may be related in with some respects to the policy discussion that's being held about tariffs. But if you look at overall the things that this president and we are going to work with him to achieve, whether it's lessening the regulatory burden, creating energy dominance, preventing the $4 trillion tax increase coming at the end of the year that Senator Barrasso talked about, or reducing federal spending and making the government more efficient, more economical, and a better return to the American taxpayer. Those are things that the American people supported. And I think when you're going through all this, you got to take the long view. And I think his policy decisions are the right ones. And I think over time, that will bear fruit. You will see the results of that, and he will, like he did in his first term, do some things for the economy that created economic conditions we haven't seen in decades.
Companies like Amazon to display the cost of tariffs that they're having on consumers. Do you think consumers should know how much more they're going to be required to pay because of these tariffs?
Well, I mean, I think that's a conversation that the folks at Amazon will have to have with the White House, with the president. I think at the end of the day, again, this administration is going to be judged by the results that they get. And if, in fact, they get better trade deals that change the way that other countries have mistreated us or treated us unfairly through the years, people will view it as a success. And ultimately, you will see the economic conditions reflect that. And I think in the end, you're going to have inflation. It will be under control. But I understand, the short-term conclusions that people are drawing, or even some of the polling data that's out there. That is what it is. But the fact of the matter is that when you make policy decisions with a long-term outcome in mind, You've got to have some patience to get there. And I think that the discussion that they're having with Amazon is something that will be a discussion between the administration and the company leadership. But I don't for a minute believe that this administration isn't making the right decisions that lead us to the policy outcomes that are going to make the American people more safe, more secure, and more economically prosperous. We saw that in the first term, and I think they're doing the right things right now. But we've got to wait obviously the outcome of what this tariff debate ultimately looks like.
Reconciliation. Several of your Republican colleagues have asked you to take a very cautious approach when it comes to reconciliation and clean energy, IRA clean energy tax cuts, specifically some of those affecting your constituents, your farmers, sustainable aviation fuel, biofuels, biodiesel. Can you support a surgical, cautious approach to reconciliation cuts in that situation?
Well, I mean, we're going to ultimately what gets included in a reconciliation bill will be determined by what there are 218 votes for in the House and 51 or 50 votes in the United States Senate. And obviously there are differences of opinion about some of the various provisions in previous legislation and the one that you noted. And my guess is as we get further into these discussions, we will come up with a plan that gets us to 18 in the House, 50 votes in the Senate, ultimately 51 if the Vice President has to be involved. But to preserve the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and make sure that we have the right incentives in place for American energy production. And whether that's in the renewable space, the conventional space, I think most of us up here agree that an all of the above energy strategy when it comes to American energy is the right one. And as we work through reconciliation, there will be some give and take. And obviously conversations around some of the energy policies and provisions that are in place today. But at the end of the day, it's about making America energy, not only energy independent, but energy dominant. So, thanks, guys.
All right, so Senate Republicans hope to have a tax bill package complete by July 4th. And hopefully a vote there on the floor is what their hopes are for. So we are going to continue to bring you the very latest here on Live Now from Fox. We heard from Republicans. Now we want to show you the Democratic side. We have House Democrats speaking. This is the Progressive Caucus. This is their view on President Trump's first 100 days. Let's listen in.
That Social Security and Medicare are the big ones that need to be cut. I know and you know that these are not entitlement programs the way that Musk talks about them. They are earned benefit programs. They're programs that people have paid into their entire lives so that they would have some security when they retire. No unelected billionaire should be able to just slash those benefits. And the budget that the Republicans are marking up this week in committees would cut a minimum of $880 billion from Medicaid. This is not a red state, blue state issue. Medicaid pays for health care for 38 million kids. That includes more than 3 million in Texas. It pays for 64% of childbirths in Louisiana, Speaker Mike Johnson's home state. This is an all-out assault on our workers, on our federal safety net. It is promises made, promises broken by an administration that cares more about big pharma CEOs than families that rely on Medicaid, cares more about insurance shareholders than seniors who are getting ripped off. An administration that cares more about keeping their billionaire buddies happy rather than lowering the costs of literally anything that Americans need. It is all promises made and promises broken. So now, 100 days in, we know exactly how Trump will conduct this presidency. And it is important that we both fight back and fight forward, that we have a positive, proactive agenda that we continue to fight for. And just today, we introduced the Medicare for All bill with Senator Sanders, Debbie Dingell, and over 100 of our House colleagues to say that universal health care is what we all need in the richest country in the world. And ultimately, we need to come together to stand up and to show that our collective power is stronger than their hate and that we will always fight
for the American people. Thank you all. And now it is an honor to introduce Representative Jimmy Gomez from California.
Thank you. It is quite impressive what Donald Trump has pulled off in 100 days. In 100 days, he has tanked the U.S. economy. He has isolated the United States from their traditional allies. And he has driven a lot of those traditional allies into the arms of China. In 100 days. Think about that. If there was ever going to be a movie written about this 100 days, it would be how to destroy the world's greatest economy in 100 days or less. Because that's exactly what he did. And this has all been because Donald Trump promised the golden era of America. He promised he would lower prices on day one. He made promise after promise after promise. But once the billionaire establishment has taken root, they have here in D.C., they have been trying to accomplish one thing: how to give tax breaks to the billionaires and the largest corporations in this country, and everything else be damned. So the economic plan that they had to raise all the billions, if not trillions of dollars, was one, cut the federal government as much as possible. That means eliminate the VA, eliminate SNAP, eliminate Medicaid, any program that's meant to help working people and families, they're trying to cut it. Then they're imposing tariffs, and their tariffs are a plan to, one, raise revenue, and two, they say it's going to bring manufacturing back to the United States. I want to be clear, we're not against all tariffs, we're against dumb tariffs. And these are dumb tariffs because they raise the prices on consumer goods and hurt small businesses unnecessarily. And that's exactly what this administration has done. This tariff agenda was also made up by Pete Navarro. Pete Navarro, who quoted himself, Ron Vera, as an expert to justify a tariff agenda that makes no economic sense. They also had a formula that tariff formula that every economist, conservative otherwise, planned that panned as it didn't make sense. So they were banking their whole economic agenda on a tariff proposal that hurts working families. We've seen prices increase. We've seen containers at the shipping ports get stalled or canceled altogether. So what you're seeing is just a complete devastation when it comes to the American economy. And if you really want to kind of dig deeper, ask a working man and woman. I'm the chair of the Dad's Caucus, but I also have a toddler who's 2 years and 7 months. What is and my son? All he's doing is growing, like other parents. Well, where do our shoes come from? This is just an easy example. 99% of all shoes purchased in the United States are made outside the United States. A child between the age of 1 and 5 will go through anywhere through 15 to 30 pairs of shoes. And that's going to cost the family anywhere. It's going to go from $300 to $800 in expenses just on shoes. But then you take into the fact that a stroller, a car seat, baby wipes, toys, all of it, comes from outside the country. So this is a tax on working people and making life a lot harder to get by. Food, produce, 40% of our produce comes from outside this country. So just go on and on and on. And the American family is struggling and carrying the burden of an economic strategy that doesn't make.
All right, House Democrats there speaking in Capitol Hill, and right now we do have some movement of President Trump, and just moments ago he spoke to the media right outside of the White House. This is the tape playback. Let's listen in.
An Air Force base is not going to be closing. We're going to keep it open for the people of Michigan and for our country. And I look forward to that some of you are going and some of you aren't. Any questions? Great. Jeff Bezos was very nice.
He was terrific. He solved the problem very quickly, and he did the right thing, and he's a good guy. No, not an update. No, not an update.
Jordan Conrad from the Gateway Pundit. I wanted to get your response on the leftist media. They're trying to hide the mugshots that are featured on the front lawn of rapists, murderers, pedophiles. What do you think of that? Aren't they proving to be the enemy of the people?
Well, I guess they are. I guess they are, right? Thank you. Who are you with?
I like your hat, by the way.
Who are you with?
The Gateway Pundit, sir.
Mr. President, what's your message to Republicans on the Hill who seem not to be on board with your political agenda? What do you
I think they're going to be all aboard. I think the Republicans are really with us. We have the big, beautiful deal. It's moving along, and I think we're going to have it taken care of. I think they'll all be there.
Were you in the IRS? Tell us about your decision on the auto tariff, sir.
We just wanted to help them during this little transition, short term. And during this little, if they can't get parts, it has to do with a very small percentage. If they can't get parts, we didn't want to penalize them. And they have a 1 year period, and then they have an extra year, but it's for a very, very small part of the car. But basically, they're paying 25%. Yeah, nothing that really. He's a good guy. I've gotten to know him over the last couple of years, and he's done a fantastic job. So I appreciated what he did.
Once again, speak to Michigan. You have a list of accomplishments of the administration. If there was one thing that was really wanted done in the first 100 days, what would it be?
Well, I think we've done everything or it's in the process of being done. For instance, the border is in great shape. 99.9% came out again today. 99.9. That I would say that was my number one thing. The economy would be certainly right up there, and I think it's doing great. We were losing billions and billions of dollars a day with trade, and now I have that down to a very low level, and soon we're going to be making a lot of money. We're going to be reducing people's taxes, and we're going to get the big, look, a very important element that we're working on now, maybe more important than anything with the border in good shape, is the fact that we want to get, and very importantly, the big, beautiful New Deal. If we get that done, that's the biggest thing, what's happening in Congress right now. And I think we're going to get it done. We have great Republican support. If the Democrats blocked it, you'd have a 60% tax increase. I don't think that's going to happen. We have great support from Republicans. So the big, beautiful deal, that's what we want, the bill. I think the next period of time, I think my biggest focus will be on Congress with the deal that we're working on. That'll be the biggest bill in the history of our country in terms of tax cuts and regulation cuts and other things. As Pope, I'd like to be Pope. That would be my number one choice. No, I don't know. I have no preference. I must say we have a cardinal that happens to be out of a place called New York who's very good. So we'll see what happens. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President, you are doing so much for Africa. You are the first president that in the first 100 days focused on Africa for the first time in the history of this country. Are you planning maybe in the future visit the continent?
Sure, I would do that. Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead. They are calling, and I will be talking to them, yes.
Did you have to do something with the tariffs and automobiles? Were you worried about the automobiles?
No, not at all. We're just giving them a little chance because in some cases they can't get the parts fast enough. So this is just a little transition. It's 15% for 1 year and just 10% for another. It's a little bit. and it has to do, that's only the percentage of parts on the car. So it's a little bit of help for people that will be doing a great job. And these are all people, for the most part, that are building plants and will be working here. So it's a little transition. Go ahead, Rob. India's coming along great. I think we'll have a deal with India. The Prime Minister, as you know, was here 3 weeks ago, and they want to make a deal. We'll see what happens. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, President Trump speaking to reporters just moments ago, right outside of the White House, as he now heads to Michigan for 2 events, and speaking to the media on tax cuts as well as the latest deals on tariffs, as we continue to showcase the very latest right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We do have a shot here inside of the venue of where President Trump will be speaking to Michigan National Guard members. And you see some of the members here waiting patiently for the president to come and speak to them. And we will air that for you just after 4 p.m. Eastern right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with much more in just moments on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to roll on right now. Live look right now at Joint Base Andrews, where President Trump is inside Air Force One, about to take off to Michigan, where he will, for the first event, be talking to Michigan National Guard members that you can see right here, that they are awaiting the president right now, and the stage is set for him as well. So we'll be taking that for you just past 4 p.m. Eastern on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's go back out to House Democrats as they continue to talk about President Trump's first 100 days.
Was this how to destroy the world's greatest economy in 100 days? I will say it was how to destroy the world's greatest democracy, its economy, and its world standing in 100 days, because that is exactly what Donald Trump has done over the last 3.5 months. Now, let's make something very clear. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Doge, these billionaires who are serving in the cabinet around him are not here to make American life better. They are here to steal from us. They are here to remake American society in their image, and they are here to take over our government and dismantle it from within. Over the last 100 days, they have literally fired tens of thousands of Americans. They have signed hundreds of executive orders and taken hundreds of executive actions, resulting in mass firings, dismantling of agencies, data mining of your sensitive data, hurting real Americans, teachers, firefighters, veterans, and all along the way, they've been self-dealing, giving themselves contracts. Elon Musk taking off with literally billions of dollars in his pocket in new contracts. Now, is it any question that any of this is historically unpopular with the American people? In fact, the polling as of this week shows that almost 2/3 of Americans believe that they are doing a terrible job, whether that's Elon Musk or Doge or what Donald Trump is doing with the economy and his tariffs and immigration. The American people are speaking loud and clear. They do not want what Donald Trump is serving. So, I am here to join the American people in saying enough is enough, enough with the lies, enough with the secrecy, enough with the grift, fraud, waste, and abuse. Hands off our Social Security, hands off our veterans, hands off our communities, hands off our Medicaid, hands off the vital housing and food assistance programs that our communities depend on, and hands off our environment. We will not stand for this. As progressives, as the Progressive Caucus, we call on the American people to join us, to continue to speak up, speak out, keep marching, keep showing up, keep calling Republican offices, keep organizing, because we will take back our democracy, because we will make sure that our colleagues across the aisle stand up and are held accountable, and we will take back this House in the midterms and restore the sanity and democracy of this country. I yield back.
Amen. Thank you, Ranking Member. We're about to open it up to your questions, but I think what you heard from everyone in summary is, for the folks watching at home, your costs in these first 100 days of the Trump administration went up, and these guys got a sweet government contract. You might have lost your job. These guys got a cabinet position or a private dinner. And I think in these 100 days, the Progressive Caucus is organizing our members and folks across the country to make our party the pro-working people party, and the party that's against these sorts of guys and what they're doing to folks. Looking forward to taking your questions. Go ahead. And if y'all can say your name and your outlet, even when I know many of you, it's helpful.
Arthur Jones, Second ABC. Have you had any luck with reaching across the aisle to some of those moderate Republicans and helping push back against the Republican agenda?
Yeah, I would love to hear from folks. My couple of quick sentences on this, though, is I hear often from Republican quote-unquote moderates that they're concerned about what's going on when they're moderate elected officials, but they don't vote against these cuts to Medicaid. They're not voting against the billionaire tax cuts. They just cave, just like Jeff Bezos caved, to just being part of the Trump-Musk organization. And so I think Republican voters, when they hear about what Republican members of Congress are doing, are outraged. That's why I've done town halls in 3 different Republican districts, as have many of the other Progressive Caucus members. And in all 3 of those town halls in Republican districts, I've heard from conservatives and progressive constituents alike that they're opposed to robbing from our healthcare to give Zuckerberg and Bezos and Musk a tax break. And the question is whether these Republican members of Congress will start voting with their constituents, or will just kind of continue to follow Trump and Musk wherever they lead them.
Yeah, I would just add, the first group of people in our country who were effectively intimidated by Trump were not immigrants or poor people. They were House Republicans, and they are scared to do what they need to do to represent their constituents, unwilling to join with us to stop the horrors that we see, but we won't stop reaching out to them.
And right, House Democrats continue to take questions from the media on President Trump's first 100 days. So we are seeing really both Republicans and Democrats coming out to talk about President Trump's first 100 days. And now President Trump is airborne to Michigan, where he will be doing 2 events. First, talking to Michigan's National Guard, and then we'll be talking in a rally form setting on his first 100 days there. And President Trump will be talking about the economy, immigration, and so much more a little bit later. And of course, we will have both of those events for you right here on Live Now from Fox. With that, we'll take our final break of the hour. Stay right here with us. Always more to come on Live Now. Worldwide for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as always. Coming up in just moments, we'll go back out to House Democrats speaking on President Trump's first 100 days. We also have Senate Democrats speaking right now on that. So what we'll do is we'll go out to the Senate Democrats speaking, but also you see a code there on your screen. It's a QR code in case you want to see the House hearing talking about drones over military installations. You can scan that QR code right now and it'll take you to that event if you want to watch that House subcommittee hearing. In the meantime, let's go out right now to Senate Democrats. They are speaking on President Trump's first 100 days.
Itself, when the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court does the rare thing to rebuke a president who called for the impeachment of a judge because he didn't like his decision. He is not respecting the separation of powers and the equal power of each branch. But more than that, the way he intimidates and trolls judges has seen threats on our judges go up as he has singled people out and targeted them online. This is the president that now has no respect for our Constitution or our constitutional traditions. And so again, the American people have spoken. He has set a record in my lifetime and beyond for fantastic failing in a way that truly has even Republicans standing now against him on his policies. We are in a crisis moment. This president is out of control. And the question is not what Democrats are going to do, but what the Republicans in Congress will do. They know it is wrong, this tariff war he has unleashed on the globe. They know it is wrong when the Secretary of Defense violates our national security with his use of a public act. The Republicans here know it is wrong what he is doing in undermining bipartisan spending plans. They know it's wrong when he's impounding dollars that go to help local communities. The question is, what will, after 100 days, Congress people do, as we now see a bill in this work period that is threatening to cut health care for millions and millions of Americans. Why? Why gut Medicaid, which he promised he wouldn't do? Why is he pushing to do that? Because he wants to give more tax cuts to the wealthiest in our country. It is time for more people to step up and say, this is not left or right, it is right or wrong. This is not about party, this is about patriotism. It's time to recall the conscience of all Americans, Republican or Democrat, to say no. Stop the lies, stop the corruption, and do not keep your hands off the Medicaid of millions and millions of Americans.
Thank you. Let's go. We gotta go pretty quick. Go ahead.
What do you think is the difference between Republicans and how they've responded to President Trump during his first term and what you see now?
Well, I think they're much more afraid of him now. He's done much more in terms of threatening them, in both privately and even publicly. And I think they're also far more, they're squirming because they know his policies are so unpopular, so they don't know what to do. They're between a rock and a hard place. On the one side, Trump's threats. On the other side, the American people who hate what Trump is proposing. Yes.
There was a poll out today that has your approval ratings lower than any other congressional leader, 17%. Are you concerned that you may be a liability for your party?
Polls come and go. Our party is united. We're on our front foot. We're stepping forward, going after Trump, and having real success. Yes.
Thank you very much. On border security, the White House and Republicans are touting the claim that illegal crossings are down by 95%. Gotaways, as they call them, are down by 99%. And only 9 foreign nationals were released into the country compared to many more under the Biden administration during the input period. Is that not a sign that the Republicans...
I'd say one thing to you. I don't trust Trump's numbers. Okay, last one, because it's 3 o'clock and we have the gold medal ceremony.
Your colleague, referring to the main points that Senator Booker just talked about, your colleague Senator Ossoff suggested that President Trump has committed impeachable offenses last week. Do you agree with that? Do you think that he has done that?
That's far down the road. Far down the road. Thank you.
Senator Chuck Schumer and other Senate Democrats speaking on President Trump's first 100 days. And we've been bringing you both Democrats and Republicans throughout the morning and afternoon on Live Now from Fox. And that's what we do. We try to bring you as many different live events that are happening in real time and push it right out to you. Right now, we'll keep you at Capitol Hill. Let's continue to listen. Right now, House Democrats continuing to take questions from the media.
For us to actually have the truth come out and make it very clear on our terms how it is that Trump is failing the American people by jacking up their costs, by firing veterans, by undermining due process, by threatening every single person's fundamental rights, by enriching these guys while having you pay for more and more. And I think that really continues to be our focus.
Yeah, also, we don't really know what everything he's done, right? There is a chill has swept over all aspects of American life, especially if you're in the departments. If you're in any federal department, how many of them are actually speaking up when they're seeing a wrongdoing, knowing that this administration will come after you? They'll not only fire you, they might even stick the Department of Justice on you if they consider what you're whistleblowing on illegitimate, right? So we really don't know the legality of some of the things that they've done because people haven't necessarily stepped forward. And when we take back the House, I'm predicting we're going to see a flood of whistleblowers coming forward, coming to the House and saying, this is what happened, this is what they did, this is how they stole from the American people, that we're going to be inundated. And we will have to make a determination of what course of action we take at that moment. But one of the things I want to stress is nobody should, no egg joke, no pun intended, but people shouldn't count their chickens before they're hatched. We still need to mobilize, energize, and educate the public to win them on our side. There's no guarantee we're going to win the House back. And if people are already thinking that, then we've already lost. So people should be sober and talk to people where they're at and and on the issues that they are dealing with, the pain they are dealing with. Because if you miss that, if you don't focus on that, then they're gonna say, see, Democrats don't have the priorities of the American people. They're always trying to do what's best for them, not for us.
Can I add a couple of data points? I'm just going to add a couple of data points. One, why do we think Donald Trump is preparing to be impeached? His own team, it was announced, is preparing for him to be impeached. Clearly, they know what they've been up to, and I think it's important to recognize that there are over 170 federal court cases currently in the federal court system. There as of today, 90 injunctions and restraining orders against the Trump administration for breaking the law. Will he ultimately be brought before Congress to answer and go through a due process where he is held accountable before the American people? I think it's very likely. I'm not afraid to say that, but we do believe in due process. And so we will see who comes forward, what allegations come forward. And if he's broken this many laws in 100 days, who knows what he's going to do over the next 100.
Sure, when we have subpoena power, I think it'll be time for us to not just play t-ball while they're playing hardball. I think we are out of time because somebody else is about to take over the room, but I know that some of y'all have questions left, so maybe we can catch each other after this. Thanks as always for coming and asking us questions.
Thank you.
Right, House Democrats are wrapping up as well. We are in a new hour here on Loud Now from Fox, almost 3:05 out on the East Coast, almost 12:05 on the West Coast. So let's continue on, bring you another live event that is happening, taking you out to this House hearing on drones over U.S. military installations. Let's listen in on Loud Now.
Question that needs to be resolved. That's a question. What can we do, like, to speed it up, both from DOD and from Congress's standpoint to support what you need?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. We have a legislative proposal working through the Pentagon right now, focused on 3 areas where we could improve Section 130I. In the department's opinion, we don't want this provision to sunset. We want to make sure that the authorities continue forward. There is an expiration date on 130I authorities next year. We also want to expand the locations and missions covered under 130I. As we've discussed today, the bases are not all covered. Not all installations qualify as one of the 9 mission areas under 130I. So we'd like to expand that to cover all installations. And then we'd also like to facilitate data sharing, because right now data sharing from the DoD side is limited only in the pursuit of a legal case against a particular individual or group. We're not able to share data with our interagency partners to improve our tactics, techniques, or procedures. And to your point, Congressman, earlier about driving cost efficiencies, being able to share data to produce better technology would help us be more efficient with taxpayer money.
Thank you for that. The gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Luna, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Here's what every American needs to know that's watching this currently. In 2024 alone, 350 drones were detected flying over our military installations, over 100 to be exact. And that came straight out of the mouth of General Gregory Gillett, commander of NORAD and U.S. Northern Command. These were not just toys, these were intelligence gathering, signal jamming, and potentially weaponized drones. These incursions happened while the Biden administration sat on their hands, allowing bureaucracy and interagency dysfunction to run the show. I see a lot of military here right now. You guys all know that bureaucracy many times can be our worst enemy. Now that President Trump is back in office, thank God, we finally have strong leadership again, but cleaning up Biden's national security blunder is no small task. Our military installations are still extremely vulnerable. As hearing just sitting here from other, some of my colleagues, we have the CCP, Iranian proxies, Mexican cartels, they all know this. We are here today to fix that, and let me be crystal clear, as I'm sure many of you would agree. If you are flying unauthorized drones over military installations, you should expect it to be shot down. Don't expect Uncle Sam to pay for it either. My opinion is play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Now, Admiral Spendro, I've heard directly from General Gillett in February, 350 drones incursions over 100 military installations in 1 year. I know that this is not your fault directly, but this is a massive security gap and an utter failure. Under current authorities, what is preventing base commanders from neutralizing these immediately, in my opinion, going out there with a shotgun and shooting these things down?
Well, thank you, ma'am, for the question. I wish it were as simple as shooting it with a shotgun, but it's not.
Depending on elevation, but what's stopping it? Is it still the bureaucratic red tape and sign-offs? Because in my opinion, if you're flying something like this that can collect jammed communications, maybe carry explosives, collect surveillance on classified systems, I don't think that you should have to be required to make a phone call. I think that if you see it, you should shoot it down.
Yes, under 130I, unauthorized surveillance would meet the standard for engagement. If it were interfering with your operations, it would meet the standard for engagement. If you're not a 130I, then again, back to the rules of engagement and establishing hostile intent or hostile act. But you may get there. So just the presence of that drone over your base may meet hostile intent or hostile act. There is not a set of circumstances I can tell you in every case, go down a checklist, okay, you met it, go ahead and shoot.
Sir, I mean, I think you might agree. If you are flying a drone in any capacity, I don't care if it's civilian or not, over a military installation, I don't even think you should have to go to a checklist. I think that it should automatically be taken down.
Yeah, and that's the preference to invoke 130I is to relieve that burden because we do agree that unauthorized access to our bases poses a threat. Even if there aren't sensitive activities, it does provide surveillance of our force posture, our weak points, our vulnerabilities, descriptions, geographic details of the base.
All of the information, right?
They can gather intelligence piece by any means necessary. So we do want 130I protection because we'd like to relieve that burden. Now, engagement still needs to meet the standard, the responsible standard. You have to do a collateral damage assessment before you can engage.
Well, I have a feeling with this administration and the members on this panel, I think that you'll probably get there. So help is on the way in that regard. Mr. Diddleson, hopefully I said that okay. Do you believe that foreign adversaries like China and Iran exploit the jurisdictional chaos under the previous administration to increase their drone activity over U.S. territories?
Yes, Congresswoman. I think our adversaries take advantage of every weakness that we have in our system, and they're constantly probing, trying to find an entry point.
Okay. Well, let me just be crystal clear for the record. If you fly a drone over an American military base, it should be blown out of the sky. I don't think that this is a controversial perspective to have. No phone calls, no paperwork, no permission slips. But under the Biden message, I think it was more or less the message of fly wherever you want. We'll kind of deal with it later. But be crystal clear, under this administration, the message is FAFO. For decorum sakes, we won't interpret that, but just mess around and find out. You guys all know what that means. We have the technology, we have the capability, but what we lacked up until now is the courage to act without apology. This isn't about drones, it's about deterrence. It's about restoring the kind of unapologetic strength that keeps our enemies at bay and our warfighters safe. I yield my time. Thank you guys so much for being here today. You guys look great in uniform. And you do too, ladies.
Thank you. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses once again for their testimony today. I now yield to Ranking Member Subramaniam for closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think let's keep it brief. That I think we have some good ideas that we can maybe turn into legislation, and we can hopefully make sure that we empower bases to both have the right technologies to address this, as well as to make sure more military installations are covered under statute potentially. Make sure there's better coordination with state, local, and federal.
All right, that was just a little bit of this House hearing on drones over military installations. That hearing is wrapping up, but we do want to go on to another live event that just popped up. Speaker Mike Johnson presenting the Congressional Gold Medal to the 688th Central Postal Directorate Battalion, known as the 6888, in recognition of its military service and contributions during World War II. Let's listen in.
She enlisted on her 20th birthday, and she had dreams of pursuing music and teaching. We remember women like Rome Davis, okay? She used the GI Bill to attend fashion school, and decades later, earned her black belt in her 70s, okay? Tough ladies. We also, of course, remember the incomparable Lieutenant Colonel Charity Adams Early, who guided her unit. She faced all those challenges. She guided her unit with unshakable grace and resolve. And even after earning her degree in mathematics, Latin, and physics, she returned to her studies after the war, and she said this famously, quote, "After handling 885 women, any course in college would be a cinch." We're blessed that 2 members of the 688 are still with us today watching from home. They are, and we want to salute them from here in the chamber. Fannie McClendon, who hails from my home state of Louisiana. All right. She went on to serve her country as a major in the Air Force. That's right. We also have Anna Mae Robertson watching at home. Okay. Just last month, she celebrated her 101st birthday. Okay. Miss Anna Mae, you got a big group here, okay? These women and the entire 688 are great American patriots, loyal to a nation that for far too long failed to return that favor. And I'm glad to say that that's changing, and we're doing that here today. This remarkable story has rightly captured imaginations. It has now inspired books and movies, stirred the conscience of millions of Americans who are just now hearing and sharing this incredible story. Today, here in the People's House, we add to that story. So thank you all for being here. We are honored to host you and to celebrate these exceptional women. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the presentation of the colors by the United States Army Color Guard from the 3rd United States Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, the performance of our national anthem by the United States Army Band, Pershing Zone Brass Quintet, and the retiring of the colors.
CEO and publisher of Afro-American newspaper.
Shall we pray? Eternal God, sovereign and sustainer, we bow our heads and lift our hearts today in awe and gratitude. In this hallowed place where history is remembered and sacrifice honored, we pause to commemorate a long overdue recognition, the awarding of the Congressional Gold Medal to the 688 Central Postal Directory Battalion. We give thanks for the 855 courageous Black women, soldiers, sisters, daughters, mothers, and wives who served with the 688. In 1945, God, they crossed oceans and broke barriers. Amid the devastation of war, under unimaginable conditions, cold, dark, rat-infested warehouses with bombs overhead and morale crumbling, they brought order, hope, and human connection. They sorted millions of pieces of mail, but even more profoundly, they reconnected hearts across oceans, reminding weary soldiers that they were not forgotten. From every corner of our nation they came, including proud daughters of my home state of Maryland, such as my own aunt, Vashti Turley Murphy Matthews, who alongside her sisters in arms showed the world what faith, courage, and determination could achieve when given the chance to serve. Lord, we thank you for President Joe Biden, whose signature affirmed this honor, and for the steadfast leadership of Representative Gwen Moore, Senator Jerry Moran, and Senator Jackie Rosen, whose bipartisan commitment made this historic day possible. May their example inspire continued efforts to honor truth, justice, and sacrifice. Today, we lift up the families, those gathered here and those carrying this legacy across generations. May this moment bring healing, affirmation, and pride. May it remind us that no act of valor is ever forgotten and no story of sacrifice should ever go untold. Bless the Congress and grant its members wisdom, humility, and moral clarity as they serve the people of this nation. And bless these United States of America, made stronger, richer, and more equitable because of women like those of the 688. And it's in your name that we pray, and the people of God said, amen.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Jake LaTurner, former United States Representative from the 2nd District of Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished guests, friends, I am so humbled to be here today for this celebration. And that's what this is a long overdue celebration for some very brave women in our history. As has been said here today, the women of the 688 deserve to be honored with the highest civilian award Congress can give. In a time of war, and in a world that questioned both their worth and their capability, this all-Black, all-female battalion answered their nation's call with courage, dignity, and excellence. They understood that they were integral to our nation's success, that the millions of pieces of mail they sorted had an enormous impact on the morale of our soldiers, and they have not received the recognition that they deserve. This is not just about a medal, though. This is about cementing their rightful place in history, and I'm pleased to be a very small part of that. I want to thank Senator Moran, Senator Rosen, Representative Moore for their hard work in making sure that this day is possible. May the legacy of the 688 continue to inspire us every single day and encourage us to build a nation ever worthy of their sacrifice. Thank you, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Gwen Moore, United States Representative from the 4th District of Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker,
the Early family, armed forces. I want to especially speak of Colonel Edna Cummings, that you'll be hearing from shortly, honored guests, colleagues, all who are gathered here. It is such a privilege to be standing here in Emancipation Hall, a sacred place, and it is fitting for a location for this ceremony. The Capitol, the Emancipation Hall, is named for the enslaved laborers that played a crucial and oft-overlooked role in the construction of this Capitol. And they were very excluded from the very freedom that it embodies. The lengthy process of constructing the U.S. Capitol relied upon free and enslaved laborers at every step. For example, slaves augmented a number of projects, perhaps most notably the Statue of Freedom that is atop the U.S. Capitol dome and is owed in part to the labor and skill of enslaved artisan Philip Reed. But of course, their contributions went unhidden and unrecognized. But now we have a plaque here, and this very hall really recognizes the labor of those folks. And today, indeed, the 6888 Battalion were these unsung heroes who served their country. And they did it because they were patriotic, not because they thought that they would ever get any recognition. And now, 80 years later, after they were deployed to Europe, this ceremony is a fitting end to a long journey to make sure that we do not forget their service. And none of them did it for glory. They did it for the love of country. And you know, the story reminds us so much that while there's much that divides our country today, there's even more that joins us together. And like a commitment to service, a commitment to doing something bigger than yourself, to live voluntarily, to go into service in a war zone, even in the face of segregation at home. We want to thank the women of the 6888 from all over the nation, the 855 women who served for their service. They're women like my constituent, who is still alive, a young 101 years old, Private Anna Mae Robertson of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I first got to know Anna Mae Robertson because she's the mother of a friend of mine that I went to college with, and she's also a constituent. And my office was contacted to look for some of the service medals that they thought she most certainly deserved. And as I got these service medals, I realized what a tremendous, remarkable, and unknown story the 6888 was. And that history lived right there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And as I worked to prepare these remarks, I had to think further about how this evolved. Her daughter, Cherie Robertson, very dear friend of mine, wrote me a letter, and I'm quoting from Cherie's letter. Quote, by sponsoring the bill for the Congressional Gold Medal, you will be ensuring that the contributions and sacrifices made by the women who served in the 6888 Central Posting Battalion will not go unnoticed and will be appreciated by future generations, unquote. And you've heard about the obstacles that these barriers, cold, freezing weather, rats, but they put duty first. And in the days before cell phones, emails, text, Instagram, you can only imagine how important getting a letter from home was, and as it sustained our young men in the theater of war. I want to quote from an obituary that appeared in the Niagara Gazette, May 21st, 2021, of the 688. Their work was more than sorting mail. It was ministering to the souls of soldiers, making sure they received that little piece of home that reminded them that they were not forgotten. Ergo, the motto, no mail, low morale. And as I hurry to a close, I want to thank Representative Jake LaTurner. I remember when I tracked you down in the Republican cloakroom to be my co-sponsor. I remember dogging all of the generals in the House, cussing, you better damn well help me get some signatures. Senator Jerry Moran, and of course my good friend, Senator Jackie Rosen, for spearheading this legislation in the Senate. And I also would be remiss if I didn't mention a person who helped me write these remarks and didn't put his name in here, my legislative director, Chris Golson, who was dogged about getting the signatures. It took us 7 years to get this done. And of course, you're going to hear from amazing people like retired Army Colonel Edna Cummings and Carlton Philpott, many others that I can't name, who picked up the phone to make calls and send emails to get us to this point. As one reporter noted in one of the many stories about these remarkable women, quote, the 6888 was an experiment, a pass-fail test to determine the value Black women brought to the military. And let me say, today, all of us bear witness to their impeccable, remarkable performance, their commitment to freedom, and that's why we're able to gather here today in Emancipation Hall, and to celebrate their legacy. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Jackie Rosen, United States Senator from Nevada.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. Mr. Speaker, the leaders, senators, my dear friend Glenn Moore, you have motivated us to do all of this. My friends in Congress, members of the military, families and friends, and for those watching, the few survivors who are watching us today, thank you, thank you, thank you, because we are thrilled to be here, all of us together, to celebrate the incredible women of the 6888. And these brave women, over 800 strong, made up the only all-Black, all-woman unit deployed overseas during World War II, and that should be applauded. Again, to Congresswoman Moore, and I'm proud to work with Senator Moran, our partners all across both houses, to make sure that the 6888 Central Postal Directory Battalion got the recognition that they truly and rightfully deserve with the Congressional Gold Medal, Congress's highest civilian honor. I got involved with these efforts, these heroes, especially because of the women who called my state of Nevada home. Women like Corporal Mabel Nevels, women like Corporal Alberta Bradley, and women like Corporal Lena King, who later in her life came to call Nevada home. That's right. And it was Corporal King's story that motivated me to make sure that these heroic women got the recognition that they deserved. And even though she is no longer with us, she is with us in spirit. Her heroism remains, her spirit and her legacy intact.
All of these trailblazing women, they not only answered the call to serve their country, but they did so in the face of incredible challenges of the time, like racism and sexism. And their mission sounds like a simple one, just to deliver the mail, right? But to distribute mail and clear a massive backlog of 17 million letters and packages, it was a tremendous feat, and it was critical. It was critical. This mail was the only connection that our troops had to home, that they had to family. It was their light in the darkness and the loneliness of war. So for the heroes that were risking their lives on the front line, this mail, the mail that they so carefully worked 24 hours a day to figure out where it went and who it went to, they knew it would bring them joy, it would bring them hope, and it would bring them their humanity. And despite the many challenges, the women of the 6888 cleared that backlog in half the time expected. Their speed, their precision, their dedication remained true to their motto as expressed by Corporal King: no mail, low morale. For decades, their service went largely unrecognized, hidden in the margins of history. And that changes today. Today, they are no longer hidden. We stand up for the 6888. And let this medal, at this time, in this place, Emancipation Hall, and this moment, stand as a permanent reminder that courage knows no color, that strength knows no gender, and patriotism knows no bounds. So on behalf of a grateful nation, to the families, the descendants, the friends, and the loved ones, the women of 6888, we thank you for your service, and we are so proud to honor you here today. You have our eternal gratitude. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Jerry Moran, United States Senator from Kansas.
Ladies and gentlemen, Americans, congressional leaders, Representative LaTurner and Representative Gwen Moore, and my colleague from the Senate, Senator Jackie Rosen. It is a privilege of a lifetime to stand in front of you today to pay tribute and respect to the women of the 6888. The World War II heroes we recognize today were freedom fighters who set aside the safety and comfort of their home to deploy to Europe to support and fight tyranny, to support freedom, which they didn't always experience in their own country. These women came from all over our nation. They came from all walks of life. I suppose in many ways we'd say they were just average Americans. But these average Americans were something more than just average. At every time, in every generation, we need role models. We need role models today. We can only strive and hope that we can earn in our own lifetime the respect that these women earned and deserve in their lifetimes. The women of the Army Corps Central Postal Directory Battalion, as we now are certain we know, the women of the 6888, are soldiers who went above and beyond their duty. They broke barriers that should never have existed and defied odds that were stacked against them. Their commitment and determined efforts to eliminate a backlog of mail touched the lives of millions of American soldiers and their families at home. For American soldiers on the front line, messages from home, they provided comfort and a reminder for the people back home that they were fighting for. For the families back home, the letters gave them comfort and a level of certainty that their loved ones were alive and maybe well. Written words of encouragement, love, and hope offered glimpses of what life could be like when they returned home. What all of us want in our life, at most times in our life, is hope. And letters from home provided hope. Hope to return to life of love and family. Tucked away in pockets of soldiers, the letters from home gave them the strength to push forward to achieve their mission. The 6888 is especially important to me as the son of a World War II veteran who left his new bride in Emporia, Kansas, to fight in Europe. I don't know if any of the letters between my mom and dad passed through the hands of the 6888, but I do know that the work they did made it possible for millions of young men like my dad to keep up the fight. When these women returned home, there was no parade to greet them. No one lined the streets to thank them for their service. That ain't right, and we're trying to correct it today. Many return to their daily lives only with the stories of their service in World War II. In 2018, I had the honor to meet 5 of these exceptional women, including Dolores Ruddock, and that at the dedication of the ceremony of the 6888 Central Postal Directory Battalion Monument at the Buffalo Soldier Memorial Park in Leavenworth, Kansas. A day I will never forget, and a day that caused me to think, what more could we do to show our gratitude? Those ladies that I met, all in their 90s, these 5 women that came to Fort Leavenworth, they braved our Kansas winter to see a memorial built in their honor. 3 years later, I attended the funeral of Dolores, and I'm grateful she lived to see the memorial in Kansas built to her honor, and I regret she didn't live to see today's ceremony. I'm grateful I could introduce the Congressional Gold Medal Act. I introduced it in the Senate to bestow this honor upon the 6888, and I'm saddened that we weren't able to express our gratitude more quickly to the women while they were still living. You know, I indicated that Dolores was able to see a monument built in her honor. Shortly before the World War II memorial was to be dedicated, I put on my running shoes and walked to the World War II memorial. And when I got there, I arrived and looked for the Kansas pillar. And I stepped away and used my flip phone to call my dad at home in Plainville, Kansas. And I was lucky because the voicemail, the answering machine picked up. I probably wouldn't have said what I said on the voicemail on the answering machine if they'd answered the phone himself. But I said, Dad, I'm at the World War II memorial. Dad, this memorial was built in your honor. Dad, I want you to know that I respect you. I thank you for your service. And Dad, I love you. I walked back to my office and my phone rang. It was my dad. And he said, Gerald? And I said, Dad?
All right, we have been listening in here to the Congressional Gold Medal ceremony that is happening right now on Capitol Hill. We'll keep an eye on it for you as a list of lawmakers continue to speak. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks again for joining us on Live Now from Fox as we continue to roll on, give you the day's biggest top stories, headlines. Of course, this all a big day as President Trump in his first 100 days, the second time around, and making some news today for the automakers as he softened the blow a little bit when it comes to tariffs related to the automakers and parts. So let's go right out to the White House. That is where we find Fox Business's Edward Lawrence joining us here with the latest.
And Mike, what the president says that he had engagements with the U.S. automakers, and that's what changed his mind to sort of lessen the impact of the tariffs on them for a short period of time. So basically, the automakers have to pick the lesser or the greater of the tariffs, which would be about 25%, which is what the auto tariffs came in for in most cases, unless it's an item's coming from China. And then these tariffs then will not be stacked on top of each other. It's just that one flat rate. Now, in the first year, they're going to offer rebates, an offset of 15% of that 25% tariff. In the second year, it's 10% of that 15% tariff for the car. And then in the third year, it's no tariff at all. And the president says what that allows them to do is allows automakers to get a rebate basically off of the cars that are coming in, off of the tariffs that are coming in on those cars, so they can ramp up themselves manufacturing production lines and build new factories in the U.S. because the automakers told them they need about 2 years to do that. Like,
and Edward, what has the reaction been with companies? Because we've seen this happen before with the Trump administration. They'll put out a list there of tariffs that are going to be, and then they'll walk it back, and then it's this back and forth a little bit. So how do these companies react to the news that continues to come out?
Right. Well, Stellantis released a statement on this saying that they do appreciate what the president's doing, and they're working to move manufacturing back to the United States. And this gives them a little breathing room related to that. It's a complex method of how they do it, but, it's basically reducing the tariff, the impact of the tariff on these companies, so they have a chance to move in manufacturing to the United States to avoid tariffs altogether. But this is not removing or lessening the tariffs. They're still in place. It's just that 2-year buffer, so then companies can ramp that up, and after the 2 years, theoretically, they should be already up and running in the U.S. and can avoid the tariff.
And lastly, Edward, is there any news? We heard there that President Trump and his team had a lot of deals and trade deals that they had on paper, maybe even more than 15. Is there any word yet on just how those will be implemented or even talked about? They said they're on paper, but when will they be announced?
Yeah, so we're putting this all together now. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, says that they have 17 deals on paper on the table now, which they're negotiating through. The President Trump, said as he was departing for Michigan that he believes he has a deal with India, and that would be the first country. He said that the negotiations are going well. He believes that deal is in place with India. If you pair that with what the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, said, without mentioning a country, he said they have the first deal finished, and the parliament and the prime minister of that country have to just agree to that. So if you put those two together, it appears India could be the first deal on this. We're just waiting for India to make the final say of yes, we do agree to a deal, a trade deal. Now, the markets took off on the news that the first deal was done from the Commerce Secretary and President Trump saying that India, he believes they have a deal with India, and the markets took off straight up from that announcement there. So that's where we are related to the tariffs. And they're hoping, the administration is hoping, that others will then fall in line. India, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, this morning said India is the easiest to do because they basically have tariff barriers, not non-tariff barriers. So India's tariff barriers are the highest among the globe when it comes to the U.S., and so they just have to basically reduce the tariffs. They don't have to tackle significant non-tariff barriers, which other countries like China, even the European Union, they have those non-tariff barriers in place, and that's what the administration is trying to work out with the deals there.
There we go. Edward Lawrence always breaking it down for us from Fox Business. We always appreciate it, as always. Thanks so much, Edward.
Thanks, Mike.
Take care. All right, everyone, and we will take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back with much more coming up in moments on Live Now. worldwide for you on live now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Let's go back out now live to Capitol Hill, where the House continues to award and talk about this Congressional Gold Medal presentation. Let's listen in.
Provide funds for their burial. The heroes of the 688 took up a collection to pay for their caskets and themselves laid their sisters to rest. That's the spirit, the soulfulness, the sisterhood of the 688. We reject any efforts now to erase this history, and that is why this bipartisan ceremony is so particularly important. The women of the 688 overcame the odds, disproved the doubters, and courageously contributed to the Allied victory in World War II. Their efforts helped freedom prevail over fascism, and that is why they are so worthy to be praised. We are forever indebted to them for their honorable service, and as a result of this gold medal ceremony, we forever will ensure that they will never, ever be hidden figures again. God bless you. God bless the 688. May God continue to bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Democratic Leader of the United States Senate.
To Mr. Stanley Early, Colonel Edna Cummings, my colleagues in the Senate and the House, to Senators Moran and Rosen, Congress members Moore and LaTurner, but most of all, the relatives, friends, supporters of the great and now properly remembered 688. From 1943 to 1945, 2,000 acres of once quiet New York farmland operated as the busiest military embarkation camp in the world. Nearly 1.3 million soldiers passed through Camp Shanks before crossing the Atlantic to join the war in Europe, including the women of the 688 Central Postal Directory, the only Black all-female unit to serve abroad in all of World War II. Today, we honor the Congressional Gold Medal, the highest civilian honor bestowed by Congress to the trailblazing women of the 688. And by now, we all know the stories of their heroics, their great heroics. How they sorted millions of pieces of mail in record time, making sure soldiers received their letters and packages from back home. But also how they overcame doubt and discrimination to get the job done, how they lifted the morale of an entire army fighting for freedom. But before they could do any of this, they had to fight for even the opportunity to serve. At the time, Black women had just recently been granted the ability to join the Women's Army Corps. Those who did were forced to train in harsh conditions, to live in segregated barracks, and were routinely assigned menial tasks like janitorial duties. Still, they persisted. They showed up every single day with dignity, discipline, and a dogged determination to serve. And when the opportunity finally came for the women of the 688, they answered the call and changed the course of history. They took on a mission that many others deemed impossible. They carried the weight of an entire army on their shoulders, and they illustrated that American heroes come from all walks of life, regardless of gender, regardless of race. So today, with this long overdue award, 6888 will take their rightful place in the pantheon of America's greatest wartime heroes. Their legacy, once overlooked, will now endure for generations to come. So God bless the 888, the 6888. God bless our women and men in uniform, and God bless the United States of America. This is a great day for our country.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Jack Thune, Majority Leader of the United States Senate.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Leader Schumer, Senators Moran and Rosen, Congressman LaTurner, Congressman Moore. No mail, low morale. As has already been said, it was the motto of the 6888. For my dad and the millions of other Americans who served overseas during World War II, there were no emails, no FaceTimes, no Zooms, no phone calls. My Uncle Gib was at Pearl Harbor when it was hit on December 7th in 1941, and my grandparents didn't know for days whether he was alive or dead. Letters were the only connection to home. In the absence of those letters, that was a real blow to soldiers already facing constant strain and danger. In early 1945, the mail situation was a big problem. Warehouses in Birmingham, England were filled with a backlog of 17 million pieces of mail. It was estimated that clearing that backlog would take 6 months. Enter the 6888. The women of the 6888 Central Postal Directory Battalion, the only all-black and women of color Women's Army Corps unit to serve overseas during World War II, arrived in Birmingham in February, and boy, did they get to work. And despite often dismal working conditions and practical challenges, there were, for example, 7,500 Americans named Robert Smith. Within 3 months, they had cleared the backlog. 3 months. Half the time estimated for the task. A story of professionalism and excellence and determination worthy of being remembered all on its own. But there's more to it than that. Because these women accomplished their task in the face of challenges no battalion of white men, or even white women for that matter, would have had to face. In addition to the ordinary trials of their service, they faced racism, segregation, hostility, and prejudice. But they did their jobs anyway. And for these trailblazing women and their exceptional commander, Major Charity Adams, deserve to be doubly remembered. It is an honor to be here today to witness the 6888 receive this recognition. And I hope that this medal and this presentation today will bring additional attention to their historic story. On behalf of a grateful nation, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
All right, so the moment we've all been waiting for. As we've heard today, the story of the 6888 has been buried in American history for quite some time. But we are grateful for the many descendants, historians, and advocates with us today who helped bring the legacy of this storied unit to light. Just last week, I was back home in Louisiana, and while I was there, I had the honor of meeting the oldest living World War II veteran. He lives in my district there. He just turned 106 years old. Yeah. He's sharp as a tack, and I asked him for his vitamin regimen, but that's another story. We gave him a Congressional Commendation Award, and it was the very least that I could do. I felt inadequate, but just giving him the certificate. But what we do today is so appropriate. I was reminded then, as I am now, that with each passing day, we are slowly losing our ties to this great generation of men and women. It is our responsibility and solemn duty as citizens to preserve this heritage, to ensure the heroism and bravery of our greatest generation are never forgotten. And it is a biblical admonition that all of us must give honor where honor is due. That's what we do today. So for their distinguished service, I am proud our nation is finally giving the women of the 688 the recognition they've long deserved. Today is our way of saying in no uncertain terms that their story will never be forgotten. And so, on behalf of a grateful nation, it is my honor to present the Congressional Gold Medal to the 688. At this time, I will ask Leader Thune, Leader Schumer, Leader Jeffries, Senator Moran, Senator Rosen, Representative Moore, Representative LaTurner, Colonel Edna Cummings, and Mr. Stanley Early III, and Ms. Judith Early to please join me here in the front of the stage for the presentation of the medals.
Son of Lieutenant Colonel Charity Adams Early.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, sponsors of the bill, families of the 688, and all of the guests here. On behalf of the friends and families and all those connected with the 688, I wish to give my most sincere thanks to the Congress of the United States for this great honor to the women of the battalion. I wanted to say a couple brief remarks. While representation is important, it is important after excellence. And I have, and I'm more of a math person than a word person. I think a few of you know me, and that's kind of true. And we've talked about People have talked about what the 688 did, and I'm going to talk a little more about the numbers. The 17 million pieces of mail, the 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and in 90 days. But if you do that and you multiply it, or rather divide it, you wind up with one letter or package going out on average every 4/10 of a second for 90 days. No computers, no optical scanners, no sorting machines, all done by hand. These soldiers exemplified determination in the face of adversity and demonstrated the ability to go beyond what was thought to be possible. They overcame major obstacles to achieve success and made a substantial difference to the Army. They served as an inspiring role model for young soldiers entering service today, and they're true examples of American excellence. The Congressional Gold Medal has reinforced the principle that those who dedicate themselves fully, regardless of race or gender, can be recognized at the highest levels, and above all, that excellence matters. Finally, I do have a request. Please help us to ensure that the story of the 688 and the honors and the recognition that they receive are protected and remembered for future generations. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colonel Edmund W. Cummings, United States Army retired and author of A Soldier's Life, a Confidence Rise from the Army Practice 668 Champion.
Okay. Please be seated. Thank you. Oh my gosh, how exciting. Mr. Speaker, our Senate and House co-sponsors, members of Congress, families, distinguished guests, I am more than honored to be with you today to present the 688 with our nation's highest civilian award, the long-awaited, much sought-after Congressional Gold Medal. And the 688 is now listed among the less than 200 recipients since General George Washington first received it in 1776. 8 decades after 688 returned from the war, we now commend these soldiers who did 4 things. They exceeded performance standards, succeeded when others failed, restored reliable mail service, and connected loved ones to the front lines. So it was more than the mail. And more importantly, World War II was a time when the entire nation came together to defend America. I would really like to acknowledge First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt and Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune, because Dr. Bethune was also an honorary general in the Women's Army for National Defense. Together, Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune and First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt opened a path for service and encouraged women to serve our nation. And as a result, hundreds of thousands of women answered their call, including the 688. Women of all races throughout the U.S., throughout our territories, answered the nation's call to defend America. With 85% of the 688 having college degrees or working as former school teachers, the 688 were among the nation's most educated workforce. Armed with education and patriotism, they gave their all in return from the war and to their lives without fanfare. Many said that they did their jobs and came home, and the ones I talked to told me, "Colonel, end of story." But I wouldn't accept that as the end of the story. And for most, that chapter of their lives did end. But until recent years, their story and impacts were seldom, if ever, told. And now, due to the tenacity of families and hundreds of supporters worldwide, the 688's history is known internationally. To date, the Congressional Gold Medal, 2 post offices, museum exhibits, countless state and local resolutions, commemorative days, documentaries, street dedications in the U.S. and in France, blue plaques in the United Kingdom, a movie, books, and articles now cement the legacy of this remarkable military unit. And the 6888 not only restored vital communication, but this history has now restored the passion for service, as evidenced by young girls who now dress up as members of the 6888. But to members of Congress and your staff, I appreciate your hard work. You've answered my phone calls now for over 7 years. But your hard work has resulted in us bestowing this honor upon the 6888. And I would like to offer the families a special thank you for sharing their personal stories, and to our supporters and veterans organizations worldwide who donated your time and resources to make today and many others possible. I would also like to acknowledge Ms. Sylvia Schuster Banks. She's the 95-year-old sister of 6888 veteran Gladys Schuster Carter. And we have some guests from the United Kingdom. Raise your hand. Who joined us today. And a few Martha Portman rings. So in closing, I'd just like to say, with my utmost respect, appreciation, and humility, please know that everyone in here, all of you, helped shape the enduring legacy of the 6888. Thank you so very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the benediction delivered by Dr. Barry C. Black, Chaplain of the United States Senate.
Let us pray. Eternal Lord God, who holds the world in your hands, thank you for this Congressional Gold Medal that honors the 6888. Thank you that the 6888 validates for us the words of the poet, fleecy locks and dark complexion cannot forfeit nature's claims. Skin may differ, but affection dwells in black and white the same. Were I so tall as to reach the pole, or to grasp the ocean at a span, I must be measured by my soul. The mind is the standard of the woman and man. Now bless and keep us. Make your face shine upon us and be gracious to us. Lift the light of your countenance upon us and give us your shalom, your peace. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's ceremony. Thank you for joining us today. Please enjoy the Good Times Roll by Ray Charles, performed by the United States Army Band and Brass Quintet.
And congratulations to the 6888, their family and friends taking part here in this moment to honor them. And of course, we brought it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, Mike Page here. Thanks again for joining us. As always, we are just moments away from President Trump to be making remarks out in Michigan ahead of his big rally a little bit later. But this was just moments ago of President Trump wheels down in Michigan very windy and blustery day there as he's about to step down Air Force One and head to the National Guard, where he will make some remarks ahead of his rally there. But again, we've got you covered on Live Now from Fox, trying to bring you as many different live feeds from all across the country. We'll see if he comes to the cameras, and we'll be speaking to the media. He did that before leaving the White House, so not sure if he'll make his way again, but joined there by the Governor Whitmer there, meeting President Trump at the tarmac, and then is going to be talking with other military members as well. You can see just how windy a day it is right there. And again, we will be showcasing both of his remarks here for you as President Trump now on 100 days in office for the second time around here in his second term as president of the United States, and meeting with other dignitaries as well in Michigan ahead of his remarks at the National Guard. And already his rally has begun with speakers ahead of his keynote speech that he will be making for 100 days in office. And it's been a busy day for congressional members, both Republicans and Democrats, as they have been talking about the first 100 days for President Trump, and he gets into the Beast limousine there, where he will be taken right now to a short drive here to this base for the Michigan National Guard. So what we'll do is we'll take a 2-minute break ahead of his remarks, and we will be back to showcase President Trump in the first 100 days for his second term. You're watching Live Now. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as always. And we are getting you ready for President Trump remarks at the Michigan National Guard. This is all part of his first 100 days and doing a couple of events out in Michigan. So you can see the Michigan National Guard is set to hear his remarks, and then soon he will be having another event, this one in Macomb County, Michigan, where some speakers are already starting at this rally. So let's listen in for a little bit on Live Now.
We love the president, and he loves us. Now think about it for a second. What an honor it is for him to use his very first rally event to come to Macomb County, Michigan. And he's at Selfridge right now, making sure they get new planes in there to defend our northern border. We all know this, but we have the greatest president, probably not just in our lifetimes, but in the history of this country. This man broke the mold in his first term, and in his first 100 days, he's accomplished more than Joe Biden did in 4 years. Now, we've got a lot of auto workers here today. There's a whole bunch of them sitting back here. And we're going to have a whole lot more auto workers 4 years from now, because Ford, General Motors, and Chryslers are going to have to bring their plants back from Mexico and bring them back to Macomb County. Listen. You know, I can kind of excuse Toyota, Nissan, Honda, Hyundai for trying to get away with shipping their cars over here to America and selling them without building plants here. They built a couple, but not many. We call them transplants, and they all go down south. But listen, there is no excuse for Ford Motor Company, where I worked for 25 years, a family-owned company based right here in Detroit, to move their plants out of Michigan down to Mexico. No excuse. Donald Trump gets it, and he's going to force them to make the right decision and bring them back. So we are super honored, and it is a great privilege to have Donald Trump coming to Macomb County today. It's a big honor, and I expect when he walks out this walkway right here, you're all going to stand up and give him a standing ovation, because he deserves it. Now, real quick, you got a little bit of work to do. You know, when he got elected on November 5th, that wasn't the end of our fight. That was the beginning of our fight. We've got a fighter in the White House now, and he's got to have a majority in Congress. We've got to get out there and work hard to reelect Republicans at every level in the 2026 midterms. Because if we allow the Democrats to retake the majority, they already have the impeachment papers drawn up. So you got to keep your energy level high. You got to work, and you got to make sure you get everybody out to vote in the 2026 midterms, just like we did in the 24 election, to put him back in the White House. And I know you'll do it. Thank you. And don't forget, a standing ovation when he comes out. Nobody in their seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Oakland County Sheriff Mike Bouchard.
I like that almost as much as I fought the law and the law won. I do not like I shot the sheriff, just for the record. Don't like that one. Well, thank you all for being here on a 100-day mark. What an amazing mark, eh? First, I would like to say thank you to the men and women of our military that work every day to keep our country safe. God bless them. On that front, I'd also like to say thank you to the president for not only recognizing the strategic importance of suffrage, but taking action. So many people talk, but don't follow through. Taking action to make sure it continues to be a vital component in the safety, not just of our region, but of our nation. So thank you on that. As a father of a family member just came back from an extended deployment and my son is currently deployed, I feel very connected to our war fighters, and I appreciate that support of this president and this community. So thank you. You know, our military handles threats from abroad, but we in law enforcement are charged with the public safety here at home. And as such, a very integral part of that public safety is border security. You cannot have homeland security without border security. I'll say that again. You can't have homeland security without border security. You don't know who's coming in the country and for what purpose. So you need to have that. Yes, the immigration system needs to be made timely, and the president's working on all that good stuff, I'm sure. But the first thing you do is you make sure it's safe. The Major County Sheriffs of America is a group of sheriffs that are the largest agencies in the country, a bipartisan group. And they've had stated policy for years. And one of the policies, first and foremost, gain and maintain operational control of the United States border. The first step includes advanced technology, physical infrastructure, adequate federal staffing, and have them deployed to the borders, northern, southern, and maritime. It's not rocket science. Check. Done. This president got that done. Number two, knowing who enters our country and vetting them. Such a basic premise. We have to know who comes in and if they leave, when they leave, and how they leave. It's a basic concept, which, by the way, was in the 9/11 Commission decades ago. It's time this stuff gets done, and it is done. Check. A third policy of Major County Sheriffs of America is use all American power, including sanctions, to eradicate murderous Mexican cartels. Pretty basic. Violent crime and record-setting overdoses in our communities are fueled by those cartels. Narcotics, human trafficking, labor exploitation, and that crisis affects this community every day. One lady testified before Congress, a resident of my county. She lost 2 sons in one day from overdose. And it's not just overdosing, it's poisoning, because they're putting things in pills that are fake, you don't know it's fentanyl, and it kills you. That they have to be held accountable for, and the president is doing that. Check. And finally, a famous coined statement by the influential senator of Michigan in 1947, Arthur Vandenberg, said, "Partisan politics must stop at the water's edge when we deal with foreign adversaries." I say homeland security and border security begins at the water's edge, and it's our job as a country to do that. And since this president has been in office, illegal border crossings are down 96%. Whoever you are or whatever party you're in, you should be appreciative of that fact. Job done. God bless you.
All right, everybody, you You are watching live now from Fox as that rally, of course, will have President Trump a little bit later in Macomb County, but you can see at the Michigan National Guard, we have President Trump just making his entrance. Let's listen in.
Well, I guess they think we're going to save this place. And you know what? They're right. 100% right. We're going to save it and make it better, actually. So at ease, everybody. At ease. Enjoy yourself. Sit down if you can. If those are chairs, yeah, they are, in a sense. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be back in the great state of Michigan. And as you know, we had a big victory in Michigan. And I won't forget it, and I'm not forgetting it. And I'm honored to be here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base with the men and women of the 127th Wing of the Michigan Air National Guard. Thank you very much for being here. This is great. It's a great honor, and a great honor for me. We've had such success in Michigan. I want to thank the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who's doing a really great job. The Houthis will tell you that. He's doing a very good job. Major General Paul Rogers and Brigadier General Daniel Kramer of the Michigan National Guard. Commander of the 127th Wing, Brigadier General Matthew Brancato, thank you very much. Deputy Commander Colonel David Spihar, wherever you may be, David. Where's David? Hello. Hello, David. Where the hell are you, David? Hello, David. Thank you very much. He's like the quiet type, right? But a killer, I hear. Command Chief Master Sergeant Bruce Hedrick. Bruce? Hello, Bruce. Thank you very much, Bruce. Thank you, Bruce. Great job. For decades, they've been trying to save this facility. I didn't realize that. I thought it was just recently because I heard about it recently from some people, including your governor, who has done a very good job. She came to see me. That's the reason she came to see me, by the way, to save Selfridge. And she was very effective along with some of the other politicians and some of the military people. They love this place. They love what it stands for, all the victories they've had here over the years. So I want to thank Governor Gretchen Whitmer for bringing it also to our attention very strongly. And you know, I'm not supposed to do that. She's a Democrat. They say, don't do that. Don't have her here. I said, no, she's going to be here. She's done a very good job, frankly, and she was very much involved with the Republicans. They worked together on saving it, and it was not easy. So I want to thank you very much, Gretchen. Good job. Thank you. Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall worked with Gretchen and everybody else. Thank you, Matt. Great job you're doing, too. John James, as you know, is right now working on the great, big, beautiful deal. I said, do me a favor, John, just stay back there and let's get your vote. Let's not worry about this today. But John was fantastic, as were all of the other representatives that you have that are right now in Congress working very, very, very hard, actually. And Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt, thank you very much, Eric. Thank you very much. Great job. Done a great job. But I want to thank all of the people that I just mentioned, but in particular, you know, when I look at the House members, they have been calling me all the time. So we got to get it done. And they worked along with Gretchen and some others. And you're going to be very happy with what I have to say right now. I also want to thank Michigan's tremendous Republican delegation, the whole delegation, the whole state, because they're back in Washington and they're helping our congressman and they're helping us get the votes that we need, because I think if we get it, we have the biggest tax cut in history, and if we don't get it, you have the biggest tax increase. And for that, I will blame the Democrats, because we probably won't get any votes from Democrats. Only, not for any reason other than with them, we're Republicans, and the Democrats tend not to vote anytime we vote. It's the whole thing is so crazy. But it'll be the biggest tax increase in history if we don't get it. And that's why the Republicans can do it, but they have to stick together. And I think they are, from what I understand, really sticking together. I want to thank also Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and John Thune, leader John Thune. They have been working together and with the senators and the Congress, men and women, and I think they've got something that's really, it's big league, and it's very important. The biggest bill ever, if we get it done, and I think we will. For decades, Selfridge Air National Guard Base has stood as a crucial pillar of North American air defense, just 20 miles north of Detroit, where you're going to have a lot of car factories opening very soon, by the way, I might add, with access to the largest military airspace complex east of the Mississippi. Selfridge is tightly integrated with the National All-Domain Warfighting Center. This airfield saw its first military takeoff all the way back in 1917. Can you believe that? Wow, wouldn't that have been a shame to close this great history for something else that wouldn't be as good? The Tuskegee Airmen trained here during World War II, and generations of Michigan patriots have served here with great distinction. Unfortunately, that proud legacy was put at risk by the retirement of the key aircraft based here, in particular the A-10 Thunderbolt II Warthog, which I hear is an incredible plane. It's too bad. It's a long time it's been up there. I said, why don't we save it? I actually said that last time, and we did save it. I said that in my last term, and we did save it, but now it's coming to an end. But I hear the Warthog is incredible. We have support aircraft and also the KC-135 strata tankers. In recent years, many in Michigan have feared for the future of the base. They've been calling everybody, but the only one that mattered was Trump. They called Trump, and we got it done, which represents $850 million in economic impact across the state of Michigan, and probably it could be much more than that as we expand it out, and creates thousands and thousands of good and important jobs, both in the military and civilian jobs. So Gretchen, that's a big economic, you're not gonna have too many economic development jobs like that. It's great. But today I've come in person to lay to rest any doubts about Selfridge's future and the vital role it'll play in our national defense. As Commander-in-Chief, I'm proud to announce that very soon we will replace the retiring A-10 Warthogs with 21 brand new F-15EX Eagle II fighter jets, the best in the world, and fresh off the line. Brand new. And they have an expression, you know what that means, fresh off the line. That means they are brand new. They've never been anywhere. This is where they're going to be for a long time. And I saw one of them flew over my head, and I said, what the hell is that? That plane has serious power. So this is the best there is anywhere in the world. The F-15EX Eagle II. This will keep Selfridge at the cutting edge of Northern American air power. My administration will also continue with plans to replace the outgoing KC-135s and KC-46 Pegasus aircraft to continue that important refueling mission. And they'll be restocked with brand new top-of-the-line refuelers. For generations, the men and women of Selfridge have always been here, and they've always been for us. Whether you're Republican or you're Democrat, they've always been for us. They've been for America. And under the Trump administration, we're going to be there for you. The previous administration was willing to surrender Air National Guard fighter units across the country by retiring aircraft that were not being replaced. We are replacing. But under the Trump administration, we're correcting that injustice, and that starts right here in Michigan, where we have a big commitment to Michigan and to the state, even beyond this. This is an exciting time for the United States military. Since November, enlistment numbers for every branch of the armed forces have surged. Recruitment is now the highest it's been in 39 years. Now, if you remember that you better hold on to those jobs or somebody will take them. Somebody will take those jobs so fast. Hold on to those jobs. Don't leave that job. Who would have thought? Because prior to November 5th, which was Election Day, I was hearing that recruitment was so bad, it was so impossible, it was hard to get people. And this goes not only for the armed forces, for the police, for firemen. People are proud of our country again. Big difference. But we had the worst numbers that we've ever had virtually. We couldn't get anybody, and now we're overstocked. We have waiting lists of people wanting to sign up and be with the military. They're proud of our country again. And I'll be supporting a record-setting $1 trillion investment in our national defense. We're going to go $1 trillion, the largest in the world, largest ever in our country, but no other country's invested that much. We have a $1 trillion budget for military this year, and we have tremendous plans, including increasing the scope of Selfridge. And I recently signed an order to begin construction of the Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland from missile attack. We're going to call it the Golden Dome. We had the Iron Dome, but somehow, Gretchen, Golden Dome sounds better to me. I don't know. Maybe it's not. What do you like better, folks? Golden Dome or Iron Dome? What do you like better? Golden. Let's have a vote. Golden Dome. Oh no, I think we're in trouble. Oh. How about the Iron Dome? Good. Keep it nice. Because we made all the changes already. It'll be a little bit. Even the renderings look very golden, but beautiful. No, it's going to be incredible. The latest and the greatest. A lot of it's going to be made in Michigan. A lot of it is going to be made the Golden Dome. You know, other countries have it. In particular, Israel has it. And we have a much more advanced, and theirs is very good. We helped do it. We did it. But we have an advanced version now that really is incredible what it does. We had a case study of 169. Out of 169, every one of them just shut down. And I think we're entitled to it, don't you? I think we're entitled to it as a country. America's military will soon be stronger and more powerful than ever before, and Selfridge Air National Guard Base will remain at the center of the action. And I just want to say we're building some of the greatest submarines and various other ships, but submarines in particular, we have a monopoly on great submarines. We're building the greatest in the world, most powerful machine ever built. And we're doing some things that are just incredible. In one way, you hate to do it, but in another way, you really have no choice. And we're fighting very hard on the China front and the Russia front with Ukraine and what's happening in the Middle East, and a lot of good things. You're going to be hearing a lot of good things. It's a shame. When I left office, not so long ago, we had no wars. We defeated ISIS in 3 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years, they told me. Sir, it's going to take about 5 years. We did it in 3 weeks. Raising Cain, he's now your top, you know, he's your top person. He's the head of the Joint Chiefs. And I did that because he was the one. He said, sir, we can do it in 3 weeks. I said, 3 weeks? They told me 5 years. No, sir. You can do it in 3 weeks, sir. And I said, let's see if you can do it. And he did it. He had a little time left over, actually. And ISIS was gone, totally defeated. And he's the man we wanted. That's the man I said, if I do this again, I'm going to put that guy in charge, because he did things that nobody else was able to do. And nobody else even thought it or even suggested. So very proud to have him head up the whole military operation along with Pete and some other great people. So I just want to say that Michigan, it's been my great honor to be here. I've had tremendous success in Michigan. Not all Republicans have, but I have. And not just this time either. We did tremendously well in 2020, and we did incredibly well in 2016. In 2016, they said it couldn't be won. It couldn't be won, but we won, and we won by a lot. So it's a special place, and I don't forget my friends, and Michigan's been my friend. And I want to just thank everybody here. I want to congratulate you, actually, because there are a lot of people wanted this to happen to their neck of the woods, but it's happening for you. So congratulations, and God bless you all. God bless our military, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations.
Only because the Commander-in-Chief invited me. Mr. President, thank you for restoring the warrior ethos inside our formations, for rebuilding our military, reestablishing deterrence around the world, and making Americans proud to wear the uniform. That recruiting surge we're seeing right now is because they know they have a Commander-in-Chief that has their back. That's my message to these men and women every single place we go. All I ever wanted when I was in combat was to know that my commander had my back, no matter what. And with Donald J. Trump, that commander has your back. And that means something to the men and women of America, and that's why we're seeing a record surge in recruiting. That's why we're locking down our southern border. That's why our enemies know we mean business, because we have a commander-in-chief that has our back, and he has the back of this base as well. God bless you all. Thank you.
Well, I hadn't planned to speak, but on behalf of all the military men and women who serve our country and serve so honorably on behalf of the state of Michigan, I am really damn happy we're here to celebrate this recapitalization at Selfridge. It's crucial for the Michigan economy. It's crucial for the men and women here, for our homeland security and our future. So thank you. I'm so grateful that this announcement was made today, and I appreciate all the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's because of your leadership this is happening. No one else could save Selfridge. We've tried for decades. It took you, Mr. President. This is why the people of Michigan elected you, sir. You are not forgetting us. This is the first time in decades where we can all say Selfridge is winning. We are winning because of you, President Trump, and I know all of these troops here will not let you down with this new fighter mission, which will keep Selfridge Air National Guard base thriving for the next 30 to 40 years. Thank you, Mr. President, for remembering us and keeping your commitment when we saw you in Washington a few weeks ago. Thank you, sir.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for coming to Macomb County. Thank you for coming to Michigan. And thank you for providing another important service of the F-15X. This means that these folks are going to be continuing on the mission for America for the coming decades. Because of your leadership, America's back again, Macomb's back again, Michigan's back again, and Selfridge will be leading the way. Thank you, Mr. President, for showing that leadership.
All right, President Trump's first stop in Michigan complete there at the National Guard as he continues to talk about the work there of Selfridge and extending the air base there for the National Guard for some 30 to 40 years, as you just heard there from the gentleman that just spoke right after President Trump. So, once again, everyone, we will be bringing you the next event out in Macomb County. It will be more of a rally form for President Trump, and we will be bringing that to you in full when that does get going in just a little bit. That is expected in the next hour or so. So we'll be having that for you, of course, as always, on Live Now. We'll take a 2-minute break and be back with some other top stories, live feeds, all on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you as we continue to feature some of the biggest days, top stories, and live feeds from all over the country. Coming up in just moments, my colleague Andy Mack will be with you for the next couple of hours. And we will also, of course, be featuring President Trump's rally speech out in Macomb County, Michigan, highlighting his first 100 days in office for his second term. Let's go out to D.C., though, at near the Capitol, where there's a rally for federal workers going on right now.
year to support our causes, whether it's railroad workers, government workers, woodworkers, aerospace. And in 2019, the same president flew to shut down government, and we suffered 35 days out on the street. I was chosen by my local lodge down in Cape Canaveral, Florida, to come up to speak about it. And what really, thank you, brother. Speak in the microphone. What really helped was when I got here and we had that rally, and our president, GDP at the time, we spoke at the rally. I was amazed that all the people that I had supported in the past, the government workers, the woodworkers, the aerospace workers, the airlines, every one of them were there at that rally. A huge rally for us. So that is why I am here. It's probably my last year. I retired, but
You ain't done!
You retired, but we put you back to work. The torch is passed to all you young kids, because that was me 30 years ago, 40 years ago. So please, go back to the shop floor and tell them an attack on one.
Attack on all! Attack on one!
Keep the faith, fight the fight. We are the fighting machinists. Like I said earlier, brothers and sisters, attack on one federal worker is attack on all workers. We rely on federal workers every day.
Tell us.
For critical resources.
That's right.
Critical needs. They are there for us, so it's now time for us to be there for them.
Tell us the truth, brother. Speak the truth.
The truth is all we have, brothers and sisters.
Yes, that's it.
And this administration has said that they want to put a bullseye on your back. They want to get rid of 1 million federal workers.
No,
What do we say? What do we say? The Machinist Union, the IM, and NEPI will fight like hell to protect every federal worker's job. Because it's federal workers today and it's private sector workers tomorrow.
Yes.
We are one union, we are one movement, we are one cause.
Tell us, brother.
To protect workers' rights.
That's right.
Whether you're a federal worker or a private sector worker.
Bring it
We are
on.
all in this together, brothers and
That's
sisters.
it. Bring it on.
Hell no, we won't go. 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 Now, we're getting ready to hear from our dynamic international president, our leader, our champion, the man who's on the front line for the fight for federal workers. He's going to address you all again. And then we're going to hear from NEPI's president. And then we're going to hear from some more members of Congress who support us. Now, these members of Congress are not friends of the IM. They are allies of the IM. But to see, brothers and sisters, in this town, your friends are the ones who screw you. Your allies are with you through thick and thin. And so we're going to support these allies because they support us. Federal workers are the backbone of the labor movement. There is a concerted effort on Capitol Hill by the radical right to do away with organized labor.
That's right. That's right.
They know that public sector workers are the largest section of union workers in this country.
That's
If
right.
they do away with them, they do away with us.
That's right.
federal employees for the work that they do for this country. They're trying to turn the American public against them. We're here today to let the American public know that the civil service workers are not the problem in this country. They are the solution. They're the ones that defend us. They're the ones giving us our Social Security. They're the ones, like I said, helping our vets in the VA homes. The Department of Defense, the forestry. We're here to say thank you to them. Because they need to know that they have allies that are thankful for the work that they do for the American public, not only here in Washington, D.C., but all across this country. Thank you very much. We stand behind you. Federal workers matter. We're here this week. This is we are here this week to change the perception because we've got allies in Congress and some of them are here with us today. There's some strays out there. There's some strays out there that need to hear from every one of us. Where we stand on federal workers. Federal workers deserve to have union collectively bargained with this employer. It was started in the 60s under an executive order by President Kennedy, and it was cauterized in 1978 with a law that was passed defending the right for federal workers to form employee unions. We're going to be here this week to remind members of Congress and the Senate. They need to remember that. What's the law? They need to remember that. What's the law? This is the law. They have a legal right to do this. Our amendment rights. And we're not going to sit back. We're not going to sit back. The IM is not going to sit back. We're going to fight. Let this happen to federal workers. We have the back. We want the American public to have the back. We know we got Senate who has our back. All of the members of Congress from the Democratic Party, they've got the back here. We just got to drive Republicans over to this side. Because let me tell you what, their members in their districts are going to be drastically affected by the actions that this administration is taking. We need to stand up. We need to tell those individuals of Congress and Senate that what this administration is doing is not only hurting these workers, but most importantly, it's hurting the American public. That's why we're here today. Thank you very much. We stand with federal workers. The IAM is proud to stand with federal workers. We will have you. You want to be on the team, wear the shirt. Are there any villains in this room? No! Only heroes. You know how many people walk through those doors? They walk out here, they get a bus, they take an Uber, they take a taxi, whatever they do, and they go to work for the American people. Our people. Now, I heard President Bryan speaking as I was coming up here. I was so shocked. President IAM would be so outspoken, so tough, so forward-leaning, so for working men and women in this country. He's our president. One hell of a fighting union leader. And they know what I know and you know. Yes. That we're in this together. The people. And when we have an administration who does not want to pay people, damn right. Who does not want to treat people as if they are people. That's right. Damn right. We have an OMB director who says he wants everybody to come to be seen as a villain. Yes. He wants to have people so distraught by their jobs that they don't want to come to work. No way. No way. That's the organization that says it wants to bring efficiency to the federal government. Any way to be less efficient than to make the morale of your people who work for you and do the job on the floor. Thank you very much. There was not one study done as to what that means to the American people. That's right. Not one study done as to the impact of that cut.
Unjust.
Shame.
No justice.
Shame. You're right. We're not talking about just people.
No, we're not.
That's the problem. That's why we have to be fired up and ready to fight.
Yes, sir. That's why we're fired up.
Now, let me tell you what the budget is sending down from this president. Not only is it a zero raise for federal employees, he wants to cut $50 billion additional dollars from their salary.
83,000 VA employees he wants to cut.
Wait a minute, sister. So I'm here with all of you because we're in solidarity. There's a solidarity camp over there. Solidarity means a lot to working people. Because what they know is alone they can't get the boss to do anything. But together, joined arm in arm, hand in hand, heart to heart, you can make a difference. So the federal employees who have been with all of you through the years need you now very badly. Because the union is strong. The union is united. And we are going to be united in fighting this on the floor of the Congress, fighting in front of the union station, fighting in the streets and community halls of our district. And we are going to win this battle for the people. God bless the people. I just got one thing to say here. There's no democracy without the labor movement. There's no labor movement without democracy. And we don't have democracy if we have lawbreakers in office who don't follow the Constitution of the United States. We're gathered here in front of
All right, you're just listening in there to Representative Jamie Raskin in Washington, D.C., outside of this rally for federal workers. You can see plenty of different rallies taking place across the country. This comes as President Trump marking 100 days in office. I'm Andy Mack now here in the anchor chair. Thanks to my colleague Mike Page for guiding you the last several hours. Coming up within the hour, we'll hear from President Trump one more time at this rally. He was there with the Michigan National Guard. Right now, it's a rally to mark these 100 days. Plenty to get to in just a little bit. Let's take a quick 2-minute timeout. Mack in here too, live now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. In under an hour, we're expecting to hear from President Trump as he marks 100 days in office, and that is really the benchmark as we continue to follow it for so many presidents. If they lived up to what they promised along the campaign trail, and notably, it was the final campaign stop for then obviously nominee Trump as he stopped in Grand Rapids, Michigan on the final day, on the eve of Election Day. And he will also mark the 100 days in office there just north of Detroit, Macomb County, as we're following it here on Live Now from Fox. Like I mentioned, less than an hour until he's expected to take the stage. We'll see how close to being on time he is. Let's be joined right now by our Fox 2 team, reporter Dave Kinchin on the ground, on the risers at this rally. Dave, thank you so much for joining us. What can you tell us about what we may hear tonight at this event?
Well, I'll tell you, this is where President Trump had at least two of his rallies here in the area of Macomb Community College, Warren, Michigan. This is an area that goes way back to the Reagan Democratic era. Macomb County, a big part of the Trump base, the MAGA base here in the Wolverine State. Now, we do know that President Trump really has a whole tour across Michigan today. He was speaking at Suffrage Air National Guard Base, where he announced there's a joint announcement with the Democratic governor. We can go to some video now of President Trump arriving, an announcement of a key fighter jet mission there. Suffrage A&G is huge for Michigan, not just for jobs, but for national security matters there. So that's a big announcement. They've been trying to get that done for a long, long time here. Also, as the president is set to speak at around 6 o'clock, maybe later tonight, marking his 100 days in office for his second term. Another big story coming out concerning Michigan and the Midwest, the auto industry, the Trump administration easing back on those 25% tariffs on auto parts and cars. That's been a big thing here, as many auto lots have been set to run out of inventory. There's been a major concern about the big three, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis, which owns the Chrysler brand. Concerns about new cars, prices, and parts going up, certainly with the tariffs mixed in there. So, and easing back on the tariffs, the administration says to give more time for the automakers to relocate more of their production back to the U.S. But it was that big announcement on that fighter jet mission that we just heard the president mention. Let's go to some of that sound and listen in.
Because I heard about it recently from some people, including your governor, who has done a very good job. She came to see me. That's the reason she came to see me, by the way, to save Selfridge. And she was very effective, along with some of the other politicians and some of the military people. They love this place. They love what it stands for, all the victories they've had here over the years. So I want to thank Governor Gretchen Whitmer for bringing it also to our attention very strongly. And, you know, I'm not supposed to do that. She's a Democrat. They say, don't do that. Don't have her here. I said, no, she's going to be here. She's done a very good job, frankly, and she was very much involved with the Republicans. They worked together on saving it, and it was not easy. So I want to thank you very much, Gretchen. Good job. Thank you.
And Matt Hall, the Republican Speaker of the House here in Michigan, also joining the governor of Michigan, a Democrat, and the president for that announcement. Again, we're waiting for President Trump to deliver that campaign-style rally here, going back to the old campaign days. Feels like a lifetime ago, of course, when Michigan was really in the balance. It was within the statistical margin of error, the 7 battleground states. Of course, the former president, now current president, winning all of those battlegrounds, now coming back to Michigan, as people still want to hear more about how to lower the cost of living. The tariffs have increased the cost of many things, and the president did say there was going to be some temporary disruption, but economically, but we'll have to see what happens there. Reporting live, we'll send it right back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Dave. It's so very interesting as we talked about it. You mentioned the campaign-style rally. Detroit, Michigan as a whole has been at the crosshairs of some of these tariffs, some of the issues that have arose over the first 100 days. Can you talk about the feeling in the room? Obviously, there was so much support as he won the popular vote, won that electoral college vote, the 7 swing states. How much still support is there in that room in Michigan for President Trump?
Well, there's certainly a lot. I mean, certainly a lot of the diehards here who have been with President Trump since the beginning here in Macomb County and across Michigan. I did speak with one local party official who did say he was calling people hoping they can get this room filled. So I'm not sure if that was really a tongue-in-cheek remark because of the support that has really been there for the former now current president, of course. But again, there are a lot of concerns about general cost of living and that sort of thing. And most folks we've talked to say that they've been watching these tariffs and they've been waiting patiently to see how those jobs will come back to Michigan, especially for the auto industry. There's a faction of the overwhelmingly Democratic United Auto Workers, a big faction that supports President Trump, and they say they're standing by to see that production come back, to see those jobs come back, and they say they're waiting patiently, and they're still standing by their man, in their words.
Yeah, and there's also a big point as we saw Gretchen Whitmer, the Democratic governor there, alongside President Trump earlier on today, and she has certainly received some of the ire of President Trump over the last several years, but them working together. I want to put up a post from Gretchen Whitmer saying, "I'll work with anyone who's serious about getting things done, but I'll never compromise on what I believe. In Michigan, we know how to get things done and what it means to work together." It's very interesting to see them alongside one another. We saw her in Washington, D.C. recently during these first 100 days. Can you describe how that relationship, she's term limited, so she won't have another term in office as the governor of Michigan. Can you describe the relationship and how they're working so well together right now?
Yeah, sure. Well, the governor's press team was quick to point out she's not here. She's not coming to this rally and has no plans on coming to this 100 days rally. Her team says the governor still and has been vocal about many of her disagreements with President Trump and the White House. The governor has said in interviews I've done with her, she's not looking for a fight, but she said she's not going to run from one either. Even on tariffs, there is some common ground there. The governor's been clear she does not want to hurt Canada. Southwestern Ontario is such a huge part of the auto industry. Many workers, of course, many of the auto production taking place in the Ontario region. So there's a lot of concern about that. So yeah, there's still many differences between the two. But she says where they can work together, they certainly will do so. But she's standing by her views, no doubt about that as well.
All right, it's very, very interesting. Dave, thank you so much for joining us. Any parting words, anything else you want to note about this 100 days rally? We know it's the benchmark for so many presidents. Anything else you're looking forward tonight?
Well, it's just going to be key for the auto industry. I think, a lot of auto workers here, that's the bedrock of Michigan. That's the bedrock of the Midwest, the auto jobs, auto parts, the suppliers, the OEMs, tier 1, tier 2. They're still in a fragile state after COVID, after the chip crisis, and that UAW strike, the first time the UAW struck all 3 domestic automakers. So any word in addition to the easing of tariffs, I think a lot of people are going to really want to hear about that tonight.
All right, very good. And that was a key component to the election, was those support of the unions, including there in Michigan. Dave, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. You're live now from Fox. Great reporting.
Absolutely. Yep.
All right. Thank you so much. We're going to continue on here live now from Fox. Great conversation there as we are about T-minus 40 minutes or so. That was the time slated as a 6 p.m. Eastern rally in Macomb County there at that community college to mark 100 days in office for President Trump. A live picture right now there as we were talking about it, the tariffs and obviously the auto industry getting a little bit of a reprieve today in terms of what we're hearing from President Trump, from the Treasury Secretary Bessent, about all of this. For more on this right now, let's go out to Mark Meredith, who has this report here on Live Now from Fox on what we could see, what we're talking about, those automakers and the tariffs as a whole.
President Trump marked 100 days in office by defending his trade policies. This only hours after criticizing Amazon for considering but not implementing plans to show customers how much prices are up due to tariffs.
This is a hostile and political act by Amazon.
The controversy came to a head Tuesday morning when Trump called Amazon founder Jeff Bezos to complain. The company quickly clarified, saying it was never a serious plan.
Jeff Bezos was very nice. He was terrific. He solved the problem very quickly. And he did the right thing.
But the debate over tariffs remains. Americans may soon feel the impact of the U.S.'s 145% tariff on Chinese exports. Chinese retailer Temu is now displaying import charges at checkout, sometimes doubling a product's price.
Trump's reckless tariffs are going to make high price of groceries, gas, housing, utilities, clothing, electronics, and other essential goods even worse.
Meanwhile, the White House is offering some relief to automakers amid concerns the tariffs will raise prices and threaten jobs. The president reducing import taxes on some car parts made outside the country for use in American-made cars.
We're just giving them a little chance because in some cases they can't get the parts fast enough. So this is just a little transition.
There'll be a lot more focus on the economy on Wednesday when the president will host multiple CEOs at the White House for an event focused on investing in America. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much. All eyes on Michigan there, just north of Detroit, for this rally to mark 100 days for President Trump as Michigan, the Wolverine state, like you heard from our Fox 2 team, Dave Kinchin, talking about it being a key swing state in the election. It was a sweep for President Trump to solidify his spot back in the Oval Office. Now 100 days in, marking some of these benchmarks. We'll see if there's any comments about the auto workers, about the new information coming down about that tonight. All right, I'm Eddie Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. More top headlines after this. All right, welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Eddie Mack. In just over half an hour, we'll take you back out to Detroit, Michigan, as there will be a rally there for President Trump as he marks 100 days in office. I do want to put up just this, a live picture inside of the venue right now. Plenty of people on hand for this at a campaign-style event as we have followed it in full since that inauguration day back on the chilly January 20th. Morning in Washington, D.C. Now, as spring has sprung there in the Wolverine state, we'll get more on what this means. We'll hear conversations about tariffs, about auto workers, and much, much more. We also have seen polling from Fox News about some of the approval ratings as they have dipped due to some of the issues with the tariffs, although there might be some end in sight to those. We already seen potentially one deal in place. They're saying conversations and confidence with a deal with India could be a major factor to that. All right, let's take you right now out to the other side as there are protesters outside of this rally there in Michigan. We see our Fox 2 team on the ground. Let's listen into what they're saying in opposition of this rally, in opposition of President Trump. Here on Live Now.
Can't even show them on TV, but they're great because they really hit it right underneath. Yeah.
But it's still not enough. We still need more people out, especially the young people.
You would like to see more young folks out here?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I was going to say, it is a little more mature crowd, I'll say.
Hey, we're not working. We're able to do this. You know, the young people have to make some money.
Yeah, right?
So.
How do you guys feel about, you know, the president's first 100 days and what you've seen so far?
Scary, absolutely frightening. Absolutely frightening.
Nothing good about it.
Say that again, Em?
Nothing good about his first 100 days. He wasn't even, he was just, the first day, that's what I'm trying to say, the first day of his tenure, he said, I think I'll do this for 4 more years after this. And the man has no basis in reality.
What about you? What do you think?
Too many other people that realize that.
Any thoughts? I know.
Oh, no, I mean, what more can you say? I mean, the man is dangerous. His people are dangerous. Stephen Miller, I mean, these people are, he separated families at the border. I mean, these people have no empathy, no feeling, no anything toward any of us here. I mean, they're dangerous people.
All right, just listening in there to some detractors of the president on hand outside of this rally there in Macomb County in Michigan. As you can see, a live picture right now inside of the venue, about half an hour until this is expecting to begin. And of course, as we follow this here on Live Now from Fox, we're also keeping our eyes north of the border in Canada as they have elected a new prime minister. And we're also following the latest on a tragedy over the weekend in Vancouver. You can see a live picture right now as the police expecting to give a remark after 11 people losing their lives at this car ramming incident tragedy at that street festival, the Filipino street festival, the Lapu-Lapu Day Festival on Saturday night. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. More top headlines here after this 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. As we continue to follow the latest, as President Trump marks 100 days in office for Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, he will be embarking upon his journey. Day number 1 coming up after what we saw last night in the election. A post here saying, "Thank you, Canada. Our strength lies in our resolve to work together. United, we will build Canada strong." As Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's Liberal Party won a 4th straight federal election yesterday, and it was a come-from-behind victory. In fact, the Liberals trailed Canada's Conservative Party by 25 points just 3 months ago. We're going to be joined now in Toronto, Canada, by Fox's Kaylee Schuyler. Kaylee, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And some are saying President Trump's the reason Canada took a hard left turn down this home stretch.
Hi, Andy Mack. Well, one expert says that the comeback win is the most dramatic political swing in Canada's history. Carney didn't have a background in politics when the Liberals picked him to replace Justin Trudeau last month, but voters are taking a gamble on the former Central Baker that he's the man for the moment and the leader to stand up to President Trump.
He's also, it must be said, really boring. But this is a moment in history when boring works. And the loud, brash approach of Pierre Poilievre was well suited to the politics of just a few months ago. It was ill suited to the politics of today.
Leader Pierre Poilievre actually lost his seat in Parliament last night, ending his nearly 2-decade tenure. So that will complicate his plans to remain Conservative Party leader. But his once dominant campaign slipped when Trudeau resigned and Trump threatened Canada with annexation and tariffs. And suddenly, excitement for the Liberals came roaring back. Now, Carney was celebrating last night, but there is still some work to do because even though he's been declared prime minister, votes are still being counted and the Liberals haven't secured a majority in Parliament yet. They're currently 3 seats shy of the 172 they need, so Carney potentially might have to do some negotiating with the opposition. But he's also planning for negotiations with President Trump and what those talks could mean for Canada's future.
When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between 2 sovereign nations. When I sit down...
The Prime Minister's office released this afternoon that Trump and Carney did talk on the phone this afternoon, and Trump congratulated him, but it doesn't seem like Carney's win is changing Trump's tune when it comes to Canada. A White House spokesperson says that Trump still plans to make Canada the, quote, cherished 51st state. Andy Mack.
And we've seen some of those conversations restarted about that 51st state. Now Canada has a new prime minister. He obviously has a lot on his hands in terms of Parliament, but also the relationship with President Trump and the United States. Kaylee Schuyler, thank you so much for reporting here on Live Now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, great, interesting conversation there as we were following it very closely out of Canada as Mark Carney there officially installed as the new prime minister as the Liberal Party won the 4th straight election yesterday. All right, we're seeing right now here on Live Now for Fox, Vancouver police just stepping to the podium to detail the latest after an arrest was made following the tragedy of a car ramming at a festival over the weekend. Let's listen into this live event here on Live Now from Fox.
Investigators from our organized crime section, our general investigation section, our special investigations section, our forensic video unit, and others. We have identified more than 200 witnesses, and we are in the process of contacting all of those witnesses. Due to the sheer number of them, it is taking time. We are working hard to contact and to speak to all witnesses, but it will take time. We're conducting a video canvass, and that video canvass spans a radius of 25 blocks. It's a very large area. We're following up on 43 tips that have been called in to our homicide hotline, 604-717-2500. And so far, we've received 51 submissions to our video portal. We've established this portal. We've linked it at vpd.ca. We've also posted it to our socials with a QR code. Anybody who is in the area who has video or still photos from the crime scene, from the incident, we'd like them to contact us and to submit that. That's a critical part of our investigation. Our Friends and Family Assistance Center that we established at Douglas Park Community Center remains open until 8 p.m. tonight. It will close at 8 p.m. and it will not reopen tomorrow. We've established a community support center, which is a small, modest trailer at 41st and Fraser. And this is going to be a place for people to come if they would like to obtain information, seek emotional support, or access resources. It will be staffed by VPT personnel, and there will be victim services support workers there as well. This will remain open from noon until 8 p.m. daily until the end of this week. If we decide to keep it there for additional days, we'll update you later in the week. Those are all of my updates for today. I am happy to take any questions you have. I'll do my best to answer them. If I can't answer them, I'll bring you the information tomorrow. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's Brenna with the
Hey, Brenna.
I'm just wondering if you can provide any kind of potential timeline you might expect for recommending additional charges.
So we have 11 homicide victims. 8 second-degree murder charges have been laid. We submit our evidence to Crown Counsel. That timeline will largely depend on Crown Counsel's charge approval threshold. So the short answer to you is I cannot give you a specific time. Go ahead.
Is last week's fire in East Hastings still being treated as suspicious? Is there any update to the investigation?
So I'll answer that question quickly, but the purpose of this briefing is to talk about updates related to the Lapu Lapu Festival vehicle attack. I'll answer that question. The fire is still under investigation. Go ahead.
Did you say a 22-month-old is serious?
Yes.
And also, how many foreign nationals are also?
We don't have that information.
Do we know how many children were injured or killed in the attack?
Amongst the homicide victims, the murder victims, the youngest was 5 years old. Of the surviving victims who are still in hospital, there is one child, and that child is 22 months old.
So at least one child killed and at least one child injured?
Yes, there are other victims who are not currently in serious or critical condition, who are not amongst the 11 murder victims. There are a number of people who are injured here. I don't have additional specific information, demographic information about their ages or genders at this time. Okay.
Can you give us a time frame, like a start date or a rough start date and an end date to Vancouver police interactions with this person in the months or years prior to the surgery?
I don't have that information, and I'm not prepared to say more than what we've already said, and that is, and I know you've heard it, but I'll repeat it for those who haven't. The accused in this case has had previous interactions with police and medical professionals related to mental health. Go ahead.
Follow up, please. Were your officers aware of the interaction with the neighboring jurisdiction before Saturday's event or only afterwards?
The interaction in the neighboring jurisdiction that occurred the day before, April 25th, was something that was not criminal in nature and did not rise to the level of requiring mental health intervention. Generally speaking, I can tell you that whether it's in Vancouver or a neighboring jurisdiction, when a police officer attends a call for service, a report is written about that call for service. It goes into a database, the Prime database, that all police officers would have access to. So there is documentation of that. However, I'm not aware of any specific information that was directly passed on to the Vancouver Police Department or any other police department related to that interaction. And I can tell you what I do know about that interaction. In my experience, it's not something that would warrant proactive outreach.
So afterwards, when you checked Prime, you would have seen it?
Yes.
Okay.
Keeping on what Kim's saying, like from the military guys, globally here, so when Vancouver police, an officer makes contact with someone who is on leave for mental health facility, if you will. Is it protocol that they then contact the team that usually looks after them or checks in with the mental health facility?
It's entirely circumstantial. Without having more specific information, I'd hate to speak in such generalities. It would be irresponsible to do so.
This is a bit of repetition here from what Kim was asking you earlier, but this is again from Ben. Did VPD have any recent communications between Coastal Health and?
I don't know.
One for me, like.
Yes.
I think we know this, but just in more details. The road is still closed.
Yes.
It's for some time. What are the little details? What is happening in there? What are the police doing at this time?
Sure. So the specific crime scene includes East 40. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, Jason, but the specific crime scene includes East 43rd Avenue from St. George to Fraser Street, and from Fraser Street to 45th. Approximately 45th. 41st to 45th. That's the area, the immediate crime scene that was secured in the immediate aftermath of the vehicle attack on Saturday night. Our officers have been working throughout that crime scene since that time to process that crime scene and collect evidence. It's a significant, the size of the crime scene is significant in size. There's a lot of evidence to collect. We've taken the time that we need to collect that evidence. Our work is done. However, the city of Vancouver has taken the responsibility of taking steps to reopen that street, those streets, for the public's use. I've been in contact with the city of Vancouver. They've asked that I refer specific questions about those steps to them. So I would encourage you, if you've got additional questions about what those steps are to reopen the streets that have been closed, that you reach out to the city of Vancouver. I spoke with my colleagues there shortly before I came down to see you. My understanding is we do expect it to remain closed or secure, at least until tomorrow. We've worked with the city of Vancouver to collect personal property that remains there. And as I said before, we'll work on a process whereby people can contact us to retrieve that property. We're just not quite there yet. We want to make sure when we give out information, it's the correct information. So I'll have more on that for you tomorrow. Does that answer your question?
Yes. One more.
Yes. Yes.
I think you talked a little bit about this yesterday. Several officers down there on the immediate day and afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
How are they?
Well, like everybody else in the community who's had to experience this, many of us are dealing with it in different ways, but we're all struggling to a certain degree in our own ways, but we have lots of support here. So critical incident stress debriefs, we call them diffusings, peer support, and other services that our organization provides to us. I certainly don't want to make this about us. This is about the community. This is about victims and families and healing for the community, and we're absolutely part of that community. And while this has an impact on us, we don't want this conversation to be about us. We have a job to do. We're professionals. We're impacted by this, but we need to maintain our focus here. Our focus is on victims, families, and collecting the evidence that we need to complete this investigation. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, just a quick follow-up to the kind of charge recommendation and assessment.
Yeah.
Are you waiting to hear back from the prosecution service on some of what you've already forwarded, or are you still in the process of just forwarding evidence?
During an investigation, I'm going to speak in general terms because I don't have a specific answer for this, but during an investigation like this, in generally what will happen is we'll submit the evidence that we have in the first instance, and that evidence resulted in the laying of those 8 second-degree murder charges. And through the course of the investigation at various times, we will submit additional evidence, which will presumably result in additional charges. And that may take place multiple times over the course of this investigation, because we're not just talking about 11 murder victims here. We're talking about other people who are victims who have been seriously injured. Many of them we may not even know about yet. As I said yesterday, there may be people who left the area who have not come forward for personal reasons, and should they choose to come forward, we'll then begin a process to investigate and speak to them. So the answer to that is We will continuously provide updates to Crown Counsel. We'll allow them to go through their charge assessment process, which is independent of us. And I certainly don't want to speak for Crown or their timeline, but we'll just continue to do our work. Okay, go ahead.
All right, just listening in there to law enforcement in Vancouver provide an update on the tragedy at this Filipino street festival over the weekend in Canada. Of course, talking about it, the numbers really remain the same. 11 people tragically killed, 7 remain in critical condition, 3 individuals in serious condition. Of course, a 22-month-old remains in the hospital following this, of course, ranging from 29 to 66 years old, those injured. I do want to remind you that we are keeping an eye right now on this live picture north of Detroit as we will take you out to President Trump marking 100 days in office. As soon as he steps to the microphone, we already see Defense Secretary right there in the center of your screen, Pete Hegseth, on hand for this. He was at the previous rally at the Michigan Air National Guard, and you can just see people there shaking his hand, get some pictures. They're also getting different signs and pictures with other individuals. They're not expecting to have Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer on hand for this, but people potentially stepping to the stage here in about 10 or so minutes. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be back with more top headlines after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We await President Trump marking 100 days at this campaign-style rally just north of Detroit. We'll take you out to this as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox. We do have this other vantage point as well as we will see him take the stage. We already see in attendance Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth on hand, greeting some different supporters there already. Right now, though, let's take you north of the border to Vancouver as officials providing an update on the tragedy over the weekend. Let's listen in to what they have to say in this city.
Agency, please. Go ahead if you're on the phone.
Hi. Hi, Justine Hunter with the Globe and Mail.
Hi, Justine.
I'm wondering if you could tell me if you're investigating this as a hate crime.
This appears, all indications are this was a completely indiscriminate act of violence. We are not investigating this at this point as a hate crime.
All right, thanks.
Next question, go ahead. Go ahead with your question.
from Vancouver.
Go ahead.
This morning, the Premier announced that he wants to establish an independent commission to set up guidelines for these across the province to ensure that if they want to hold public events this summer, that they will be safe and run smoothly. And I'm wondering if the Premier's office has contact with the VPD and whether the VPD will be involved in any way in that commission.
Well, first of all, Mike, I'll tell you, we welcome any additional support that the province of British Columbia is prepared and willing to provide. Mayor Sim has already announced that the City of Vancouver will be undergoing an internal review. We have said very clearly that while we believe that the planning for this particular event was sound and that everything was done appropriately, that we're certainly open to reviews and to considering what changes may need to be made in the future. So we welcome any review the province will do, and we welcome any additional support. We're confident that we already implement best practices for hosting events, big and small. We've hosted the Olympics. We're hosting FIFA next year. We hosted 3 nights of Taylor Swift last year. We host Celebration of Lights every year down at the waterfront that brings hundreds of thousands of people out. We have more than 1,000 protests a year in this city. More than 3,200 different events, ranging from small community block parties to 3 consecutive nights of Taylor Swift that bring tens of thousands of people to our city. We know how to host safe events safely and properly. Our planning for these events, it's done by senior planners in our emergency operations section, overseen by our most senior executive. We have sent our own people, our own officers around the world to learn from other countries, including sending officers to the last FIFA World Cup to learn in first person from their experiences and bring that knowledge back so that when we host FIFA next year, we're implementing best practices. We have recruited experienced officers from other countries, from the UK, who have brought with them vast experience in dealing with public order or crowd control situations. And we've implemented their experience in our processes. We've learned a lot from our previous experiences, both good and bad, namely the 2011 Stanley Cup riot, where we conducted an extensive review to what went wrong, what changes were made, and implemented changes. We have a trained and experienced dedicated team called a public safety unit, which is experienced in crowd control tactics. They're actually training right now over at our kiosk lot where we keep our vehicles across the street. We have our PSU bicycles that are training right now. This unit works with other public safety partners, namely Vancouver Fire Rescue Services, and deploys multiple times throughout the year. We know how to host events. We know how to host events safely, big and small. That said, we're open to support. We're open to suggestions. We're open to making changes in the name of public safety if changes are required.
Follow up, if I may. You mentioned that the DPD has identified 200 witnesses. Can you tell me how that came about? Was it through video? Was it through people contacting you or people? I just wanted to be clear on that because I know in the past when there's a major criminal event in the city, the VPD will bring in buses and put people on buses who are at a crime scene. Tell me if that happened here and maybe just flesh out how you've identified 200 witnesses and why it's taking time to interview them.
Well, some of the witnesses were present at the crime scene in the immediate aftermath and were identified immediately by our officers as they responded to this vehicle attack. Others have come forward after the fact. We will continue the process to seek out and interview people who have information, witnesses, that will help us complete this investigation. There's 200 witnesses. To interview them properly in a trauma-informed way that protects the integrity of our criminal, very serious criminal investigation, it's going to take time, and we're going to take the time to do it right. A witness who comes forward is coming forward on their own initiative and needs to participate in an investigation on their own volition, and we need to treat them with respect in a trauma-informed and victim-centered way. So while it is a priority to collect every piece of evidence and every piece of perishable evidence we can to complete this investigation in a reasonable time frame, we're going to take the time that we need to do it right. Any more questions, Mike?
Yes, one more, please.
Go ahead.
I know that the VPD trains for active shooter situations. There's been numerous exercises with emergency personnel over the years about preparing for a disaster like an earthquake. How do you prepare for something that, by all accounts, was unpredictable and just maybe flush that out a bit?
The very nature of this vehicle attack was unpredictable. And as we've talked about already, it's hard to safeguard. It's hard to predict. Well, it's impossible to predict the unpredictable. That's what makes it unpredictable. However, once this horrific crime, this vehicle attack occurred, every available police officer used all of their skills and experience to respond and to respond professionally. And that's everybody from the first officers who were on scene, who were tending to victims who were seriously injured, frightened, some of them potentially running away out of fear, extremely traumatized, and doing so in working with them in a trauma-informed and careful way, to providing immediate first aid to those most seriously injured, to tending to the people who didn't make it. Our first responders, the people who showed up first and dropped everything to rush there, did an amazing job. And again, I don't want to make this about us, because this is about the community, and this is about the lives that have been lost, and the victims and the families and the community and the healing. But aside from those first responders who did heroic work in the immediate aftermath, in the minutes and the hours after this horrific attack, we have our most experienced investigators who have been working around the clock to collect evidence, to complete this investigation. And these are investigators who have many, many years on this job, who've worked in homicide, who've worked in major crime, who've worked in arson, who've worked in sex crimes, who are forensic interviewers, polygraph examiners, forensic video experts, forensic identification experts, and others. In the course of your career as a police officer, through experience and training, we learn how to deal with these incidents. This incident is unlike anything that we've ever dealt with here in Vancouver, but we're really proud of the work that we've done, and really proud of the work that we will continue to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mike. Who else is in the queue? Go ahead with your question. Sorry, I'm going to have to get you to speak up. I can't hear you.
Lauren Collins, Blackbox Media.
Hi, Lori.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi.
Or Lauren. Sorry, go ahead, Lauren.
Regarding additional charges, would they
Hello, Mexico. Thank you very much. Hello, Michigan. Hello, we love you, Michigan. We love you. We just had the biggest victory in Michigan. They said, sir, it's going to be hard. Well, we won it twice. We actually won it 3 times. You want to really know that? But I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state. I love this state. Got a lot of auto jobs coming. What's happening? The companies are coming in by the tens. You got to see what's happening. They all want to come back to Michigan and build cars again. You know why? Because of our tax and tariff policy. They're coming from all over the world. They're coming up and they're opening up plants and they're talking to us all day and all night. They want to get here and they're coming in at levels you've never seen before. And I want to thank the auto workers for your support. That was great. But I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. And we're here tonight in the heartland of our nation to celebrate the most successful first 100 days of any administration in the history of our country. And that's according to many, many people. This is the best, they say, 100-day start of any president in history, and everyone is saying it. We've just gotten started. You haven't even seen anything yet. It's all just kicking in. And week by week, we're ending illegal immigration. We're taking back our jobs and protecting our great American auto workers and all of our workers, frankly. We're protecting all of our workers. We're restoring the rule of law, which was sort of out the window with this crazy guy we had. How the hell did that guy ever become president? Could somebody explain to me? How the hell did that happen? There's my friend, Blacks for Trump. I like that guy. He follows me. He follows me. We love you. Your whole group has been so supportive over the years. I want to thank you. Everyone thinks I pay you a fortune. I don't know. I don't even know who the hell he is. I just like him. True. Thank you very much. Thank all of the fellas. Thank them all. But we're ending the inflation nightmare, the worst that we've had probably in the history of our country, getting woke lunacy and transgender insanity the hell out of our government. We're stopping the indoctrination of our children, slashing billions and billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse. And above all, we're saving the American. We're making America great again, and it's happening fast, too. What the world has witnessed in the past 14 weeks is a revolution of common sense. That's all it is, really. We're conservative. You're conservative, you're liberal, whatever the hell. You know what it's all about? It's about common sense when you think about it. We're for common sense. We like strong borders. We like good education. We like low interest rates. We like being able to buy a beautiful car. We want a strong military. We want low taxes. You know, the Democrats, they campaign on, we will raise your taxes. It's the first time. You know, I haven't been doing this that long. Actually, compared to a lot of people, they've been doing it for a long time. They say, you became president. I can't get out of Congress, and some of them can't even get into Congress. But, you know, I haven't been doing it that long, but all my life I've been watching, and I've never heard people campaigning that they're going to raise taxes. It's always been, we will reduce your taxes, Democrat, Republican. Now they go, we're going to raise your taxes. If our bill doesn't pass, the Republicans, we have 100% just about Republican support, but it would be nice if we had just a couple of Democrats just to make sure, because, you know, every once in a while you have a grandstander Republican. We have some grandstanders, but every once in a while, not many, but remember who those grandstanders were and vote them the hell out of office, okay? Will you do that? Vote them out of office. You know, they do it they're morally bad. You know what the answer is? If you don't get it, you're going to have the highest tax increase in history instead of the greatest tax cut in history. If the Democrats prevail on this bill, you get a 58% tax increase. Would you like that? These are the Democrats. But I've never seen all the years they campaign, we will raise your taxes. I say, this country has gone crazy. And today they did it again. Some guy that I'd never heard of. John James, is he a congressman, this guy? He said, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to start the impeachment of Donald Trump. What the hell did I do? Here we go again. They want to impeach me. This lunatic, he was up. Actually, I had the television way down, and I said to our great First Lady, listen, did I just hear I was being impeached again? We're getting good at this, though. No, they've gone totally crazy. These people, and you know what? They've totally lost their confidence, too. They can't even tell a lunatic like this dumb guy that said it. And then you have the other one that's always with the cane. He's always impeaching. He raises his cane. He always impeaches. But they have no control over those people. They have no control. And the reason is they've lost their confidence. They have no confidence anymore as a party. They have no candidates. And you know, when they say that Bernie's probably the best they have. By the way, he's about 7 years older than me, more, 8 years older. One thing I got to give him credit, he's a lunatic, but he's still pretty sharp. And he's going around with AOC +3. You know, the +3 follow him. They hang on for little bits. They hang on for nuggets. And they get crowds. They say, oh, our crowds are so much bigger than their crowds. Their crowds are small. If I ever had a crowd like their biggest crowd, they'd say it's over for Trump. He's lost the magic. But this is great, and all the people outside, we love you. We put screens up. We're taking back our country from a sick political class that got rich selling America out and bleed. A sick political class that got rich selling America out and bleed. We learned a little bit after years of leaders who sent your money to defend the borders of distant foreign nations. That's what we did. We'd fight for other nations, but not for ourselves. You finally have a president who is defending our borders and our nation. After decades of politicians who destroyed Detroit to build up Beijing, you finally have a champion for workers in the White House. And instead of putting China first, I'm putting Michigan first, and I'm putting America first. After a lifetime of unelected bureaucrats stealing your paychecks, attacking your values, and trampling your freedoms, we are stopping their gravy train, ending their power trip, and telling thousands of corrupt, incompetent, and unnecessary deep state bureaucrats, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired. Get out of here. In 100 days, we have delivered the most profound change in Washington in nearly 100 years. I read an editorial today that this is the most consequential presidency in history. How about that? And it wasn't even by a group that would normally be supporting us. It was a group of people that I think they tend to be on the liberal side, but they said it's the most important election. The November 5th, it changed it all. You have to see, when you hear some of these numbers, but that is the most consequential election that we've ever had in our country. And what a nice thing. I'm going to start again subscribing to that particular paper. Even if I don't read it much, I'm going to subscribe. But it was a very nice compliment, especially from them. They know who I'm talking about. We're ushering out the long reign of special interests and the radical left lunatics, and we're ushering in the golden age of America. That's what we have. Right? Front row Joe. Look at you, front row Joes. I miss you guys. I miss the campaign. You haven't changed. You've lost a couple of pounds. Oh, he's probably getting to one of those jabbers. You've lost a couple of pounds. You look good. And I have Mr. Wall here. This guy. How many rallies have you gone to? Like hundreds, and we love him here. The Wall. One day I'm gonna get that suit and I'm gonna wear it on stage. We appreciate it, fellas. Great. Thank you. You know, we have a group of ladies, I don't know if they're here, but we have a group of women from North Carolina, a large group, like 50 of the most beautiful women, and they've been to 129 rallies. They're happily married, I think, too. They just keep going to rallies all the time. But they're great. North Carolina, where we won by big numbers. Nowhere has this transformation been more dramatic than our southern border. You have seen a change on your southern border that Sleepy Joe said couldn't happen. Sleepy Joe, the worst president in history, said it couldn't happen. The last administration engineered a massive border invasion, allowing gangs, cartels, and terrorists to infiltrate our communities and rape and murder our citizens, and that is being nice about it. That's actually being nice about it. They are the worst. But standing before you today, I can proudly report that this heinous betrayal is over and that we have achieved the most secure border in American history by far. American history. For 2 months in a row, we have now set all-time records, and this is by the media, the fake news media, which most of it is fake. We've set all-time records for the lowest number of illegal border crossings ever recorded. Think of that, ever recorded. The number of illegal border crossers released into the United States is down, listen to this please, 99.999%. Think of that, 99.999. 3 people got in. 3. And I got angry as hell at Tom Homan. How did you allow 3, Tom? I called up Christy. Christy Noem's doing a great job, Tom Homan. I said, how did you allow 3 people? No, they allowed a few in for medical reasons. They had a couple of, were very sick. The ones that got in were really very sick, and we had to take care of them, but it was a few people. But 3 people got in versus hundreds of thousands in the last administration. Hundreds of thousands a month were pouring in. Biden had no control. Thank goodness he appointed a great border czar, right? Kamala. She was a great candidate. She was fantastic. Joe Biden was down 35 points. The debate was not a good one for him. He said, you know, if I didn't debate, I could have gone all the way. He was down 35 points and they decided to replace him. Nothing ever happens like what happens to me. It never happens to anybody else. I had to beat 2 candidates. So he's down. This is like you're in a fight. Dana White, the UFC, you're in a fight and you're just beating the guy so badly. And they say, oh, let's put in another fighter. That's what happened. And I knew nothing about her. She was vice president, but nobody knew a damn thing about her. She had nothing to do with the border, even though she was appointed border czar. The great people, all of the great people, Paul and all of the border patrol people, they never spoke to her. They never heard about her. For 4 years, she never called. But there's never been such a difference in anything as the difference between the border today and the border what it was just 6 months ago. So I want to say congratulations, America. It's about time. If we had not won the 2024 election, oh, does that sound good, right? We won the 24, all that. The radical left Democrats would right now be importing the next 10 million invaders and giving amnesty to 30 or 40 million illegals, many of them criminals, many of them, frankly, murderers and people of crime at the absolute highest level. Real bad people. It would only be a matter of years or months until America itself became a failed third world nation. That was happening to us. We were going to be a third world nation. I'll tell you what, if these guys won, if this group of radical lunatics, and by the way, Biden, we find out that whoever operated the auto pen was the real president, and Biden knew nothing about it. He had a group of radical left guys who were very smart, and a woman, a particular woman. Very, very smart people. These are not stupid people. These are sick people, but they're not stupid people. And they were very smart. What they're best at is cheating at an election. They cheat on elections. That's their single greatest trait. They cheat like hell. And let me tell you, they tried to cheat on this election, but we made it too big to rig. Remember? Too big to rig. They tried. I watched those numbers. We had Elon with us. Elon is a smart guy. Elon Musk. And I was sitting with Dana White and Elon Musk, and I'm watching the numbers in Pennsylvania, and we're winning so easily. Then all of a sudden it flatlined. And I said, I think they're cheating again. Look at this. What's going on? I think they're cheating again. And Elon looked at us. He goes, no, you're going to win. They just don't know it yet. And about 15 minutes later, we won, sort of crazy. I'll never forget. You're going to win. They just don't know it yet. But you know what? We made it too big to rig. It was too big. Starting on day one, I deployed the U.S. military to defend our country from the invasion of our border. I shut down all migrant flights. Do you remember when we're talking about people coming in, they're trying to deny it, okay? So people are flowing in. They say, no, I don't see any people. It's like, what's wrong? But then we saw airplanes going overhead. We said, what the hell are those airplanes doing? Big Boeing 757s were traveling right overhead, loaded up with people. I say, where the hell are those planes going? They were loaded up with migrants coming in illegally, flying in by plane, paid for by the U.S. government. I'll tell you, they are sick. Remember that day? That was the day we found out that not only do we have to defend it here, we have to defend it not only in the water, but we have to defend it in the air. The planes were going over us. I said, what the hell is that? I banned all welfare to illegals, and I signed an order that will end automatic citizenship for the children of illegal aliens. No citizenship. For years, Joe Biden and the media told us that stopping the flood of illegal immigration was absolutely impossible. He said it was impossible. He didn't know what the hell anybody was talking about. He said it was impossible, that the president had no power to stop what was needed in the form of legislation. He needed legislation. He had no power to get it. But it turned out that all we needed was a new president. Within days of taking office, I signed the Laken Riley Act. Laken Riley, beautiful Laken Riley, who was killed by an illegal immigrant, viciously, violently killed. But I signed the Laken Riley Act to facilitate the expulsion of dangerous criminal aliens, and when necessary, we had to put them in jail. We couldn't take a chance that they'd come back in again. In recent weeks, ICE, who are great, these people are great, has arrested dozens of child rapists along with murderers, kidnappers, drug traffickers, and thieves, and frankly, people from mental institutions. We've designated 6 murderous Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We have also designated 2 bloodthirsty transnational gangs, MS-13 and Trendiaragua, TDA. They've been designated the highest level of terrorists, and that lets us do a lot of things that you wouldn't be able to do. We got to get them out of here before they kill more people. They've killed plenty. My administration has increased arrests of known and suspected terrorists by 655%. Is that okay? We tried to get it higher. But the courts are giving us a hard time. Can you believe? I won on the basis of, I think the number one thing was on illegal immigration, the border, the people pouring across our border that are from all over the world. They're unbelievably bad. In many cases, unbelievably bad people. I think that was the number one thing. And now the courts are trying to say that, that doesn't matter. I don't think it's going to be allowed to Stand. Democrats have vowed mass invasion and mass migration. We are delivering mass deportation, and it's happening very fast. And the worst of the worst are being sent to a no-nonsense prison in El Salvador. Why don't you watch this? Watch this. Take a look. So under President Trump, America is a dumping ground for criminals no longer. They're not even trying to come in. But while we're fighting to protect Americans, the radical left Democrats, who are so bad for this country, are fighting to protect TDA, you just saw that, and MS-13 criminals, and you don't even know which is worse, but they are the top of the line. For years, Democrat politicians did not raise one word of protest as American women and girls were raped and slaughtered by these monsters. They were raped and slaughtered by numbers that you don't even want to hear about. But the second we try to deport them, the radical Democrat Party is racing to the defense of some of the most violent savages on the face of the earth. Who the hell would vote for these people? They're racing to the courts to help them, but this is not what the people want. This is not what they voted for in record numbers. I won the election. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote, and we got 312 electoral college votes. And just this month, 2 Venezuelan members of TDA, Tren de Aragua, were arrested in Washington state for kidnapping a 58-year-old woman driving a power drill through her hand to extort her bank account information, shooting her, leaving her for dead. And miraculously, she just survived, but she's not feeling so well. In January, Tren de Aragua member in Chicago kidnapped 3 women, took them in an alley, lined them up, and shot them each in the head. They all died. And the FBI recently assessed that these vicious gangs have been sent by the foreign regime in Venezuela to foment violence and instability in the United States of America. Can't let that happen. And it's not just, in all fairness, not Venezuela. It's all over the world. It's all over. They come in from the Congo. They come in from Africa. The Congo, they emptied out their prisons into our country. But they come from Africa, Asia, South America. They come from all over bad parts of Europe. That's why we've invoked the Alien Enemies Act to expel every foreign terrorist from our soil as quickly as possible. Never forget the same people that we now claim we're just not taking this crap anymore. We can't. They're claiming that we're not allowed to deport illegals, and they're the ones who orchestrated an 8-year campaign to jail their political opponents. Do you know what I mean? They want to jail. They want to jail. That's all they can do, jail their political opponents. What they did to people is a disgrace. And now they come after us. Why are you not nice to them? Why are you not nice to them? They tried to jail your president. They tried to jail. Except for the really courageousness of a few very good judges, you know, we could have been calling you from the other side of the bar saying, hey, fellas, how about a little protest? How about a little protest? But they cheered the assassination of CEOs, looted our cities, and destroyed our property. No, they tried to jail our politicians, and they tried to jail a lot of people, many of whom didn't even know what the hell they were being looked at for. These people are criminals. If they had their way, we would be living in a third world hellhole. That's what they want. Removing the invaders is not just a campaign pledge. It's my solemn duty as Commander-in-Chief. I have an obligation to do it. Save our country. And that's why we got, despite the fake polls, you know, they do these polls where they interview far more Democrats than Republicans. I saw them over the last few days, and I had them checked out. They interview far more Democrats for the polls. They interview Democrats by big numbers and then Republicans by small. They say, Trump only has a 44% approval rating. Well, it's actually not bad. But when you figure that if it were a legit poll, it would be in the 60s or 70s. These people are a bunch of crooked people. No, they interview more Democrats than Republicans. In other words, they take the poll and they interview Democrats. They poll Democrats. And then they say, they try and depress it as much, just like they write bad stories. 97% of the stories written about me, think of it, were negative, and yet we won in a landslide because they have no credibility. And also, we cannot allow a handful of communist, radical left judges to obstruct the enforcement of our laws and assume the duties that belong solely to the President of the United States. Judges are trying to take away the power given to the President to keep our country safe, and it's not a good thing. But I hope, for the sake of our country, that the Supreme Court is going to save this, because we have to do something. These people are just looking to destroy our country. Nothing will stop me in the mission to keep America safe again. It's very simple. Keep America safe again. And our first 100 days have also produced historic results in the battle to defeat Biden's inflation disaster and bring jobs and wealth back to America and bring them back to Michigan. Okay, we want to bring it. As an example, since I took office, the cost of eggs is down 87%. Now, right? You remember a few weeks ago, before Thanksgiving, before We heard about it before. I heard about it a long time ago. Before Thanksgiving, I heard about it. And then I was hearing that I wasn't president. This guy was barely president. Nobody knew, was he president? Who the hell was president? To this day, I say it was the one that operated the auto pen, but what do I know? But I was hearing about eggs, and then all of a sudden we have a great election victory. And my first week in office, they start screaming at me, "What about the price of eggs? Eggs, eggs." I said, "I've only been here for 6 days. I was there 6 days." I said, "What's wrong with eggs?" They said, "The price of eggs has gone through the roof and you won't be able to have them for Easter." So I put a very capable Brooke Rollins, who's our wonderful Commissioner of Agriculture that you know in Michigan. I said, "Brooke, I've only been here 6 days before I heard, maybe even less, maybe 5, maybe 4. But it was my first week. And I said, "Brooke, you got to save me here. I'm getting killed about eggs. What the hell's going on with eggs?" She said, "Well, you can't get them. The price is through the roof. And it looks like we're going to have a real problem for Easter. You're not going to have eggs." I said, "Brooke, that doesn't sound politically viable to me. That doesn't sound good." Because nobody's going to believe me when you get out there that it's Sleepy Joe Biden's fault. So, Brooke, you got to get going, Brooke, please. And she did a great job. And you had so many eggs for Easter, and your price was down 87% from that point. Prices are coming way down. You know, the fake news doesn't say. They said, he pledged. Now, I pledged safe borders. I pledged all sorts of things. But they said, he pledged to bring prices down. Well, that's what I've done. They're trying to say the prices have gone up. Your energy, your car, your gasoline, they have 3 states this week, a couple of days ago, that were $1.98 a gallon. So gasoline prices are down by a lot. Energy prices are down. Mortgage rates actually just went down. Prescription drug prices just saw their largest monthly decline ever recorded. How about that? Remember what you heard. Prescription drug prices just took the biggest plunge ever since they've recorded the prices, which have basically gone up, except for my 4 years. They did pretty well, but we got to know that system. The system is a bad system, but they just took the biggest dive ever in the history of prescription drug prices. Think of that. That's a big thing. I got to say it again and again, because they will never tell you that. The fake news will never tell you that. Grocery prices have gone down. Everything's gone down. And yet I saw this person on MSDNC, which I think is probably even worse than CNN. It's probably worse. Probably worse than CNN. But I saw this horrible, horrible anchor. How these people get jobs. I wouldn't hire them to do the most menial of chores. But I saw this person. He campaigned on bringing prices down. Every price has gone down. What am I going to do? I mean, think of it. Gasoline was almost $4 not so long ago. And now, Mike, we just hit $1.98 in a lot of states. Think of it. And they're saying, and you know what? And inflation is basically down. And interest rates came down despite the fact that I have a Fed person who's not really doing a good job. But I won't say that. I want to be very nice. I want to be very nice and respectful to the Fed. You're not supposed to criticize the Fed. You're supposed to let him do his own thing. But I know much more than he does about interest rates, believe me. Core inflation has reached the lowest rate in 4 years. And last month, we had the largest drop in consumer prices since the pandemic. This is all done in 100 days. Think of that. This is all done in 100 days. But when you watch the fake news, you see fake polls. Again, they poll more Democrats than Republicans. Democrats aren't going to say, I'm going to vote for Trump. And we still got 45, 44%. But on the legitimate polls, I think we're in the 60s. I think we're in the 60s or 70s or something. In 3 months, we have created 350,000 jobs. Think of that. For the first time in recent memory, job gains for native-born Americans now exceed job gains for foreign workers. This is for the first time, and nobody even knows when,
Americans now are doing better than foreign workers. How about that? I mean, that's okay. I want everyone to do well, but that's okay. And to curb inflation, we're cutting a record number of job-killing regulations. We beat in the 4-year first administration, which was a tremendous success. We cut more regulations than any president in history, including 2-term presidents, including Roosevelt, who was more than a 2-term president. We cut more regulations than any president in history in 1 term, and now our 2nd term. And, you know, I don't know why. It was so important to win because they used to say, the fake news, to be a great president, you have to serve 2 terms. So now we're going to serve 2 terms. Now they've taken that one. Cross. Right? Right, Dr. Oz? Cross that one off. Cross that one off. No, they say it all the time. When I was out, they say, well, they go out for it. Thank you. Thank you. Sure. But we've ended the radical left. Well, we actually already served 3, but if you count. But remember, I like the victories. I like the 3 victories, which we absolutely had. I just don't like the results of the middle term, the results. I don't want those results, John. I don't want those results. What results? What a disgrace. If we would have had this group for another year, we wouldn't have a country left. I really mean it. I don't think we would have had a country left. And now we're respected all over the world. They're coming from all over the world to see you, President. They're coming from India. They're coming from France. They're coming from Spain. Yeah, they're coming from China, too. Yeah, they're coming from China. They're coming from all over the world to see you, President. They want to make a deal. They want to make a deal. And, you know, we'll make deals, but we don't have to. We are the ones that have the product. We are the ones at the United States. They want a piece of our product. We can just set the price, but I want to be respectful and I want to be nice. But if it takes too long, I'll just set a price. Say, you could buy or you don't have to buy. We lost, think of this, we lost billions and billions of dollars a day. Billions, not millions, billions of dollars a day. And under Sleepy Joe Biden. What's better, Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe? Ready? A poll, a free poll. Because these pollsters are so corrupt. This is a real poll. We're going to poll Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe. Ready? What's a better name for us to call him? Sleepy Joe? Or Crooked Joe? I'm not surprised. This happens. I sort of loved Sleepy Joe, you know, just had a nice ring to it. Because he had one ability I didn't have. He goes to the beach, right? And he could fall asleep on a cottage drooling out of the side of his mouth. And he'd be sleeping within minutes, carrying the aluminum chair, you know, the kind that's meant for old people and children to carry. It weighs like about 4 ounces. And he couldn't get his feet out of the sand. And he'd sleep, he'd fall in this thing, and he'd have, you know, he's president, so you'd have cameras. He'd be in a bathing suit. Somebody convinced him that he looks great in a bathing suit. He's 82 years old. Cary Grant didn't look great in a bathing suit when he was 82. You don't look great. You know, at some point you have other assets, okay? But that's not right. But he'd go and he'd walk in the sand, and he'd fall into that thing, and within seconds he was sleeping. I'd be tossing and turning and scheming and thinking and saying, how am I going to beat China? How am I going to stop the war with Russia and Ukraine? This guy could fall asleep with cameras blazing, right? Not too many cameras were blazing, but enough were blazing that you saw it. I thought it was a great ability that he had, actually. We've ended the radical left war on American energy. We've stopped their crusade on coal. Did you see what I did the other day? Clean, beautiful coal. I said, you're not allowed to use the word coal unless you say clean, beautiful coal. So you have guys getting up
Department of Energy. We have great people at Department of Energy. They talk about clean, beautiful coal. You know, China uses coal. They're opening up a coal plant every week, a massive coal plant, but we're not allowed to use it. But now we are, because last week I gave it absolute total approval. And you know what I don't give approval to? Those stupid windmills that go round and round and round. And we've ended the Green New scam. We've reopened Anwar, the greatest drilling site anywhere in the world, in Alaska, and implemented the new energy policy of the United States. You know what it is? We have a policy. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. That's our policy. That's our policy, Michael, right? Great Michael Whatley, head of the Republican Party. He's done a good job. Him and Laura, they took the party by storm, right? He had a good candidate, but had a couple of good candidates, didn't he? Michael's been incredible, actually. Michael Whatley, North Carolina. He watched in 2020. He did so good for me, and you know, he was in North Carolina. He did so great. What's the problem over there? What's the problem? Is that a radical left lunatic? He's just a child. All right, get him out. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ma'am. I thought it was a guy. Thank you. And she now has to go home to a mother who's a big Trump fan. Her mother's watching. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I said he, and it's a she. I'm sorry. To keep my promise to the great state of Michigan, I terminated Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate, where you were mandated to buy an electric vehicle. You were mandated within just a few years to buy an electric vehicle. How about that? And you know what? They're great, but people don't. Not everybody wants them. You got to be able to buy a hybrid, a gasoline-powered car. You can buy lots of different cars, but you can't be mandated to do anything. And I've already proudly imposed a 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles. Any foreign car, like they do, Todd. This is going to create more jobs in this state and this country. And to help these automakers bring their factories home as rapidly as possible, I've just signed an executive order to give partial tariff rebates to any company that assembles its cars right here in the U.S. In other words, if they can't make it in time because they have to do it here, otherwise they have, I'm giving them a little bit of a break, right? They took in parts from all over the world. I don't want that. I want them to make their parts here. But I gave them a little bit of time. It's 15% and then 10% of the parts, so it's not so bad. Somebody would say, oh, well, that's a change in parts. It's not. It's called a little flexibility. The guys were crying. They love it. Everything's good. But just in case we can't get everything in time, we gave them a little bit. So it's 15% of the parts, and then it's 10% of the parts. We give them a little time before we slaughter them if they don't do this right. They're going to make so much money. They're going to have so many jobs. No, but jobs are way up. Jobs are way up. We're pleased to be joined tonight by Brian Panebecker. Do you know who that is? Of the Auto Workers for Trump. And Brian is a union guy, loves the unions, loves everything, but he knew that Trump was right. Brian, come up here, Brian. I got to see Brian. Look at the arms in this guy. Look at the arms. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be here on your 100th day in office of your second term. And I just want to remind you of something I told you at one of your last rallies before the election. I've got it on video. I've watched it dozens of times at home. After I was able to speak, I turned to you and I said, Mr. President, Macomb County is going to win Michigan for you. And that's exactly what happened. We had a margin of victory of 70,000 votes in this county alone. Thank you, Macomb County. You know, I met President Trump 8 years ago in Novi, and we had never met before. And as I was stepping towards him backstage to get my picture taken, I knew I only had 10, 15 seconds to say something to him before we got our pictures. Fortunately, my son was standing behind me, so I've got a witness to this. And I said, Mr. Trump, we've got the keys to the White House waiting for you in Macomb County. And he kind of chuckled. He said, oh, yeah, how's that? And I said, well, Macomb County is the home of the Reagan Democrats. If you come to Macomb County and you ask for their support and you get it, you might win Macomb County big enough to carry the whole state of Michigan. And that's exactly what he did. So I want to say thank you to the auto workers, everybody who works in the automotive field, the suppliers, every one of you, the truck drivers. Thank you so much for supporting the greatest president in our lifetimes. Now, I've got a little business announcement I want to make. I hope the president doesn't mind. But when I was backstage with him earlier and got my picture taken, I said, Mr. President, I've got a deal that you can't refuse. And he said, what's that? And I said, well, I'm writing a book, and it's going to be about my political journey. I've been involved in some things here in Michigan, conservative causes like right to work and the Michigan Civil Rights Initiative. And I said, you have a publishing company, Winning Team Publishing. It's run by Don Jr. and his partner. I said, I'll agree to use your publishing company if you agree to write the foreword to my book. He stuck out his hand and said, I'll do it. That's how you negotiate with the best negotiator in the world. So listen, I got one last thing to say. All of us have a job to do. Number one, we have to win the 2026 elections. It has to happen. Sri Thanadar, that lunatic Democrat from Detroit, is already threatening to impeach President Trump if they get the majority back. But luckily, right now, we've got good people in Congress like Congressman John James over here who are stopping that from happening. But listen up. So we got to get out, and we don't have any time to waste. We got to start talking to our friends, our neighbors, our family, our coworkers. The campaign for 2026 starts tomorrow. We've got to win that election. So the work is not over. The work has just begun. November 5th was not the end. It was the beginning of the golden age. And let's all tell President Trump how much we support what he's done the first 100 days in office. Oh, yeah, I forgot. There's one other thing I wanted to say in front of all these thousands of people to President Trump. President Trump, I love you.
That's great. Thank you. Good man. He's a great guy. You know, he was with me from day one, 2015. Before 2016, he was there from day one. He got it. He said, we're losing our car industry. That's what he really cared about. He just said, I had so many friends who were laid off. It's horrible. They lay us off like it's nothing. And the business went to China, it went to Japan, went to all countries all over the world. They're laying us off, sir. And then he said, we can solve that. I told him, we can solve that so fast. He's one of the early people that got it. And we've solved it. We're going to be doing numbers that nobody's ever believed. We'll be the number one in the world again. Nobody can believe it because we have been beaten up so badly by these countries that have rigged the whole thing. They fight like hell. They're smart. Their product is good, but our product's going to be a lot better. We're going to do something that nobody believes. And he saw it right at the beginning. So I appreciate it, Brian. And he was there at that. I love the guys from the beginning. I love those early guys. Those guys are right there. They were there from the beginning. No, you're going to see numbers, and you're already seeing them. Look, we have many Hondas coming in, and they're coming in. We let them build their cars here. We don't want them to build them in Japan. We love Japan. We don't want them building them in Japan. We want them to build them here. We want China to build them in here. We want them all to build them right in here. That's what they've done to us for 40 years, and they've drained us. Now we're doing it to them at a better level than they ever dreamed possible. To further rebuild the industrial bedrock of our country, I've imposed 25% tariffs on foreign aluminum and steel. It's keeping our steel mills going. I did that. If I didn't do that with steel in my first term, we wouldn't have a steel mill in the United States right now, and everybody knows that. I did it for washing machines too, by the way. That's why I asked the people at Whirlpool. They were going to close. They were in deep trouble. I did it because they were dumping machines. I did a 50% tariff, was going to raise it to 100%. They didn't even have to bother. They became a tremendously successful company overnight. They were ready to close. They came to me with tears in their eyes in my office early on, first term. And we're doing it now at levels never seen before. And the results are going to be even better, because we've been abused by friend and foe. And in many cases, friend has abused us more so than foe on trade. So I want to just let you know, you're going to be very proud of this country very soon. And with my China tariffs, we're ending the greatest job theft in the history of the world. China's taken more jobs from us than any country has ever taken from another country. And that doesn't mean we're not going to get along. We get along with China. I mean, their tariff now is at 145%. So essentially, that's a big difference between that and zero. But I think it's going to work out. They want to make a deal, and we're going to make a deal, but it's going to be a fair deal. It's not going to be a deal that we lose $1 trillion a year like they did with Biden. That guy was so bad. He was so bad. Under Biden, and remember this, we were losing $5 billion a day on trade, and now we're making money. We're actually making money instead of, do you know what 5 billion? Think of it, Mike, how many pillows do you have to make to lose $5 billion? You could make them for 1,000 years. No, we were losing $5 billion a year. Now we've got it where we're making money, and the tariffs haven't even really kicked in. The 25% on cars have. But you know what that means? That means that you're going to make the cars. We don't need the cars from outside. When they say, oh, sir, we want to send you a lot of cars. I said, we really don't want your cars. We really don't want. We want to make our own cars. That includes Canada. That includes Mexico, who have taken a tremendous amount of our business. Canada's taken off a tremendous, like 10, 12%. Mexico is 32%. They took 32% of our car production. We don't want them to have that. We want that. Why are we giving it to them? Why are we subsidizing Canada $200 billion a year? Why are we subsidizing Mexico for $300 billion a year? There's no reason for it. I'm proud to be the president for the workers and not the outsourcers, the president who stands up for Main Street, not Wall Street. I like Wall Street. I like Wall Street. I have a gorgeous, beautiful building on Wall Street, 40 Wall Street. Anybody? You want a little space? I'll get you some space real quickly. Now I've got one of the most beautiful buildings in the world on Wall Street, but I still like Main Street because you're Main Street. I want Main Street over Wall Street. And we want to protect the middle class, not the political class. That's all. I haven't done this very long. We want to protect our people. This is the greatest, when you think about this, look, here we are. It's not even like election. It's after the election. And you have crowds like this, and to have them, we're going to do the commencement at University of Alabama. And they just called and they said, it's going to be the biggest crowd we've ever had we've never had a crowd like this. And I'm doing it at West Point, and they called and said the same thing. We love West Point. We love University of Alabama. We love Alabama. You know what I want Alabama by? Like almost 50 points. So when they called and they said, would you like to do the commencement? I said, okay, I'll do it. But they're going to have the biggest crowd they ever had by maybe 4 or 5 times, they told me. Thanks for all of the things that we've done and to our policies. Trillions of dollars are now pouring into the United States because of common sense, just common sense. Apple, great company, was building everything in China. Now they just announced that they're spending $500 billion to invest in America, not in China. My friend Jensen from NVIDIA. They're spending, you know what NVIDIA is? They're spending $500 billion. TSMC, the biggest chip maker in the world by far from Taiwan, they're spending $200 billion in the United States. Amazon, $21 billion. Johnson & Johnson, $55 billion. DeMac, $20 billion. Merck, Stellantis, General Motors are putting in billions and billions of dollars, and many other companies. And as a result of our policies, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. They have a poll, a crazy poll, probably a fake poll too, so I don't know, I don't care. But first time ever, I think ever, that they're saying the country is headed in the right direction. Has never happened before. I don't know why. But we've accomplished more in 3 months than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or even 8 years. And we're just getting started. Believe me, we're just getting started. We're pleased to be joined by some great people. A person that number one, I have so much confidence in him. The fake news is after him, really after him, but he's a tough cookie. They don't know how tough he is, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. Pete. Wow, that's pretty good. How are the Houthis doing? Not too good, right? Our new administrator of the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, somebody that everybody knows, but this guy, you know, the show was a big success, but sometimes it hurts your image to have a television show. He's the top, I mean, he went to Harvard. I shouldn't even mention that anymore because that used to be a good thing. Today it doesn't mean much. But he went to University of Pennsylvania Medical School, top student, top doctor, top everything. One of the smartest guys in medicine, also a big star, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Dr. Oz, thank you, doctor. Thank you. A man who waited today just came here. He was all sweaty and grimy. I said, what the hell happened? He ran into the building because he wanted to vote in Congress. And I hear we passed the vote. John James by a lot, right? And thank you for making it here. He had a vote. I said, John, do me a favor, stay and vote. We're voting essentially on the big, beautiful, that gorgeous, big, beautiful bill. I said, you know, I want you there badly, but you got to vote, please. So thank you very much, John. Good job. Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall. Matt, thank you. Thank you, man. Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much. Michigan GOP Chair Jim Runstead. Thank you, Jim. Good job. Nice tie. Thank you, Jim. Great job. One of my favorite people. I mean, we just had such success. You know, we had so many votes stolen in 2020, and then this guy came in, and they didn't steal them from his state, North Carolina, told you. But they didn't steal him. He had 601 lawyers, and he had lawyers at every voting booth. And I said, who is that guy that did so well? Because we won the state. Other states, you know, they inched us out. And, you know, at the end, they just inched us out, crooked as hell. But this guy didn't let that happen. His name is Michael Whatley, North Carolina. And now he's the head of the Republican Party, RNC. And he's great. And I must tell you, he worked with a great woman, my daughter-in-law, Laura, who was unbelievable. Who's got a very successful television show. That was a tremendous combination. That was a very important combination. Also the great, and you see him on television, he's unbelievable. Hey, Stephen, come up here fast. The great Stephen Miller. Do we like Stephen? Where is Stephen? Come here, Stephen. I love this guy. I love this guy. There is nobody smarter or tougher than Stephen Miller. Stephen, say it. Who's enjoying 100 golden days of America? President Trump
has achieved the most secure border in American history. He's fighting violent crime. He's fighting the drug cartels. He's cutting your taxes. He's cutting wasteful spending. He's draining the swamp. He's standing up to the radical left. He's standing up to the communists, and he's making America stronger than it's ever been. President Trump will never stop fighting for you, your children, and your family, and President Trump will make sure that in this country, not illegal aliens, not criminals, not gangbangers, but American citizens come first, last, and always. Thank you. And thank you, President Trump, for being the greatest president in American history. He's great. This guy, he is something special. And he's been with us right from day one. Right from day one, Stephen's been there, right? He's been great. A man who put on about 928 rallies for me. We didn't have a glitch. Justin Caparel. Justin, thank you, wherever you are. He's probably backstage working. We did over 900 of these. Thank you, Justin. And Margot Martin. Does anyone know Margot? Beautiful Margot. I call her the world's greatest photographer. Where is Margot? Margot's great. Where are you, Margot? And she's very shy, actually. She's both beautiful and shy. Thank you. Where? Margot, come up here, Margot. Come on, come on. You got it. This is the most beautiful. Now, look, I'm not allowed to say this. It's the end of my political career, but I'm going to say it anyway. She's the most beautiful photographer in the world. I don't know if she's the best, but she's the most beautiful.
Trump 2028, anybody?
Fuck. People love Margot. And how about Caroline? How's Caroline doing? How is our Caroline doing? Caroline has taken the world by storm. She's taken it. And, you know, we have a man here that I don't know, but he's defending me all the time on CNN. And he defends me really well, but he can't go too far because if he goes too far, he'll get fired. I said, you're amazing. You can take it right to the edge. And he really does a good job. He's not allowed to go any further. He would be off, you know, if he really went totally crazy, which he'd like to do. But I think he's terrific. Scott Jennings. Where's Scott? Where are you, Scott? Come here, Scott. This guy, really, I've watched him for years. I don't know him, but he likes Trump. Come here, Scott. Oh, CNN, this is the end of Scott. No, who cares? Don't worry, we'll take care of you, Scott. Scott Jennings, really great.
Thank you. Michigan. We were flying in here today, and I said, look at these farms. I got to get a farm in Michigan, because when you own as many libs as I do, you got to put a place to put them all. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Scott. And I also want to thank the rest of the Michigan Republican delegation for all the work they do in Congress and who are back in Washington working on the big, beautiful bill. We're going to name it, I think, the big, beautiful bill. In 100 days, I've taken more than 1,000 executive actions, and I could recite our accomplishments all night long. And by the way, did you just see what I did? Straws. I wiped out the paper straw, little thing. These are the little things. Your sink. You ever try buying a new sink and no water comes out? Your shower heads, your toilets, the whole thing, it's a disaster. We now have it so you can have as much water as you want because it's not an environmental problem. You have areas that can't get rid of their water, and yet they put restrictors on them. You used to take them off, but now you can't because they're welded in, but now you don't have to worry about that because we've opened up your faucets and we've opened up, especially me. I don't like taking a shower where the water goes drip, drip, drip onto my luxuriant hair. I need a lot of water. I need everything I can get. I don't need to be under a shower trying to get water to come out of that damn thing. So we've opened up the shower heads, the faucets, the toilets, the washing machines that don't give you water. All of that stuff has been opened up, and we're giving you gas ovens, gas stoves, if you'd like.
No more electric. You can have electric if you want to have a lot of friends. They like gas better. You're supposed to sell your gas stove or get it. I don't know, who do you sell it to? Maybe another country, because we're the only country that would be so stupid to that. But the stoves now, you can have gas stoves, all you want. Put 4 of them in your kitchen. I couldn't care less. It's all common sense. People were so angry about that. Remember? They were all angry. Get rid of your gas stove. You have to go to electric. There's something they have with electric that's amazing. And by the way, Elon makes a great car, but not everybody's going to want it. You know, they all say, oh, well, Trump is, maybe he's under the thumb of Elon. Do you think Elon was happy about ending the all-electric mandate? I don't think he was too happy, but he's a great guy. You know, honestly, never said a thing. He says, let me just compete fairly. By the way, it's not fair what they've done to him, too. That is a disgrace. That is a disgrace. But he's a great guy, and he's really helped us. And, you know, they've saved $150 billion on waste, fraud, and abuse, Doge. So we want to thank him. He's an incredible guy. Anybody that can land a rocket ship. I saw this thing come in. I said, you got to be kidding. This rocket's coming in. You know, most of them go right into the ocean. But he lands it. I was on the phone with somebody talking, and I saw this thing coming in. It's spinning out of control, coming down. It's all burning. It's on fire. Looks like hell. I said, well, just another rocket going into the ocean. And then all of a sudden, you see the fire pouring out of the engines, and it starts to slow up, slow. Then it's straight. Then it starts moving over a little bit. Then I say, oh, no, it's hitting the gantry. It's going to hit. And the engines go, straightens it out. And it gets hugged like you hug your beautiful little baby, right? And I said, who the hell did that? It was Elon. And he told me, you don't have a space program if you have to drop $1 billion machine into the water every time you fly. You have to save those suckers. So he does. He's an amazing guy, and he's a great American, and he loves our country. He loves you. And he's paid a big price to help, but I have a feeling it's going to end up being good for him, actually. I really do. I established the new Presidential Commission to Make America Healthy Again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's doing a good job, Dr. Oz, right? He's doing a good job. And he's a little bit different, but I want to tell you, he's a great guy. He's a great guy, and he loves this country. Just last week, Bobby announced that we're banning 8 major artificial dyes from our food supply. Sounds good to me. And on day one, I created that right now, very successful Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon. That was a big thing doing that. I mean, the numbers are really incredible. Doge. So it was a very big thing. We terminated the left-wing money laundering scam known as USAID. How about the money that was going out? How about the money that was going out? Billions and billions. They were giving individual people billions of dollars. Can you believe it? People that had nothing, they got $1 billion. One got $2 billion. $2 billion for the environment. Had $100 in the bank. You got $2 billion. Not $2 million. You know, $2 million would have been a lot. 200,000 would have been a lot, but it would have been fine. $2 billion. And we directed all federal workers to return to the office in person, or unfortunately, they're fired. You're fired. You know, some of these guys got their golf handicap way down during the so-called time where they're supposed to be working at home. You know, they weren't working at home. Who the hell would work at home? How do you work at home? It's terrible. And we found a lot of them where they had second jobs. They were just taking us for a ride. They're all taking us for a ride. The foreign countries were really taking us for a ride, both on military and on trade. But we stopped it, and we're stopping it. I withdrew from the unfair and ridiculous Paris Climate Accord, where we were paying trillions of dollars. We would have spent numbers like you wouldn't believe, and China wouldn't have spent anything. Russia wouldn't have spent anything. India wouldn't have spent, but we would have spent over $1 trillion. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization, where we were paying $450 $670 million. And China was paying with a population quite a bit larger than ours, thank you. The problem with us, we have no idea what size our population. They allowed so many people on under Biden. But let's assume it's 325 million. China's 1.4 billion. We were paying $470 million. And China was paying $39 million. And China was running the whole show. So I said, no, thank you. I withdrew. They offered me to sign up at $39 million. I still said no because it was sort of scammy. I didn't like it. And Biden came back in and he signed up. And they knew we could have signed up for $39 million or less. He came back in and he signed up for the same as what they were paying before, almost $500 million. Now, that's a lot of money, but it's nothing compared to the trillions of dollars that they waste. But that's the way it is. They know they can sign up for less. They don't even care. It's like they don't want to have the conversation. And you're talking about a $450 million difference. But they came up right in the first week. He said, no, we're going right back in. Okay, I can understand that. But you go in for $39 million. They could make a deal for $39 million. They signed up for $472 million. And I withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council, which is totally disgusting. In 3 months, my administration has brought home 46 American hostages and citizens detained abroad. We paid nothing. We don't pay. We don't pay. You know, if you pay, those kidnappings go way up. We don't pay. Every time Biden brought people back, he'd pay $6 billion. $6 billion. $6 billion. 3 times they brought back 3 hostages. Oh, how is it? Well, I think it's a fair deal. What do we pay? $6 billion. Wait a minute. For 3 people, $6 billion. $6 billion. It's not right. I mean, it's just not right. They have no idea. Honestly, grossly incompetent, stupid people. More than Biden brought home in 4 years. We brought more back in just a matter of weeks than Biden brought home in years. And he paid a fortune and we paid nothing. We got Mexico to turn over 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. And we're charging Mexico and Canada and China big tariffs because of the fact that they've allowed fentanyl to come in and poison our country. They're paying a lot of money for that. And because of that, you'll watch, it's going to stop. It's already slowing down. Within 6 weeks, we also apprehended the terrorists responsible for the attack that killed 13 American service members, known as Abbey-gate. I got to know them. I got to know those families very well. They're devastated. During the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan and brought him home. I mean, we brought this guy home to America. We got the guy that did it. We got him. They were looking for years, but we got him. It took us to get him. We got him in the first month. Brought him home to face justice. And it was that gross incompetence that probably led Putin to go in and attack Ukraine, because they were never going to. That was never going to happen. If I were president, the Ukraine-Russia war would have never, ever happened, not even a little chance. We have ended the weaponization of law enforcement and fired Joe Biden's handpicked. These are pro-crime U.S. attorneys, except if it's a political person like me. You know, I was under investigation more than the late, great Alphonse Capone. Al Capone was the greatest gangster of them all. If he had dinner with you and if he didn't like you, you were dead. You were a dead person. You'd be under a foundation somewhere in a nice big building or sports center going up. And I spent far more time under investigation than Alphonse Capone. How about that? You like that? I didn't like that. I didn't like it. We removed senior FBI officials who were corrupt and misdirected the resources they sent to SWAT teams after grandmothers and J6 hostages, what they did to those J6 hostages. And they did nothing to the people that took over Portland and took over Seattle. They literally took over a big portion of Seattle, or in Minnesota, Minneapolis. You remember that disaster where they said, no, this is a peaceful rally. The CNN lunatic anchor, the guy has about the personality of an ant. This is not a man meant for television. He said, no, the rally is quite peaceful. Then he got hit with a brick or something. And over his shoulder, the entire skyline of Minneapolis was burning. You remember that one? The entire skyline was burning. And I have to be careful because that gentleman right there, one of the greatest purchasers of advertising in the history of the world, Mike Lindell, there has never been a better purchaser. He comes from Minnesota. Oh, congratulations. He's the greatest purchaser of ads in history. If he would have bought my ads, I could have had 10 times more ads on. There's never been, is there any station that doesn't have a pillow ad in? But he's great, and he's doing great, and he's got a beautiful new wife and all that stuff, and I'm proud of him. Look at him holding hands. They're still holding hands. I'm very proud of this. Nice. Usually by this time, and a lot of people I know, Mike, by this time it's over. It's over. Look at you holding hands. I love that. I saw that. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been grossly mistreated. We created a brand new DOJ task force on anti-Christian bias. It's a big problem. I stripped the security clearances of the disgraced intelligence agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. Remember the laptop from hell? Remember the laptop from hell? When you had the 51 agents, they said, oh, Russia did it. Russia did it. Russia did everything. Russia did it. And it was all like horrible, disgusting stuff. You hadn't seen the worst of it, but it truly is the laptop. By the way, a very brilliant reporter for the New York Post wrote a book called The Laptop from Hell. You ought to read that book. It is really, it tells you the facts, okay? It tells you the facts. Miss Devine, the great Miss Devine, she wrote an amazing book, actually, The Laptop from Hell. We also terminated the clearances of the Biden crime family and Joe Biden himself because he's corrupt. And I banned all government censorship and restored free speech in America. We have free speech. We didn't have free speech. I ended all of the And I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. And a really easy one. This was the easiest one I had. I banned men from competing in women's sports. You know, they always say that's an 80-20 issue. No, it's about a 97-3 issue. I also proudly banned the use of puberty blockers and other chemical and surgical. What? All these mutilations of our minor youth, I banned it all. I signed executive orders to abolish critical race theory and transgender insanity from our schools and from our military. We fired the woke boards of visitors at our military academies. We have great people running our military academies now. And I've directed the reinstatement of patriots expelled from our military by the Biden vaccine mandate with full back pay. After years of missed targets, our military suddenly has the best recruiting numbers in 30 years. Every branch is setting records. Don't think of that. 6 months ago, you and I were reading that nobody wanted to join the military, right? Now, we've just set a record of recruitment that's stopped. We have a waiting list of people that want to go into our military, and we have a waiting list, including for police and firefighters, because our country has spirit again. We have spirit. Our country has great spirit again. Last month, I signed a historic executive order to begin the process of eliminating the Federal Department of Education and send education back to Michigan. We're going to send it back to our states, right? We're going to send it back to our states to run. I mean, how the hell bad can we do? We're like in last place. They do badly, you're going to do better. They're going to do great, though. I think they're going to do great. I'm very proud of it. Linda McMahon, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job. And I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I ordered the release of all remaining files related to the assassinations of Presidents John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, and Martin Luther King Jr., and they're all out there. And I made myself very unpopular in Mexico by renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And we are restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley in Alaska. He's a very good president. And you Italians are going to love me because just yesterday I brought back Columbus Day in America, especially for Italian Americans who were so badly treated by its removal. I also signed an order to require proof of citizenship to vote in American elections. That was easy. And the Democrats fought me on that. Think of it. Why would they want no voter ID? Because they want to cheat. Why would they want to have no proof of citizenship? We don't want it. We trust everybody. No, they want to cheat. That's all they want to do. Think of that. No voter ID. In Michigan, you must never allow ranked choice voting to be here. Never. We've done this all in 14 weeks. That's remember that. 100 days. We've done all of the things that I named and a lot more. And we're counting, and it's going to be better. Wait till you see the results of some of the things that we're doing. In the coming weeks and months, we will pass the largest tax cuts in American history, and that will include no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. It's called the One Big Beautiful Bill, and it will be the biggest bill ever passed in our country's history. It will include the biggest tax cuts, regulation cuts, military supremacy, and just about everything else. We will cut more than $1 trillion in wasteful and unnecessary spending. And in the next fiscal year, it'll all be done. We're going to have something that you won't even believe. We will end inflation, slash prices. We've already ended inflation, raise wages, and give you the greatest economy in the history of the world. That's already happening. With our tax bill, the average family's take-home pay will be at least $5,000 more than it was just a couple of months ago. We will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors with no cuts, and we will defend Medicaid for those great people that are in need. House Republicans are working to invest more money in Medicaid than we spend today. The only thing we're going to cut is the corruption and the crooks that take advantage of some of the illegal schemes. So we want to preserve Medicaid for the most vulnerable, for our kids, pregnant women, the poor, and disabled Americans. We will fully and permanently secure our border. We will make the largest ever investment in U.S. military and build the Golden Dome missile defense shield. That's going to all protect us so we live a long and beautiful life. It's going to be made in Michigan, and it's going to be made right here in the USA. And 1 hour ago, I just made a speech at Selfridge Air Force Air National Guard Base, announcing that we are saving it, keeping it open, including thousands of jobs with a brand new state-of-the-art F-15s, which are coming to Selfridge. And we will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. I will defend religious liberty, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. We will celebrate the 250th anniversary of America's founding in 2026, and we will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And one day soon, American astronauts will plant the flag on the planet Mars. That's going to happen very soon. Every single day of my administration will continue to live by the motto, promises made, and you've seen it before, promises kept. From Marquette to Midland, from Mackinac to Saginaw, and from Lansing to right here in Macomb County, We stand on the shoulders of red-blooded Michigan patriots. What great people. I love you, Michigan. Who laid the railroads, worked the factories, tilled the field, forged the steel, fought the battles and won the victories that built the Motor City and made this state into the pride of the America Midwest. And you know what? We're going to make it better than it ever was. It's already happening. You see what's happening. Michigan is the state that gave us the assembly line, Motown, Ford, General Motors, Chrysler, and put the world behind the wheel of an automobile. And under our leadership, we are making it greater every single day. And the automobile business in Michigan will soon, and it's going to happen really soon. It's already happening. They're signing left and right because of my taxation and tariff policies, which are policies of common sense and genius. Be bigger and stronger and better than ever before. It's going to get better than ever before. And it won't even be close. Companies will be pouring back into Michigan. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And on November 5th, 2024, it was hardworking patriots like you who saved our country. So thanks to your help, your love, and your support, after 100 days back in the White House, America is a free, proud, and sovereign nation once more. And our magnificent destiny is closer than ever before. It's closer than ever before. You have no idea how close it is. Our golden age has only just begun. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. We will never, ever surrender. We will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. Together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. I love you, Michigan. I love you. Have a good time. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you.
妈的，终于讲完了。
All right, as you see there, we were just listening in to President Trump as he was holding this rally to mark his.
哎呦，搞了一个半小时吧。大家能听到我说话对吧？那咱们简单总结一下，其实这个讲话呢，就是一个针对2024年11月5号的大选的一个庆功会。其实啥也没有讲的，就是在这吹牛呢啊。就是这里面有几个重点啊。那他其实呢是在为2026年的这个中期选举呢在造势。那么他提到的要赢第3次，有可能是指2026年，但是出来的那个女的啊，那个摄影师，叫什么Mario 叫什么啊 Margot Martin，可能是那个7月份给他拍那个著名的那个就是遇刺的照片的那个女的啊。他说这个川普2028，川普2028，但是每当提起来的时候，这个底下的人都是有一个集中的一个高潮的一个呼喊。那我觉得他也是在这个造势啊，这是对美国来讲是非常非常违宪的一种一种做法，就是美国宪法是规定一个人呢只能做2期总统啊，除非是战时。像这个罗斯福啊，小罗斯福这个总统，当时是2战的时候，他好像做了3期还是4期啊，那是特殊情况啊，那战时。那除此之外呢，我觉得是没有必要啊，这个还是有点搞笑啊，多多少少有点搞笑，有点像这个学中国了，对吧？那这样的话是这个美国的宪法，那我觉得它是很难，怎么讲呢？就是很难去通过的啊，我认为啊，我自己的一个观点吧。那不管怎么样呢，我们看到这个，我这个不管怎么样呢，那我们是看到这个他在演讲的这个整个的过程当中，我们看到他是从我这里时间下午3点钟开始演讲啊。 那大概是从这儿开始。从94700啊，最低跌到了93700，有1000点的这个跌幅。那1000点的跌幅，咱们在演讲开始的时候就是告诉大家了，有看跌，对吧？那差不多到底部了。就是我觉得今天的这个演讲呢，跟 crypto 跟加密货币呢关系不是很大啊。那么咱们主要呢也是看个热闹啊。对评论区也说到了啊，他这个其实我认为在他的内心当中呢 ，Sleepy Joe 啊，Joe Biden 这个拜登啊，是他唯一的一个敌人啊，他可以把任何的人都不当做敌人，但是这个他恨死Joe拜登了啊，这个我也搞不清楚为什么啊。那么里面又讲到了这个美国边境啊 border。确实啊，我看到《华尔街日报》有篇文章说，现在这个走线偷渡的人确实变少了。一方面呢，就是就即便你走过来啊，那你也会被遣返。那这么一个高压的政策，那其实这个是最主要的一个原因啊。川普确实是在这一块铁腕啊，那么让很多原本计划来走线的人呢就放弃了。那我看到一个报道呢，说是在美墨边境啊，其实在墨西哥境内，它有一个庇护所，这个庇护所最多呢能容纳2500人，但是呢，目前的这种情况之下啊，大部分人在那儿等待着，要进到美国境内申请庇护的人呢，已经全部放弃都回去了啊，不知道去哪儿了，是回自己的国家了，还是说去别的地方去打工去了啊？这个完全没有线索的。那整个的这个相当于一个小的一个村落啊，就是空了，全部都空了，没有人了。这是这个川普做的，我认为啊，在这最近这100天里面做的最好的一件事情啊。除此之外呢，全部都是在吹牛啊。那么看一下他说的这个关税啊，等等啊，就是都是在吹牛啊。我觉得应该没有什么东西可以讲了。他说的那些什么每天给人家补贴多少钱的，都是胡说八道啊。那有一个点，他说的这个，他特别恨这个风车发电，我也不知道为什么啊。说什么 drill baby drill， 它有可能就是还是这个传统能源啊，比如说这个石油啊，主要是石油吧，应该是这个背后的金主是这个石油公司的概率比较大啊。然后还有什么？还有就吹到这个苹果公司啊，投资了5000亿，什么台积电投资2000亿啊 ，Amazon 啊，什么英伟达等等，在美国投资这些事情呢，没有。都是意向啊，就是真正来到的资金不知道是什么样子。那么这里面跟大家讲一个点啊，2017年的时候，他第一任的时候，其实他是有过类似的一个想法呢，让苹果呢在这个威斯康辛州啊，我如果没记错的话，在威斯康辛州它有一个。建了一个，是威斯康辛州吧？记不太清楚了啊。总之呢，在美国的中西部的一个州啊，建了一个很大的一个工厂。那么这个工厂本来计划呢是在他的第一个任期内完成，但是呢，到现在都没有完成啊。那应该是2018年开始建，到现在，那么这个是7、8年了吧？那么7、8年过去了。然后呢，这个在原来的这个预算的基础上多花了3倍的价格，好像之前是计划3亿资金完成还是多少亿，然后现在是花了10几亿了，还没有完成。那说明美国的这个效率呢本身就很低。你想要让这个制造业回归美国，你最起码你的工厂在最短的时间之内把它建好，然后呢把设备都弄上啊，水呀、电呀、气呀，对吧？都弄好，你这个才能进行这个生产。你如果搞7、8年，一个工厂都建不成，你搞什么制造业回流啊？简直就是痴人做梦，对不对？然后后面还讲了什么巴黎气候协议啊，等等啊，什么减税的计划等等啊。总之嘛，这一次呢就是一个纯吹牛逼的一个大会啊，没有讲到任何的比特币，也没有讲到这个什么东西，反正总而言之吧，这个其实就是。一个互相吹捧的一个大会啊，那就是看，如果说你看全程的话，你看美国人民其实也是挺傻逼的啊，就是他讲的什么，就像，就是我突然意识到，就是川普好像挺会撩的啊，就是撩的这个，就是让大家都感觉到有这个颅内高潮了一样。确实是一个很会控制情绪的一个人啊。那整个的气氛呢，确实，尤其是这个中间有一个人上来啊，讲的话确实有点那个邪教的味道啊，有那味儿了。好吧，那看大家有没有什么问题的话呢，咱们今天呢就是 差不多就到这儿了。我估计这一次的直播也有6、7个小时了吧。感谢大家的这个收看啊。那如果说你还没有关注、订阅咱们这个频道的话，那点点赞啊，订阅一下咱们这个频道。对，感觉是吹牛逼的，是的。说是给年收入低于20万美元的人减税，这个事情呢还没有完全通过啊。今天《华尔街日报》也在讨论这件事情。那么他是川普预想的呢是通过收入关税啊，把这部分的钱呢来补贴给这个中低收入啊。其实20万美元已经不算中低收入了啊，是中低收入吧。那其实有人算了一个账啊，就是关税啊，它如果按照现在的这个情况来收关税的话，那每年的关税的收入大概在看一下啊，大概在1670亿美元。但是呢，这个20万收入以下的人群每年贡献的这个税呢是多少钱呢？它华尔街日报呢没有给出一个具体的数据，但是呢，它在2022年有一个数据是家庭收入在17.9万美元以下，那是远远低于20万的，对吧？那么这一部分的人群每一年的贡献的这个税额呢是6000亿美元，那么6000亿对比1670亿，我觉得这个它是补不上这个窟窿的。那我们可以估算一下，那20万以下的家庭的收入的贡献的这个税呢，应该在7000万到8000万之间，对吧？那它这个每年的这个关税只有1670亿美元，怎么补贴？补贴不了，对吧？那么其实美国的这个税呢，还是中产阶级来交的。那40%的美国的人口呢是没有交税的，一年下来不仅不交税，还要拿到国家的这个税务的补贴。那这40%的人口呢，包括了这个退休的人员啊、残疾人以及这个低收入啊，就不到报税的这些人。但是不到报税的人他也要报税的吧？那如果说生很多小孩的话，那每年呢这个国家补贴也会很多。所以总而言之吧，它这个关税它是拿不到那么多的钱的啊。好，那我今天呢，如果说这个时间充裕的话，那咱再做一期这个总结的视频啊。那如果说时间不允许的话呢，我觉得今天刚刚给大家总结的这些也都差不多都很到位了啊。好，APT 和到啊，咱们今天就不看这些币了啊。回头专门再挑个时间来给大家做直播，然后大家可以来提问，对吧？好，那我们看一下这个比特币当下又开始跌了啊。刚刚这个川普讲到了很多次，Elon Musk讲到了这个特斯拉，但是特斯拉的股票在盘后呢还是跌了很多。收盘的时候是292，那现在是288，跌了很多。那微策略我刚刚呢是在376的时候买进去一部分。那么盘后啊，这是盘后，收盘是381。然后盘后跌到了376啊，现在都是跌的很多。那我们等一下来看这个期货啊，这个标普500的期货的收盘啊，这个期货的开盘的情况。那目前这个黄金呢，黄金应该是跌了好几天了嘛，我们看一下，黄金创了3500之后呢，就开始走低了。然后美元指数咱们看一下，美元指数开始走高啊，这是开始反弹。但这个反弹呢，一定不会这个破掉这个趋势啊，这个趋势的下跌趋势已经形成了啊。美元在当前的这个宏观的环境之下呢，应该是走低的啊，没有理由走高了。现在大家都在抛售美元资产，所以说美元的指数呢会降低。美元指数降低呢，就是直接利好比特币啊。所以接下来如果说比特币我觉得现在没有什么大的一个利空了啊，就是它已经把这个利空啊给排挤的差不多了啊，那泡沫也都挤得差不多了。那么如果说短时间之内没有大的利空出现的话，那有可能比特币要继续往上走了啊。好，那么以上呢就是咱们今天这个直播的全部的内容了啊，感谢大家收看。那如果说你还没有点赞没有订阅的话，赶紧点波赞啊，订阅一下咱们频道啊。然后那咱们今天的这个直播呢先到这儿结束了啊，拜拜。